Chapter 61 Great Increase in Strength, Terrifying Giant Power. Cultivating Martial Arts Building, inside the Advanced Meditation Room. Chu Mo stood in front of a top strength testing machine. This top-of-the-line strength testing machine is capable of measuring 10 million pounds of strength. The high cost, even in the martial arts building, is also extremely rare, and is exclusively supplied to the use of high level in the base. If Chu Mo hadn't used his identity as a guest secretary of Jade House, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to use it. After breaking through the martial master, my power has grown again, so I'll just take this opportunity to see how far my strength has grown nowadays. The mind thinks this way. In the next moment, Chu Mo's body moved abruptly. Only to see him raise his fist, his body's chi and blood mobilized, wrapped in all of his strength, and blasted his fist, smashing it on the machine. In a split second, the machine let out a violent shake, and then a line of numbers appeared at the top, pulsing rapidly 1210876. Originally having a force of 1 million Jin, after breaking through the realm, because of the shackles breaking, it was suddenly raised by 200,000 Jin, causing Chu Mo to now be able to strike a force of 1,021,000 Jin with his physical body alone. Next, try to see how strong my full strength strike is. The moment the words fell, Chu Mo's muscles and bones around his body, blood was mobilized crazily, the yuan power in the dantian was instantly up, his body was haunted by a layer of purple arcs, the whole person seemed to be transformed into a swire god of thunder, and the strong and fierce force without casting erupted from the whole body, poured into the spinal column, drove the whole body, as if the waves were beating the shore rushing towards the right hand. Boom! A punch is thrown. The fist shadow tore through the void, bringing up a string of purple electricity, resounding with violent sonic booms as it suddenly blasted out. Unspeakable speed, wrapped in a force like a mountain and a sea pouring down. What was brought about was an unimaginably terrifying outburst of power. Bang! Chu Mo's fist flashed with electricity and completely blasted the top strength testing machine, and at that moment, the entire quiet room shook for a moment, and a force so strong that it was hard to describe instantly erupted out. The top strength testing machine that was able to withstand a huge force of 10 million pounds, and could not even cut through an alloy weapon, was simply unable to withstand such a force, and it directly blew up. Broken parts, like sharp blades, shot out, clanking and clanging as if they were all nailed to the surrounding walls. A punch. It then blew up the top strength testing machine. With such a terrifying power, if someone was present at this moment, they would definitely be shocked, with their jaws dropping. Nowadays, the strength of my physical body has reached a gigantic strength of 1,200,000 Jin, and with the addition of yuan power, I am able to strike 2,400,000 Jin. And the transcendent grade physique indestructible thunder body is able to bring me a 20-fold increase in power. That is, nowadays, the power I can strike with a full force is. Chu Mo's eyes brightened as he slowly spat out a number, 48 million pounds. This was already at the level of a martial grandmaster. Even a strong person who had just stepped into the sovereign level could not strike with such power. No doubt about it. If someone were to see this scene at this moment, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. A martial artist who had just stepped into the early stage of the martial master stage was able to make the power of a punch exceed 48 million Jin with the increase in talent and physique alone. This was simply unimaginable. And this was still only a part of Chu Mo's strength. The medium wind attribute talent gave him a 15 times speed bonus. The inferior spatial talent also allowed Chu Mo to rise with the elevation of his realm, causing the spatial perception ability and the size of the carry-on space he could open up to rise and be elevated accordingly beyond that. Because he had absorbed too much thunder liquid, it caused the thunder attribute talent that he possessed within his body to mutate, completely rooting itself in his body, causing the genes contained within his cells to have the thunder attribute, thus awakening the undying thunder body. The undying thunder body, the increase in Chu Mo's power, was secondary. It's only 20 times as much. The true enhancement to Chu Mo's strength also lay in the undying thunder body, which gave Chu Mo the ability to control thunder. Mindfulness. Purple arcs of electricity instantly burst out from his body. These arcs of electricity were like swimming dragons traveling up and down around Chu Mo's circumference, gathering destructive power and spreading around. Chu Mo didn't know how terrifyingly powerful he would be after manipulating the thunder. But he could feel it. If he wanted to, the cultivation building he was in today could be reduced to pieces by the thunder in an instant. And ordinary martial arts masters would not be in a position to pose a threat in front of him. Thinking so, Chu Mo took the thunder back into his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Looking around at the mess, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Earlier, he had only focused on wanting to test his full strength, but had forgotten that this testing machine could only withstand 10 million pounds of force, so much so that he had actually damaged it. This is good. Compensation for damages is also required. It was also fortunate that after he came out of the secret realm, he had obtained a large amount of resources and yuan stones, and was well off. Otherwise, he could not necessarily afford to pay for this top strength testing machine that was damaged today. Shaking his head, Trummer walked towards the door. At this time outside the quiet room, quite a few martial artists from the martial cultivation building looked at the tightly closed door of the quiet room in disbelief. Previously, Chu Mo's punch had caused the strength testing machine to explode, causing the commotion that caused the entire martial arts cultivation building to shake violently. This caused the martial artists in charge of order in this place to be unable to resist coming over to investigate, and just then, the forbidden door burst open, and Chu Mo walked out. "We have met Chu Client Secretary." When these martial artists saw that it was Chu Mo, they all greeted each other. Because Chu Mo often came here and was still a guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, they all knew each other. "You're welcome. What are you all gathered here for?" Chummer asked. One of the martial artists then recounted their doubts. Chu Mo immediately understood that he thought that he had made too much of a commotion, so that they had to come over to poke around. So he said, "Don't worry, it's because I was practicing inside and because I was too involved. I accidentally didn't control the force. By the way, the power testing machine inside was broken by me, so you guys tally up how much money you need me to compensate, and turn around and pay the money when I go to Jade House." Chummer said softly. A mere strength testing machine, if it's broken, it's broken. It would be out of character for Chu Client Secretary to say compensation. Yeah, no compensation, no company. Maybe this power tester was broken in the first place, and it's none of your business. A few of the martial artists heard this and had thoughts of patting Chu Mo's ass in their hearts, so they opened their mouths, saying that they didn't need Chu Mo to compensate them. "This isn't very good, is it?" Trummer was a little hesitant. A top strength tester can cost a lot of money. "It's alright, Chu Client Secretary is one of our own, don't worry about it." "That's right, it's just a strength testing machine, don't they have to break a few every year?" "Chu Client Minister, feel free to go, we'll take care of the rest." A few martial artists spoke up, making a big deal out of it in that case. "Then thanks a lot." After pondering for a moment, Chu Mo nodded, accepting such good intentions. The mind is on the other hand. The Jade Merchant Alliance was indeed rich and powerful. The costly top-of-the-line power testers are not even on the radar. True to form, it's a power and a big base. After chatting a few more times, Chu Mo left the place. These few martial artists, on the other hand, watched Chu Mo leave until they couldn't make out his figure before withdrawing their gaze. Guest Minister Chu really doesn't have a rack. Yeah, it feels like Chu Hakiai is especially good at talking. A hero is a hero. A few people lamented, and then they stepped into the quiet room, intending to repair the damaged strength testing machine, but just as they entered, they all froze. Quartered pieces of the power tester. And a wall full of shooting parts. A mess. This is a top strength testing machine? It's actually broken? A few people's jaws dropped and they subconsciously exclaimed in shock. Chapter 62, Sectarian Strength, Selecting the Next Collection Target. That's a top strength tester. Enough to be able to withstand a strike of 10 million pounds of force. Not even a patriarchal powerhouse would be able to break it easily. But now, what did I see? It can actually break the top strength testing machine. This is a top strength testing machine. Now that it has been broken, how can we afford to pay for it? Geez, if I had known beforehand that the house was a top strength testing machine, I never would have said what I just said. A martial artist was filled with despair originally. He thought that what Chu Mo had broken was just an advanced strength testing machine. Although it is also considered expensive, but in the cultivation of martial arts building is also able to be broken a few every year, it is not an important thing, it is just to replace one is. It was considered very appropriate to use it to befriend Chu Mo. But now, his heart was dripping blood. I can't believe you have the leisure to pay attention to this. Listening to this martial artist's cry of grief, another martial artist said in a deep voice at this moment, "Have you not reacted yet? The top strength testing machine can withstand a force of 10 million pounds, not even a patriarchal powerhouse can lose it easily, and now, it's been broken into pieces here in Chu Hakii. What does that mean?" Getting his reminder, the other few martial artists finally reacted and subconsciously said, "You mean Chu Hakii has become a zongsher? Nice. A patriarch has appeared within the base. This is a matter of great importance. It's no longer something we can handle. Immediately report to Cui Yu Lu and report the matter of Chu Hakii becoming a patriarch." Yes, we'll report right away. A few martial artists said this and hurriedly left this place in a hurry. The other side. After Chu Mo left the martial cultivation building, he walked in the direction of the martial supplies hall walking on the road. Pedestrians on the streets could be seen with solemn faces and hurried steps. During the 2 days that Chu Mo was in seclusion, what happened at Chongfeng Base had also spread to Luoyang Base, causing many of the people to be so terrified that they had grabbed food and then stayed at home behind closed doors. And the martial artists within the base were all organized, patrolling and guarding the base every day. Because of this, the street, which was still quite lively, had steeply become much cooler. Basically, no one is on the streets anymore if they don't have to be. This is the law of survival in this world. Power decides everything. Chu Mo thought darkly. If the Luoyang base possessed great power, a 5th-level ferocious beast could not pose a threat at all, and could be killed with a casual hand. But the Luoyang base didn't. Thus facing a ferocious beast that might step into the 5th level, both bases had to treat it with caution. The two sides together exceeded 10 patriarchs joining forces to deal with it. The people of the two major bases, which together had a population of more than 1 million people, could only wait in fear within the bases for news from the patriarchs. If we win, naturally the crisis is lifted and everyone is happy. But if you lose, what awaits them is devastation. So, if you want to keep yourself well, you must master power. Otherwise, one can only passively accept the protection of others, and may even be reduced to an outcast, with life and death at stake. Now that Chu Mo had stepped into the martial master realm, he was strong enough to kill a zongsher. Put in Luoyang base is considered strong. However, if he was within the large base, this amount of his cultivation would be insignificant. Even though he didn't know what realm was above the sovereign. But Trummer was certain above the martial arts patriarch, there were bound to be people with even greater strength. Since the great change of heaven and earth, so far close to 200 years, there was no lack of books with records of the strongest martial arts practitioners of the Blue Star, truly strong enough to move mountains and fill up the sea, and shake the mountains and rivers with their fists. A sword can cut a canyon 10,000 miles long, and a punch can sink a continent 10,000 miles. It was recorded in the textbooks that after humans were able to cultivate, they gradually became stronger and stronger, and in order to fight for the space to survive, the strongest human beings fought with the ferocious beasts. Almost every battle was fought with the heavens crumbling and the mountains and rivers tumbling down. So, with his current strength, it's really not worth the credit. Still the same. Hold your heart as if you were walking on thin ice. and perform deeds of valor and refinement. Chu Mo secretly admonished himself in the middle of his mind turning. Chu Mo had already arrived at his destination. Walk into it. Perhaps because of the changes over at Changfeng Base, as Luoyang Base, which was not far away, also had a certain amount of risk, so the martial artists within the base had rarely dared to go out. Therefore, the martial arts supply hall was much less crowded. Only a few martial artists could be seen occasionally going in and out of the stores, picking up supplies. After scanning the area, Chu Mo withdrew his gaze. He had come over this time with the intention of purchasing some ferocious beast intelligence in preparation for going out to hunt. Chu Mo's gathering talent had been refreshed for a long time, and he wanted to hunt a powerful ferocious beast to obtain the talent on the other party. And as for gathering what talent, Chu Mo also had his own goal. Earth attribute talent. The reason for this choice was Chu Mo's own considerations. Now that he possessed a transcendent level indestructible thunder body and had a talent for higher blade technique cultivation, he was not lacking in the ways of killing and fighting the enemy. The medium wind attribute talent and the inferior spatial talent also gave him extreme flexibility. The only thing that falls short is on defense. Although with Chu Mo's speed, martial artists of the same realm or even one realm higher would have a hard time matching him, which made it impossible for others to hit him at all. But there are no absolutes. In case someone else possessed some kind of treasure that could restrict his stance or confine space, the advantage of his speed would not be realized. Because of this, it was only then that Chu Mo wished to collect an earth attribute talent to make up for his short board of defense and survival, to make up for it intelligence court. It's a place that specializes in the buying and selling of information. As soon as Chu Mo entered, a clerk greeted him. Honorable Martial Lord, may I ask what you need? I want to know the intelligence of all the Earth Attribute Level 3 or Level 4 ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the Luoyang Base. Chu Mo directly stated the purpose of his visit. Please wait. Hearing Chu Mo's words, this female clerk's eyes lit up, and then she immediately accessed the information for Chu Mo. Soon. She then returned with a dozen pieces of information. Lord Martial Artist, this is the intelligence of all the Earth Attribute Level 3 and 4 ferocious beasts within 2,000 miles of the Luoyang Base. There are a total of 12 copies, which contain the infestation areas, weaknesses, strengths, and so forth of these ferocious beasts, and each of them will cost you 8,000 yuan stones, so may I ask which one do you need? Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly said, I'll take them all. It was less than 100,000 yuan stones in total, which was nothing to him at all. Buy them all so he can carefully compare them himself and find his target. Amidst the respectful gaze of the shopgirl, Chu Mo bought all the information and then left the store. Back home. Then he began to check it out. Soon, he selected his target. 8-banded armadillo. This was a rank 4 ferocious beast, with a strength comparable to that of a human Zhongshe realm. However, according to the intelligence, this 8-banded armadillo had only become a rank 4 within the last 3 years, and its strength wasn't considered to be very strong amongst the rank 4 ferocious beasts. However, this 8-banded armadillo spends a huge portion of its time underground, only coming out when it is hunting for food, and its shell is very hard, thus making it quite difficult to deal with, and harder to kill than many powerful class 4 fierce beasts. And after Chu Mo saw the information about this ferocious beast, he decided that it was it at the first moment. 1,300 miles east of the Luoyang Base, not very far. After selecting it, Chu Mo looked at the location and immediately memorized it in his mind, intending to set off tomorrow. Chapter 63, Encountering an Old Friend, Making a Move. Early the next morning, Chu Mo walked towards the outside of the base. There were martial artists standing guard at the city gates. Seeing Chu Mo coming over, one of the martial artists on duty was surprised and reminded, Brother, now this situation you still dare to go out, don't you want to die? Because of the mutation at Changfeng Base, the situation at Luoyang Base had also become tense. Right now, the base was not sealed, but the number of people going out was already very small. Both are afraid that once they go out, they won't be able to come back. However, this was naturally not a problem for Chu Mo, so he just laughed and did not speak, walking straight out of the base. I was kind enough to warn him, and he didn't even acknowledge it. This martial artist looked at Chu Mo's departing back and couldn't help but shake his head. In my opinion, it must be another martial artist who wants to take a risk. Do you really think your luck is better than others? Obviously he was treating Chu Mo as the kind of person who prided himself on his intelligence. After the incident at Changfeng Base came to light, there were also quite a few martial artists and ordinary people at Luoyang Base who thought that if the ferocious beasts came, they would definitely use the base as their primary target. At this time of year, the wilderness might be the safe place to be. So they boasted that they were smart enough to leave the base and find a hidden place to hide until the beast tide passed and then come back. Undeniable. Such lucky people do exist. But that's a rare exception. More people, however, have died quietly in the field. Just an ordinary guy who presumes to get the main character's script. I'm sure this kid wouldn't survive 3 days in the field. The martial artist whispered. Chu Mo did not know what the martial artist guarding the door had said behind his back. Even if they knew, they would just laugh it off and not take it to heart. The place where the 8-banded armadillo appeared was 1,300 miles away from the base, and according to the intelligence, it was originally a park with a large grassland. Later on, the world changed drastically, and the grassland, which was originally not very big, became a large grassland with thousands of miles of fertile land. The 8-banded armadillo, then, is perched in the middle of this grassland. 2 hours later, Chu Mo arrived on his golden-winged rock. Because he had already entered the activity range of the 4th-level ferocious beasts, Chu Mo also lowered his speed and began to carefully search for traces of the 8-banded armadillo's infestation, and at the same time, he also let the golden-winged rock help search in the sky. But this ferocious beast was indeed as recorded in the intelligence, with very secretive movement traces. For several days in a row, Chu Mo didn't find any traces of this armadillo, but instead hunted and killed quite a few 3rd-level ferocious beasts. This day, Chu Mo looked at the huge body recluse lizard in front of him. This was a 3rd-grade ferocious beast that was inadvertently discovered by Chu Mo and thus decapitated. It's been out for 7 days and still no 8-banded armadillo, so we'll look for one last day today, and if we can't find it, we'll collect this recluse lizard and return to the base. Chu Mo thought darkly. Having made up his mind, Chu Mo then continued to search through this grassland. A few moments later. Master, I saw someone fighting a ferocious beast in the distance. Words. Chu Mo's heart immediately stirred. This place was more than 1,000 miles away from the base. It belonged to a relatively distant place. In addition to the fact that the current situation within the base was grim, almost few martial artists went to the wilderness anymore, so how could there be traces of martial artists here? Go over there. Chu Mo let the golden-winged rock lead the way, then quickly headed in the direction of the battle. The distance was relatively far, but tremor was fast. Therefore, in just a few moments, he was able to hear the sounds of battle faintly coming from him, and he could even feel the earth faintly trembling. Soon, Chu Mo came nearby and saw the situation in the field. A group of people were fighting a terrifying ferocious beast. The body of that beast was 7 meters in size. It was very strong and its shell was very hard. Although there were a lot of martial artists around, they were unable to cause any damage to it at all. Instead, the martial artists were immediately injured once they couldn't dodge and were caught by the ferocious beasts. When Chu Mo took a look, he was immediately surprised. It's amazing that neither side of the fight is a stranger to the other. That group of human martial artists was actually the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad. When he was at the base, the medium cultivation physique that he had collected was obtained from the Earth Dragon beast that the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad had killed. Strictly speaking, he also owed the other man a favor. The ferocious beast on the other side was clearly the target that Chu Mo had gone out on this trip to look for, the 8-banded armadillo. Just as Trommer watched, the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad was already in a precarious position under the attack of the 8-banded armadillo, seriously injuring a number of people. Instead of looking on, Chu Mo chose to show himself. He owed the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad a favor in the beginning, so now he would step in to save their lives, which could be considered as repayment. What's more, he also looked at the armadillo's talent. Brush. In the midst of his thoughts, Chu Mo's body shape was like electricity, and he directly rushed up. Among the warring groups, a holding martial artist was hit by an armadillo and flew out directly backwards, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he was in the air. As for the side, a martial artist with a large shield, although he was not targeted by the armadillo as his main attack, he suffered such an impact, and was also shaken, with blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. "Captain, it can't be topped, I'll stop him, you guys go." The large alloy shield in his hand was already cracked, but he did not retreat, but stood still, shouting loudly, "You go first, I'll break the back." Chaser said through gritted teeth. "It's too late for you, Captain." The martial artist with the shield shouted anxiously. "Ah." A martial artist was struck by an armadillo and fell to the ground, letting out a miserable scream, but the sound came to an abrupt end just as it got up. The armadillo directly shrunk its body and formed a round ball, rolling over this martial artist. The thick body immediately crushed this martial artist into mush. Watching one teammate after another get seriously injured or even die, Chasing Wind's teeth clenched and blood came out of his lips. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known that, he wouldn't have insisted on bringing the team out. Originally, he had taken on a quest to earn more money, but who knew that after coming here, he would accidentally break into the lair of a Class 4 fierce beast. The original dozen or so teammates had already lost more than half of them in a short period of time. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's because of me that you're all dead." Wind Chaser's heart was filled with remorse. He knew that he had to make a decision and couldn't delay any longer. So thinking, he intended to let the crowd go first. But just then, swish! A figure steeply crossed over the crowd, and instantly wrapped in a bright blade light, as if opening up the sky across the sky, directly chopping at the armadillo's body. Dang! Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron clashing, fire and light overflowed in all directions. "Brothers, go! This ferocious beast is at the 4th level, its body is as hard as alloy, swords and knives can't even cause trauma." Wind Chaser didn't expect that there would actually be people who would rush over to help, so he hurriedly shouted out he didn't want to involve the lives of outsiders anymore. The person who rushed in was naturally Chu Mo. Feeling the huge force coming from his hands, Chu Mo slightly frowned. His own knife. Actually, didn't he even split the armadillo's shell? This was the first time that the battle sword hadn't been effective after he had comprehended the blade's momentum. At this point, Chu Mo heard Chasing Wind shout and took another look at the armadillo's hard shell, which emitted a golden iron luster. "Since the battle sword has no effect on you, let's try my lightning power." Chu Mo put away his battle sword. Next moment, purple electric light instantly burst out from his body. Chapter 64, Killing the Armadillo. Boom! It was like a spring thunderbolt, and the sound of thunder rang out suddenly. Terrifying thunder and lightning escaped from Chu Mo's body and surrounded his surroundings, making the area of dozens of meters around him look like it had turned into a sea of thunder. Purple arcs of electricity raged like swimming dragons. Under the addition of thunder, Chu Mo's eyes were instantly filled with thunder light, and his entire person was like an ancient deity, majestic and sacred, emitting a terrifying might that was difficult to look directly at. Wow! After Chu Mo used the power of thunder, everyone looked dumbfounded. Including Wind Chaser, a group of martial artists froze in place, disbelief on their faces. What a strong destructive power! He can even control thunder. Chasing Wind's pupils shrunk, his face shocked. Roar! At that moment, the armadillo also felt the terrifying threat emanating from Chu Mo's body. However, he thought he had a sturdy defense and wasn't afraid, so instead of retreating, he also shrunk his body and turned his entire body into a round ball before he smashed over towards Chu Mo. It smashed with a whistling air-breaking sound, and even the air was unable to withstand it, and ripples appeared. Undoubtedly, if this was smashed solidly, even if it was a grandmaster in front of him, his body would surely turn into mush. Yet at the moment, Chu Mo, however, did not dodge. It's not that he doesn't want to hide, but there's no need. Seeing the eight-banded armadillo rapidly rushing, Chu Mo waved his palm, and endless thunder spread out, like a great river rushing and sweeping away, with endless destructive power, ruthlessly slamming into the armadillo's body. A shocking scene emerged. The moment the purple thunder light enveloped the armadillo, the majestic and terrifying power of thunder instantly passed through the shell into the armadillo's flesh and blood. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were destroyed at the first time, which made the armadillo immediately screamed miserably, and the terrifying forward momentum also stagnated, and then the body suddenly exploded into a dazzling electric lightweight until the thunder dissipates. Looking again. It was then discovered that the originally majestic, hard and indestructible shell had now become charred and black, revealing the flesh and blood within it, which was now also scorched and emitting a meaty aroma. Not only that. The surrounding ground was even as if it had been hit by a meteorite rain, appearing as a large and small deep crater, the largest of which was 3 meters in diameter. What? At this moment, the surviving Wind Chaser Hunter Squad martial artists around them were all stunned. With just one strike, the 4th-level ferocious beast was heavily injured. If this was to blast on their bodies, wouldn't all of them not even be left with dregs? One thought. The gazes of everyone looking at Chu Mo then took on a color of respect, appearing incomparably awe-inspiring. Thunder, it really is one of the most terrifying killing methods. Looking at the damage caused by his manipulation of thunder, Chu Mo's heart was also in awe. Retracting the power of thunder, his eyes looked towards the 8-banded armadillo. By this time it had been severely injured, but it was able to see that the wounds on its body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Mo walked over and directly chopped down with a blade. The long knife stabbed into the armadillo's heart, and with a forceful stir, the knife gas erupted out, completely annihilating the armadillo's vitality. To this point, the armadillo, a Class 4 fierce beast, fell in this way. "Thank you for saving me, my lord. All the dust has settled." Only then did Wind Chaser come forward and respectfully thank him. "Captain Wind Chaser, you're welcome, I just happened to run into it, so I helped out as I went along." Chummer said with a smile, "You actually know me, my lord?" Hearing Chu Mo's words, Chasing Wind revealed a flash of surprise and excitement. The fact that a strong person who could instantly kill a Class 4 ferocious beast and whose strength was comparable to that of a patriarch could actually call out his name with a single breath made him somewhat flattered for a moment. But then, there was some confusion. He didn't remember knowing such a powerful martial artist. It was normal for Wind Chaser to not recognize Chu Mo. Back then, Chu Mo was still just a nameless martial apprentice, while Wind Chaser's hunter-killer squad was already a major force within the base. The only origin was that Chu Mo had collected the Earth Dragon beast that their team had killed, but at that time, when he collected the talent, Chu Mo also squeezed into the crowd and quickly left after getting the cultivation physique. Therefore, Chu Mo knew Wind Chaser, while he didn't know Chu Mo. However, there was no need to say all of this, so Chu Mo casually made up a reason. "Wind Chaser Hunter Squad, a big name within the base, naturally I've heard of your name." Hearing Chu Mo's praise, Chasing the Wind was a little embarrassed. "It's just a small false name, I didn't expect to be able to let you remember it, it's really a shame. Or I have to thank you for saving my life just now." Trummer smiled. He then exchanged a few pleasantries with Chasing Wind and the others, and finally said, "I still have a use for this Class 4 fierce beast, so I'll take it away?" Words. Wind Chaser hurriedly said, "This was originally beheaded by you personally, my lord, so it naturally belongs to you." "That's good, I'll leave first. You guys also go back early. Nowadays, the outside of the base is getting more and more chaotic. If there is no urgent matter, don't go out." Chu Mo admonished, then he put the armadillo corpse into his storage bag. Having done this, he bid them farewell, and then quickly left the place. Wind Chaser and the rest of the surviving martial artists watched Chu Mo leave, eventually disappearing at the end of their gaze. This is a suspected martial grandmaster powerhouse. One of the team members looked at the direction Chu Mo left and couldn't help but voice out with emotion, "When will I be able to become a grandmaster as well?" Yeah, what envy. This great talent is so young and already has such terrifying strength. I'm sure his talent must be very good. With our qualifications, I don't know if there's any hope of stepping into the realm of a patriarch in this life. The other members of the team, too, spoke up, their words filled with envy. Wind Chaser, who was the captain, did not speak. He stood in place, but his mind kept echoing the godlike, terrifying might of Chu Mo when he manipulated the thunder. It shook him to his core. He was already at the mid-martial master realm, and with his talent, he might be able to enter the late martial master stage in this life. However, it was difficult to step into the realm of the patriarch. Don't even look, let's get back. After this loss, I'm afraid our squad won't be able to recover their strength for a long time. With a quiet sigh in his heart, Wind Chaser collected his mind and assisted the injured team member, walking in the direction of the base the other side. In a temporary dugout hiding place, Chu Mo sat cross-legged with the armadillo's corpse in front of him. Worthy of being an Earth attribute ferocious beast, its defense is really strong, even my sword can block it. Thinking back to the hard shell on the other side, Chu Mo's heart was excited. Today, if it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered the power of thunder and directly destroyed the armadillo's internal organs, I'm afraid that it would be quite a struggle to be able to decapitate him with his battle sword alone. But the good thing is, it eventually died. As long as he was able to collect the Earth attribute talent himself, his defense would also be enhanced. Start collecting. Chu Mo took a deep breath and stretched out his palm as he mumbled in his heart. Chapter 65 Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent, Terrifying Power of Defense. Capture successful. Obtaining an intermediate Earth attribute talent. Capture successful. Obtaining an intermediate cultivation physique. Capture successful. Obtaining the blood of the 8-banded armadillo beast. Collected 3 times in succession. Chu Mo directly obtained 3 items from the 8-banded armadillo and finished collecting them completely. Fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly chose to fuse. First is the mid-level Earth attribute talent. Because Chu Mo had already fused quite a few talents, the pain caused by the fusion of medium talents was no longer as intense, and Chu Mo could already manage to ignore it. A few moments later, the fusion ended. Then it began to fuse the intermediate cultivation physique. It was also done quickly. Chu Mo checked his information at the first opportunity. Target, Chumhum. Physique, Transcendental Undying Thunder Body. Talents, High Blade Cultivation Talent, Medium Wind Attribute Talent, Medium Earth Attribute Talent, Lower Space Talent. Looking at the Medium Earth Attribute Talent that had just appeared, a smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. Once the talent fusion was complete, the ability of the talent appeared in his mind. Defense increase. Originally, Chu Mo's physical body, after being tempered by qi, blood, and yuan power, was very hard and possessed a certain amount of defense, which was difficult for bullets to break through. And the medium Earth attribute talent could bring about a 15-fold increase in defense. 15 times increase, even if I stand still, no unusual martial artist can do any damage to me. And if I were to run my yuan power to protect my body, a peak martial master or even a grandmaster would probably have a hard time injuring me. Chummer marveled and looked excited with the Earth attribute talent. It made his survivability increase greatly. It's time to return to base. It had been 7 or 8 days since he left the base, and now that he had accomplished his goal, Chu Mo planned to go back. 2 hours later, Chu Mo returned to a place that was still more than 10 miles away from the base. Just then, he suddenly broke out in a sweat and sensed some danger. However, Chu Mo did not dodge and instead stopped where he was. Whoosh! An arrow steeply broke through the air, instantly cutting through space and accurately hitting Chu Mo's chest. Bingo! Bingo! The arrow hit this martial artist, he's definitely dead. Quickly, go over and see if there's anything good on him. When the arrow hit Chu Mo, a cheer rang out from not far away. Then, there were 4 martial artists who crossed the dense forest and ran over excitedly. It's not the first time they've done this. Although the highest strength among the 4 of them was only at the peak martial artist realm, they relied on the fact that one of their companions had superb archery skills and possessed an inferior metallic talent, and thus every shot of their arrows was powerful. Almost every martial artist who was targeted by them could hardly escape the fate of death. There was even a martial artist who was ambushed by them and shot to death hard. As for Chu Mo, he was just a young man who had only practiced up to the martial artist realm at most, and based on the principle that even the smallest fly is meat, he therefore opened his bow to sneak attack, and as a result, he did hit. In their minds this time it was still as 10 out of 10 as it had been before. When they came over, they were shocked to find that the young martial artist who had been hit by the arrow was actually not dead or seriously injured. Instead, they were still standing well in place. The arrow, however, seemed to have encountered something hard, and the arrowhead had actually shattered, leaving only the shaft to fall to the ground. That's not right, I clearly saw the arrow hit. A martial artist was dumbfounded, with a look of incredulity on his face. I guess it was a crooked shot, but it doesn't matter. The other martial artist waved his hand, then walked straight to Chu Mo's face, yelling, "Quickly, hand over what you're carrying. Or else, as you can see, there are 4 of us martial artists and you are just one. If you don't obey, then we will kill you." His words were full of threats. Yes, hand over what you have on you. If you dare to hide, beware of your little life. The other 3 martial artists also spoke up. Chu Mo did not pay attention to them, but looked down at the place where the arrow had originally hit. There was no trace left behind. The 15-fold increase in defense from the Earth attribute talent is really strong. This one arrow carries metallic power on it, extremely sharp, already capable of being comparable to a casual strike from an early-stage martial master, while leaving no wounds on my body. He stood still and didn't move, that is, he intended to test the defense ability. The result of which was very satisfying to Chu Mo. "Kid, you actually dare to ignore me, looking for death." Seeing that Chu Mo directly ignored them, these few martial artists immediately became enraged. Straight away, he drew his weapon, intending to decapitate Chu Mo. Noisy! Chu Mo let out a cold snort. His figure suddenly flashed, arriving in front of a martial artist at an extremely fast speed, and his palm directly gripped his neck, followed by a slight force. Ka-chow! This martial artist then didn't even let out a scream and died directly. And then, Chu Mo struck out one after another, and 2 more martial artists died. Till death do us part. They didn't even get a good look at Chu Mo's figure. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 martial artists had already died. Ever since Chu Mo had been promoted to martial master, ordinary martial artists no longer posed any threat to him. What? At this moment, the last martial artist was silenced, his teeth chattering. Until now, how could he not understand that he had clearly kicked the can down the road? Don't kill me. Spare my life. Please don't kill me. Seeing Chu Mo's gaze gazing over, his heart and mind fearful, he plopped down on his knees and begged out. "Tell me, how is the Luoyang base doing now?" Trummer asked softly. When he went out, the Luoyang base was still under martial law, while the 10 patriarchs from the 2 major bases had yet to return with news. Now so many days have passed. And I don't know how things are going. Hearing Chu Mo's inquiry, this martial artist hurriedly and bamboo tube-like told all that he knew. 10 sect masters from the 2 bases found the lair of that ferocious beast, and a great battle broke out between the 2 sides. The ferocious beast had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, but who knew that it managed to break through at the last moment and become a 5th-level ferocious beast. 10 patriarchs were killed and injured, 4 were killed on the spot, the remaining 6 escaped back, but they were all seriously injured. That 5th-level ferocious beast has unleashed a beast tide and invaded Chongfeng base. The patriarchs of Chongfeng base couldn't hold out at all due to the fact that half of them were killed or injured, and the remaining patriarchs were all seriously injured, so they were only able to hold them off for 2 days before they were overrun. Nowadays, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles is precarious, and the beast tide will approach Luoyang base at any time, so many martial artists are fleeing for their lives. What? Listening to this information, Chu Mo's heart trembled furiously. It was just less than 10 days after going out that the situation had changed so drastically. My lord, I have said all that I know, and I beg your highness to spare me. This martial artist still wanted to beg for mercy. However, before the words were finished, he was slapped down by Chu Mo's palm and directly died. Changfeng has fallen and Luoyang is close by, so I'm afraid it's hard to be alone. Chu Mo naturally understood the reasoning of lips dying and teeth being cold. It appears that a great battle, it's hard to avoid. With this thought, Chu Mo accelerated his figure and headed towards the base. Chapter 66, The Beast Tide Attacks. When Chu Mo returned to the base, he realized that the atmosphere of the entire base had become even more grave. The news that the 10 patriarchs from the 2 bases had returned in defeat had already traveled back. 4 patriarchs were killed on the spot, and the other 6 were seriously injured. The ferocious beast that had just been promoted to the 5th level was so aggressive that it directly stepped through Changfeng base, and Luoyang base was not far away and would probably be attacked by the ferocious beast as well. And now there was only 1 patriarch left in the base, Shinjin, plus 6 severely injured patriarchs who had already fled back, so how could they resist? Everyone thought a great disaster was coming, and there was a lot of panic. Tremor went straight home. Entering the house, unsurprisingly, there was still no sign of Chen Shiwei. Instead, he saw a note on the table. Chu Mo, I didn't see you when I came back, and I couldn't find you even when I tried to look for you, and it's been getting more and more uneasy in the base lately, so if you come back and see this note, don't go out again. But even staying inside the house can't be safe anymore. Changfeng base has already fallen, hundreds of thousands of people have fallen. If nothing else, Luoyang base can hardly be spared. It will definitely face a beast tide. The ferocious beasts are so powerful that it will be hard to keep the base. Luoyang base is my hometown. I as a martial artist can't just walk away. I will live and die with the base, and you can't cultivate right now. If you see that things aren't going well, leave from the base as soon as possible. Always remember, always live, no matter what. The font is beautiful. However, Chu Mo saw Chen Shiwei's determined heart in this handwriting. A mental sigh. In his heart, he did plan to confess everything to Chen Shiwei this time when he came back, and then take her away from here. The Luoyang base is clearly no longer safe. A 5th level ferocious beast was already beyond Chu Mo's knowledge. Even though his strength had risen greatly and he considered himself to be more powerful than an ordinary patriarch, he didn't dare to say that he was sure against a rank 5 ferocious beast. Therefore, leaving Luoyang was the best option. It wasn't that Chu Mo was hard-hearted, but because he had been cultivating for survival since he came to this world. The Luoyang base, on the other hand, didn't mean anything special to him. The only one who was sort of tied up is Chen Shiwei. But now Chen Shiwei was unwilling to leave. With Chu Mo's understanding of her, even if he confessed his strength, it was probably impossible for Chen Shiwei to leave. Since she's unwilling to leave, she should stay in the base for now and defend against the ferocious beasts together. If it really comes to the moment when it's hard to support, then take Chen Shiwei and leave together. Chu Mo thought darkly. Subsequently, he then headed to the martial cultivation building and prepared for closed-door cultivation. The beast tide could come at any time, so it was natural to take advantage of this opportunity to enhance one's strength as much as possible in order to deal with the upcoming crisis. Not to mention, he had just been promoted to the martial master realm now, and there would be a high-speed period of strength increase that he naturally couldn't miss. Cultivation martial building, a high-level quiet room. Chu Mo was in the middle of it, and took out the grade 4 ferocious beast essence blood obtained from the 8-banded armadillo from his carry-on space, swallowed it in one gulp, and slowly refined it. Time rushes. Just as Chu Mo was cultivating, In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Over the course of those 10 days, the situation was deteriorating. The Luoyang base had gotten the exact news that the Changfeng base had indeed fallen, and close to 1 million residents had perished under the attack of the beast tide. On the other hand, that level 5 fierce beast, without the slightest stop, directly turned its head towards the Luoyang base. Get this message. The Luoyang base was once again in turmoil. Fortunately, Patriarch Shenjin stepped forward and said that he had requested reinforcements from the nearest Jinling large base. But how soon reinforcements will arrive is not yet known. During this period, the entire Luoyang base is at your disposal. The old and infirm stayed in their homes and were not allowed to go out. The young and strong went up to the fence and manned the guns. And the martial artists were all forcibly drafted to form a queue to prevent the ferocious beasts from charging up. In addition to that, Shenjin and also additionally the 6 injured patriarchs who had already retreated back sat inside the base, ready to strike at any time. With such mobilization, the panic in the base was only slightly contained. All were at their posts, holding their ground in an organized manner. And in the meantime, hundreds of miles away from the Luoyang base, a ferocious beast with a huge body was stepping into the air at this moment. Behind him, extremely below, there was a dense group of ferocious beasts, and their numbers were so huge that one could not even see the edge at a glance. Gathered together, it was like a huge wave of flood water, wrapped in the momentum of a landslide and tsunami, sweeping down. The earth shook. Wherever the ferocious beasts traveled, countless grasses and trees were trampled, and even some of the soil and rocks were reduced to pieces in the tide of the beasts. When the surrounding ferocious beasts saw this, they growled before joining the group. In midair, this beast that stepped into the air was a white ape that was covered in flames. Its appearance was hideous, and there was a huge wound on its chest. This was the trauma left behind when it was preparing for its closed-door breakthrough when it was suddenly attacked by a group of human martial artists. If it hadn't broken through at the critical moment, this strike would have killed it. Although it managed to break through and survive, this trauma was still not compensated for, and until now it was still in a wounded state, and even because of this fatal wound, its breakthrough was still affected to a certain extent, making its strength after the breakthrough not reach the normal standard of a 5th-level ferocious beast. The very thought of it made its heart roil with rage. Damn humans! If it wasn't for those humans, how could I have become like this? It looked ahead. A hideous look appeared in his eyes. It could sense that there was a gathering of humans there, and that was where it was headed on this trip. Roar! The flame-white ape raised the sky and pounded its chest, letting out a deafening hiss. The hiss meant kill. And after hearing this voice, countless ferocious beasts in the tide of beasts responded with hoots and hollers, killing intent filling up the sky and earth. Even the smoke and clouds in the sky were stirred up by it. Early morning. A squad of martial artists is on patrol. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking came faintly. A depressing aura also came from far and near. Ground. Some of the earth and wood blocks began to shake, as if something horrible was rapidly approaching. This. Captain, did you hear anything? A martial artist said with a pale face. The captain did not speak. Just lifted his head and stared blankly into the distance. Seeing this, the other team members subconsciously gazed their eyes over. And at this glance, they all froze. Far away in the distant sky, a huge black cloud roared in, covering the sky. It was as if night had fallen and swallowed the light. The ground shook and smoke rolled. The tide of the beast is here. Chapter 67, Bombardment, Killing. Beyond the base of Luoyang, a black cloud swept in, unable to be seen at a glance, spreading directly into the distant sky. This was clearly a beast tide made up of a ferocious beast. Their number is so large that it is difficult to estimate. The moment. They were like rolling torrents, wrapped in unstoppable might, pounding towards the base. Fire! At the Luoyang base, on the fence that was tens of meters high, the commanding martial artist roared loudly and angrily. Ta-da-da-da. Accompanied by an order, all the large-caliber machine guns, sticking out from the dark compartments of the enclosure, under human manipulation, fired almost at the same time, and in an instant, sparks rose in the sky, and the densely packed bullets formed a metal storm, pouring towards the beast tied after the great change of heaven and earth. Although the effects of the Yuan power had rendered all electronic equipment useless, weapons like guns that didn't require electronic components could still be effective. And due to the need to fight off ferocious beasts, coupled with the fact that becoming a martial artist also required talent and physical fitness, many ordinary people had to have the ability to defend themselves in order to survive in such an era. Therefore, the development of guns has been studied almost to the limit. All kinds of large-caliber machine guns and cannons were developed, and ordinary people with guns were even able to compare to martial arts disciples. The walls of the base, as a defense measure to protect the ordinary people in the city, had passages in the walls that were placed with a rack of guns and cannons, and at this moment, under the firing, the power caused was absolutely terrifying. Although the number of the beast tide was large, the vast majority of them were ordinary low-grade ferocious beasts. Some of them were not even considered first-grade ferocious beasts, so naturally they could not block the firepower of the bullets. One time, facing such a storm of bullets, in a matter of moments, blood flew everywhere and limbs and broken arms soared wildly. A thick, bloody aura instantly filled the entire wilderness. Suffering such a horrific blow, the beast tide was not the least bit fearful, but instead, because the scent of blood stimulated the wildness within them, they roared and rushed up. Fast. Speed up. Inside the base, somewhere in a flat open space, hundreds of artillery pieces were rolled out. Many of the young and strong men carried shells, loaded them close to the barrel, and then fired them out in unison one time. Hundreds of artillery pieces wrapped in streams of light crossed the sky, dragging long trailing flames and falling into the tide of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out instantly. The earth was trembling, a ball of flame exploded and cracked, almost every shell exploded, the range could reach hundreds of meters in a circle. The beasts that were hit could not even scream in time, either their bodies exploded into pieces, or even their bodies were reduced to pieces. The power caused by such a terrifying artillery barrage was absolutely enormous. After the explosion, it left a deep crater on the ground, big and small. Dismembered limbs and smoke. It's alarming. However, the ferocious beasts didn't stop in the slightest, and the blank area cleared out by the artillery was soon filled in again by subsequent ferocious beasts, which then hissed and rushed in looking down from high. The large Luoyang base had turned into a war fortress at the moment. Using the fence as a defensive position, countless large-caliber machine guns and anti-aircraft cannons spewed out their tongues of fire, forming a dense curtain of metal bullets that poured towards the wave of beasts. Various artillery positions established on the base. Every now and then a burst of streams of light rose up, wrapped in a long tail flame, cutting through the sky and falling into the beasts to explode. There was a constant tremor coming from the earth, and the sound of artillery fire was deafening. Countless ferocious beasts lost their lives under such a blow. However, there are too many ferocious beasts. It was densely packed, as if it were endless. Standing on the tens of meters high fence, one was able to see the dark and pressurized beasts spreading for countless miles, and one could not see the end at a glance, which was daunting. The ordinary man manning the machine gun had a scowl on his face and was sweating like a pig. The martial artists, on the other hand, were poised, each on guard. They all understand it very well. Right now, the machine guns and artillery may seem to be able to stop the ferocious beasts in their tracks, but it's only temporary. As long as the firepower network is slightly unable to keep up, or a powerful beast strikes, the guns will be useless. That time was when their martial artists were out in force. And once the martial artists struck out, the most grueling fights began. The battle continues. A few moments later. No good. A powerful beast has appeared, and machine guns are not effective against it. On the city walls, cries of alarm rang out. Only to see that under the fence, amongst the beasts, hundreds of terrifyingly ferocious beasts with huge bodies abruptly appeared, their figures rapidly flashing, shuttling back and forth amongst the beasts as they quickly swept towards the fence. At least half the machine guns were pointed at them. But what was shocking was that those bullets that were so powerful that even a martial artist would be seriously injured or even killed if they were struck fell on these ferocious beasts, and they were even bounced off one after another. More even. Some of the shells hit them directly, and after the explosions, they were surprisingly just a little dusty on them, otherwise taking no damage. This is a third or even fourth level ferocious beast, we can't let them come up, stop them. Anxious yells rang out over the fence. The ones who manipulated the guns were ordinary people who didn't have any strength in them, and once these terrifying ferocious beasts rushed up to them, it could be described as a certain death. The network of fire will not be able to be maintained by then. No need for him to call out. Almost the instant these ferocious beasts appeared, the martial artists on the fence who had been waiting for a long time rushed down and fought with these ferocious beasts. Kill. Protect your homes and kill the beasts. The martial artists hissed and rushed down. They're all the people who make noise at the Luoyang base. Their families are here, too. If they lost their defense, those of their families would be killed by all the ferocious beasts, just like Chongfeng base. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight the ferocious beast. Hostile. A third-grade flying bird broke through the defense line and came to the fence. A pair of feathered wings flapped, a strong powerful wind came to the face. Many ordinary people had an unsteady foothold, and were flapped away from the fence. By the time it falls to the ground, it will have fallen to its death. They were then swarmed by the ferocious beasts and gnawed on them. Help, the ferocious beasts are rushing up later. The shouts of alarm came. Seeing this, Chen Shiwei, who was on the fence, the long sword in his hand steeply shone with a layer of harsh light, and charged towards this flying bird. At this time, Chen Shiwei was only at the late stage of martial arts, and was not placed in the eyes of this flying bird. Seeing Chen Shiwei rushing over, scorn flashed in his eyes, and with a direct flap of his wings, he intended to fan Chen Shiwei away. However, right at this moment, Chen Shiwei, but his body suddenly flashed, steeply accelerated speed, instantly came to the front of the flying bird, his body yuan force condensed, chi and blood boiling, towards the flying bird. A sword stabbed over on it. It carried an aura of biting coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This third-level flying bird obviously did not expect Chen Shiwei to be so powerful. A moment of inadvertence under the touchdown was so bad that it froze. Though only for a moment. Yet it had given Chen Shiwei the opportunity. Pfft. The long sword Fun, divided by Ge, stabbed straight into the neck of the flying bird, instantly annihilating its vitality. Chapter 68. Desperate Situation, Chen Shiwei's Doubts. Boom boom boom. The gunfire was continuous and deafening, hardly stopping for a moment. Countless people were fighting fiercely with the ferocious beasts. A large number of ferocious beasts were covered by the dense network of firepower, their bodies were smashed into pieces, and their limbs were full of broken arms. However, there were also ferocious beasts that broke through the blockade and climbed the fence and started slaughtering humans. These young adults were trained to skillfully maneuver the machine guns and cannons to inflict great lethality on the ferocious beasts, but by the time the ferocious beasts burst in, their weak bodies would not be able to do any harm to the ferocious beasts. One can only be passive and wait for death. Good on. The martial artist had been guarding the side, and whenever a ferocious beast came in, he was quickly able to clear it down. But it also doesn't last much longer anymore. The battle has only been open for less than an hour. The ferocious beasts had then sent out hundreds of third and fourth level ferocious beasts. Among them, there were more than a dozen of all fourth-level ferocious beasts. Each of them had incomparably terrifying destructive power, often able to quickly break through the defenses and break into the base, causing large swaths of casualties. Ordinary people died when they were hit, even martial artists couldn't cause damage. Only a human patriarch could resist it. However, the Luoyang base only has 7 Zongshur now. Among them, apart from Patriarch Shinjin, the remaining 6 were all still carrying injuries on their bodies. At this moment, they have all been mobilized, each looking for ferocious beasts to kill, but whether it is the quantity or quality, all fall into the wind. Defeated. It's already obvious what's going on. Inside the cultivating martial arts building, Chu Mo, who was in the middle of cultivation, finally opened his eyes. It took 6 days to finally refine all of the essence blood of this rank 4 ferocious beast. The 8-banded armadillo was worthy of being a rank 4 ferocious beast. Not only did Chu Mo collect talent and physique from it, he also obtained a portion of fierce beast essence blood. As the cohesion of the essence of a ferocious beast, the energy contained in it was naturally terrifying. Even Chu Mo had spent a full 6 days refining it. But the growth that these 6 days had brought him was extremely terrifying. A power increase of over 500,000 pounds. Almost 100,000 pounds of strength growth per day. The effect was comparable to the speed at which Chu Mo absorbed the lightning liquid in the secret realm. It can grow so fast. On the one hand, it was Chu Mo's transcendent level indestructible thunder body, which absorbed heaven and earth yuan qi at an extraordinary speed. On the other hand, it was also the amazing effect of the essence blood of a Class 4 fierce beast. A single serving of Class 4 ferocious beast essence blood is already so terrifying, if there can be more, or even Class 5 ferocious beast essence blood. There was some anticipation in Chu Mo's heart. However, he also knew that this kind of ferocious beast essence blood must be extremely expensive, and it was simply impossible to exist in a place like Luoyang Base. So not expecting much. End of practice. Trummer was planning to go home. But suddenly, he heard a deafening roar from outside, almost incessantly ringing in his ears. This. His face suddenly changed. Could it be that the ferocious beasts have already come to attack? Chu Mo instantly flashed out from the martial cultivation building, and saw that in the distant sky, a fiery cloud was boiling, and the hissing and explosions of ferocious beasts were constantly coming from the sky, deafening. Tianpeng, what happened outside the base? Chu Mo contacted the golden-winged rock king in his mind after the soul contract. Chu Mo had the ability to communicate with it mentally. There are countless ferocious beasts outside the base that are attacking the human cities. It is estimated that they can no longer hold it. Soon enough, Sky Rock came back with news. Hearing this news, Chu Mo's mind was shaken and he chided, "Why didn't you tell me when such great news happened? Master, it was you who said you were going into seclusion and told me not to disturb you without anything." Tenpenny was aggravated. Chu Mo also knew that this could not be blamed on the Sky Rock. After all, although it was spiritually intelligent, in the end, it was not a true human. "I don't know what's going on at the front. And Shiwei. Don't let anything happen." Thinking of this, Chu Mo's heart tightened and he immediately rushed towards the city gates. While just passing by, Chu Mo also instructed, "Tianpeng, search for a good-looking young girl on the human side. She's a martial artist, help look after her, and if you find any danger, help her out." Chu Mo described Qin Shiwei's appearance. "Yes, master," Tenpenny said truthfully. "It's been roaming outside the base. And ever since the beast tide appeared, the Sky Rock had been flying through the clouds and had not landed its form." At this moment, after receiving Chu Mo's order, it began to search for Qin Shiwei's figure. Pfft! Qin Shiwei cut down a ferocious beast in front of him with a single sword strike. At this time, looking around again, although the wave of ferocious beasts that rushed up were all cleared, the teammates around himself were also damaged for the most part, and the rest of them were all carrying injuries in droves. Looking into the distance, there were still countless ferocious beasts, rushing over like a sky. Even though she had already prepared herself mentally, Qin Shiwei still felt her breath inevitably stutter. Dare not look at it more. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took out an elixir from his pocket to restore his qi and blood. The battle had come to a head, and she was nearing her limit. Taking advantage of the fact that the ferocious beasts had just been repelled now, and a new wave had not yet rushed up, he hurriedly restored his qi and blood. However, just then, suddenly she heard a cry of alarm in the distance. "Another wave of rank 4 ferocious beasts is rushing over." There was a note of desperation in his voice. Qin Shiwei's gaze bent on the past, and he saw dozens of other huge-bodied ferocious beasts darting over in the midst of the beast tide. Each of them exuded a powerful aura that doubled the sense of despair at a single glance. 35 level 4 fierce beasts that are comparable to the strength of a patriarch. That level 5 fierce beast is already out in force, intending to take us down in one fell swoop. Qin Shiwei also had some despair in her heart nowadays. All of the patriarchs within the city had already been held back by the level 4 fierce beasts that had rushed in earlier, and were still at a disadvantage, and defeat was almost obvious. Now there are so many level 4 ferocious beasts rushing in. Spell it out. Fight the ferocious beasts. Even if I die, I'll pull it back. I don't know who it was, but suddenly he shouted. Such a mournful voice also drove the emotions of the others, and for a while everyone echoed the sentiment, having a death wish and fighting with the ferocious beasts. Qin Shiwei didn't say anything, only gripping the sword in his hand. Once again, he took an elixir and fought with the ferocious beast. It just didn't take long for her to be targeted by a terrifyingly powerful rank 4 ferocious beast. Although Qin Shiwei was able to kill a level 3 fierce beast, she was ultimately only a martial artist, and besides, she had already reached her limit at this point, and was simply powerless against a level 4 fierce beast that was comparable to a Zhongshu powerhouse. Feeling the terrifying aura that could be described as terrifying from this pouncing ferocious beast, Qin Shiwei could not help but close her eyes, silently waiting for death to come. Unfortunately, I still haven't fulfilled my promise. The figure of Chu Mo flashed through her mind and she sighed darkly. Hostile. Suddenly, a sharp, loud and clear cry resounded steeply in his ears, accompanied by a strong wind pounding in his face. Qin Shiwei subconsciously opened her eyes. She then saw it. The giant wolf that had originally lunged towards her was actually directly stopped by a rock bird that emitted golden streams of light all over its body. The sharp claws directly scratched through the giant wolf's skull, causing the latter to fall to the ground with a loud thud after killing the giant wolf. The golden-winged rock bird glanced at Qin Shiwei, then once again let out a clear chirp and rocketed up into the clouds. What's going on here? Qin Shiwei was puzzled in his mind. This golden-winged rock bird fierce beast, why would it help her? Chapter 69, Surprisingly, it's Chu Mo. Ordinary martial artists fought fiercely. And on the sovereign-level battle, it was equally tragic. The 7 patriarchs, including Shen Jin, were already surrounded by dozens of Class 4 fierce beasts. Even if they were to crash left and right, they simply couldn't escape the encirclement of the ferocious beasts. Obviously, these ferocious beasts were trying to surround and kill all of the several sect masters, ensuring that none of them would be left behind. I'll fight you all. Boom. An injured patriarch was already at the point of running out of gas. He looked at the level 4 ferocious beasts around him, his face showed despair, and he even directly summoned up the qi, blood, and yuan power in his body and rushed into the beasts to blow himself up. The power of the explosion was extremely terrifying, killing one rank 4 ferocious beast and injuring the other. This caused the momentum of the advancing ferocious beasts around them to stall. But that's about it. There were still dozens of rank 4 ferocious beasts, constantly attacking towards the few remaining sect masters. Including Shen Jin, they were already fighting and retreating, and their bodies were stained with blood. Old friends, cough. I can no longer support myself, cough. So I'll go first. At this point, another middle-aged patriarch also spat out blood while laughing miserably. Don't be in a hurry, old friend, you go ahead and I'll be right behind you. Another old man, patriarch, with one of his arms already broken, was also laughing at this moment, ready to rush over and blow himself up. Listen to this. The middle-aged patriarch laughed out loud and said, Jiang Hao, old man, originally I couldn't look down on you. I didn't expect you to have such courage today. From today onwards, I, Wei Hua, respect you as a man. The old man wants you to honor? The old patriarch named Jiang Hao snorted coldly. The two men spoke though. But the hands are not slow. One after another, they exerted the strongest thing they had learned in their lives and rushed into the beasts. Accompanied by boom boom 2 explosions in succession, strong shockwaves swept out, marking the fall of 2 more patriarchs. At the cost of their own deaths, they had blown up 3 rank 4 ferocious beasts, and several other rank 4 ferocious beasts had been injured. In a short period of time, 3 patriarchs were lost at this moment. There were still 4 living martial grandmasters left, including Shinjin. And on the side of the ferocious beasts, there were at least dozens more. "Old friends, it looks like we're going to fight for everything today." Shinjin looked around, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. "Shinjin, the ferocious beasts are powerful, Luoyang Base is already impossible to save. We all suffered serious injuries, cannot live, but you are different, you still have a chance to live. We'll help you, kill your way out and live well. Not bad, you are not seriously injured and have a good chance of surviving." The other 3 patriarchs spoke up. "If you and the others are here to die, how can I, Shinjin, live alone?" Shinjin blew his beard and glared, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to die, then die here together." He didn't want to live by himself. However, the other 3 patriarchs did not pay any attention to him, but instead looked at each other, and then they all intended to explode themselves, sending Shinjin out at the cost of their own lives. However, just as they were about to do it, within the base, however, there was suddenly a shocking blade chi, wrapped in unstoppable might, spanning across the void and sweeping towards this side. Pfft! A 4th-level flying ferocious beast that was blocking the air-breaking blade chi, a dodging, was cut by the blade chi, and its body directly froze. Next moment, it actually steeply split in half and fell from midair. Bang! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, smashing a dozen or so unlucky ferocious beasts to death. Is this blade chi? To be able to kill a class 4 fierce beast with a single slash, could it be that there are still patriarch-level powerhouses within the city? The 3 patriarchs, who were originally prepared to blow themselves up, were stunned. No. Is not just an ordinary clan master powerhouse. Shinjin's gaze betook itself to the place where the blade chi had struck, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. To be able to cut out a blade chi and kill a rank 4 ferocious beast that was comparable to the strength of a patriarch, such strength was by no means just an ordinary patriarch. And such a great power had actually been lurking within the Luoyang base, and he didn't know it. Who the hell is this guy? Doubt surfaced in Shinjin's mind. Answers soon to be revealed. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound appeared steeply in the sky. At first it was still faint, but soon it grew stronger and louder. At the end of the day, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, like a thunderstorm on dry land, exploding abruptly. Ka-ching! A bucket-thick bolt of lightning exploded and traveled in all directions, and that seems to be the signal. In a flash, the wind and rain came out in unison. Heavy rain poured down, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the dome of the sky was so black that it wanted to split the sky. It was as if an ancient thunder god was about to come out, and the whole earth shook, and the horrible lightning struck and raged down, carrying a destructive aura, wanting to sink the place. Right in the middle of this downpour, a figure shot out from the city in an instant, and its speed was so fast that before the sonic boom came, the figure had already arrived at the city gate. And then, the entire city gate was centered on the one who came, making a sea of thunder within 100 feet radius. Infinite thunder, entwined around its body, exuded a terrifying majesty. Beyond that, those terrifying thunder, but also scattered around, making the surrounding ferocious beasts but all touched, all have turned into ashes. Even 4th-level ferocious beasts, when they touched such thunder, it was as if they had suffered a heavenly calamity, and they either turned their bodies into ashes or suffered serious injuries. In a short time a large area was cleared out. At this moment, everyone looked dumbfounded. Heaven and earth became quiet. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in disbelief, and the silence around them was so terrifying that everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. On the fence. Chen Shiwei also raised his head, looking at the figure standing at the city gate in the distance. The figure was like a gun, standing in the sky. A head full of black hair danced wildly in the midst of the wind and rain, and his aura was like a mountain and sea, raging and flailing. It was like a world-defying deity that could control thunder. However, for some reason, Chen Shiwei always felt that this tall figure looked so familiar. Memories come flooding back. A figure suddenly appeared in Chen Shiwei's mind. That was when she participated in the academy trial, but encountered Su Guang attack, originally thought that this is dead, but in the time of unconsciousness by a sudden arrival of people to save. The figure she saw before she passed out. How similar is it to the man in front of me? Who the hell is he? Chen Shiwei's heart turned over. Because the thunder raging around her obscured her vision, making it difficult for her to see. And just as the thought surfaced in her mind, the other man seemed to notice her gaze as well and sidled up to her. A clear face was revealed. Chummer. Chen Shiwei's pretty face revealed shock, and her eyes even flowed with disbelief as she subconsciously covered her mouth and looked at the person she was more than familiar with disbelief. She could hardly believe her eyes. Surprisingly, it's him. The moment. Waves of shock tumbled through her mind. Chapter 70. Looking at Chen Shiwei's shocked appearance, Chu Mo could not help but helplessly shake his head. He knew it. Once discovered by Chen Shiwei, it was bound to be a bit hard to accept. But the good thing is that now that it's finally confessed, there's no need to hide it in the future. Sort of a relief. Because there were still ferocious beasts around, Chu Mo did not go down to talk to Chen Shiwei, and only nodded to him before focusing on the ferocious beasts in front of him. Eyes. It also became harsh at this moment. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. At this time, Shen Jin and several other surviving patriarchs came over and respectfully saluted. The eyes that looked at Chu Mo were filled with respect earlier. When Chu Mo appeared, his body was ravaged by thunder, and quite a few ferocious beasts were split into ashes, and even fourth-level ferocious beasts were not spared. Such power really shook them to their core. No need to be so polite. Chu Mo waved his hand, telling them not to be so polite. Then he said, now is not the time to talk, you guys will press for me first, wait for me to repel the ferocious beasts first, then we will talk in detail then. That's an understatement. If another person had uttered these words, Shen Jin and the four of them would have ignored them. With so many ferocious beasts attacking in front of them, how easy would it be to repel them? Not even the peak of the Sovereign Master could do it. But these words came out of Chu Mo's mouth, yet they made the four Shen Jin people not dare to question them in any way. Yes. All four of them followed orders. They then swept to the fence, each swallowing healing pills to recover from their injuries, while pressing for Chu Mo's for tremor. After commanding, he directly maneuvered the infinite thunderbolts and broke into the ferocious beasts outside the base. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of ferocious beasts here, and with him alone, it was simply impossible for him to kill them all. It's not realistic. However, he could accomplish his purpose through decapitation, but whenever there was a beast tied, it was because there was a powerful ferocious beast organizing the collection of ferocious beasts. Normally, as long as the leader ferocious beast was killed, the beast tied would not be able to sustain itself and thus a collapse would occur. All Chu Mo needed to do was to find that rank 5 ferocious beast and kill it, and then he would be able to make the beast tied recede. The other party hadn't revealed his figure yet. Instead, he had been driving the ferocious beasts under him to consume human strength, obviously trying to reap the benefits. Since you don't want to come out, I'll kill you until you do. After killing all the 3rd and even 4th level ferocious beasts under you, let's see if you can still sit still. Trummer made up his mind. Thunder soared all over his body. Within a radius of dozens of meters, a purple arc of electricity fell straight down, as if it was raining thunder, and wherever it passed, any ferocious beasts that touched it were immediately reduced to pieces. Except for thunder. Chu Mo also drew out his battle sword, and a blade chi broke through the air. However, he saw that in the mid-air, the sky was filled with sword shadows rampant, and no matter what level the ferocious beast in front of him was, it was not his enemy. The sky was filled with black clouds and stormy weather between thunder and lightning. Chu Mo left and right, killing the blood convergence rain flow, the water on the ground around him, were stained red on the fence. Many martial artists saw Chu Mo being so powerful, their jaws dropped and their eyes showed shock. Seeing that he was alone with a sword, thunder and lightning, coming and going, wherever he passed, it could be said that there was not an inch of grass, and for a while everyone was dumbfounded. For a full moment. It was only then that a patriarch came back to his senses and looked around, saying, "Elder brother Shin. This young patriarch's strength is truly terrifying." Shin Jin also nodded with deep understanding, but then said, "This senior is so powerful, although our strength is not as good as, but we can't lose the wind, and go down together, for the senior to plunder the formation." With that, he jumped straight off the city wall and fell into the ferocious beasts. Kill. The rest of them glanced at each other, and each of them also cast their means one after another to fight with the ferocious beasts' thunder and lightning, heavy rain. Chu Mo killed among the ferocious beasts, the long knife in his hand was wide open and closed, and between the light of the knife rolled up and closed, the ferocious beasts would die in response to the sound. No matter what part of the person who was hit by the knife, a trace of domineering knife chi was bound to invade in and destroy the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and brain nerves. This kind of blade chi had already been possessed when Chu Mo's blade power had reached great success, and now that he had taken a step into the martial master realm, his chi, blood, and yuan power were even more terrifying, and the circulation in his body was endless, making the power even more terrifying. Often, with just a flash of the blade, a ferocious beast would die with a scream, or even be separated from its body and head. Within 10 paces, it's considered a no-life zone. Such a knife skill is truly a horrible thing to look at. That's not all. For Chu Mo, the most terrifying killings would also have to belong to the power of thunder that he manipulated. Countless thunder surrounded his body, making Chu Mo seem like a mobile minefield, and wherever he passed, any ferocious beasts that couldn't dodge in time were turned into flying ash. In a short time a large area was cleared. And because of such a horrifying kill from Chu Mo, it also boosted the spirits of the human martial artists, and they boosted their morale and fought even harder against the ferocious beasts. Poof. Pft. Poof. Chu Mo's body shape was like electricity as he shuttled back and forth through the group of ferocious beasts. Such an unimpeded killing had completely immersed him. Without realizing it, he felt as if his spirit had entered a metaphysical realm. The sword in his hand, too, seemed to come to life, pulling him into a marvelous world. Boo. Vaguely. Some sort of crunching sound seemed to be heard coming from it. It's like a chicken breaking out of its shell, or a silkworm breaking out of its egg, or like a lotus blossoming in spring and summer. All of it seemed to be at a standstill for a moment, but the next moment, it flowed swiftly, as if something was about to break through from within. Although Chu Mo was still killing, his mood had steeply calmed down, gazing at his body and comprehending the power that was going to be birthed within his body and break through everything. This is the moment. Those who were in the middle of the fight, whether they were human beings or ferocious beasts, all seemed to feel something in this instant, and their hearts were somewhat surprised. At the same time, the howling wind suddenly slowed and calmed down, and the pouring rain suddenly thinned out. Ho 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 ho. Far away. That rank 5 ferocious beast seemed to have sensed something as well, and couldn't help but let out a deafening roar immediately after. 7 huge-bodied ferocious beasts, each exuding a powerful aura, either running on the ground or flying from the sky, rushed towards Chu Mo. 7 top-grade 4 ferocious beasts. Look out. Elder, get out of the way. At this point, when Shin Jin and several other patriarchs sensed the aura of these 7 ferocious beasts, their faces changed drastically, and they shouted out towards Chu Mo. The 7 ferocious beasts attacked towards Chu Mo from different directions. Before his body even arrived, a terrifyingly strong wind had already hit his face. Every ferocious beast had a hideous look on its face, wanting to kill Chu Mo with a single blow. However, facing 7 Class 4 upper-class ferocious beasts, Chu Mo did not move at all, as if he was intimidated. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. When these 7 ferocious beasts invaded 10 meters in front of Chu Mo, who was originally standing still, suddenly moved. Clank. But listen to a draw the sword out of the sheath sound steeply resounded. The sound is not how high-pitched, but in the ears of outsiders, but it is like the first thunder in spring, the first lightning before the rain, like opening up the sky. It seems to evolve mountains and rivers. Steep blasts in the ears. Chapter 71 Level 5 Fierce Beast, Flaming White Ape. This instant, a flash of cold light appeared from Chu Mo's right hand and then traced a bright arc in front of his body. This arc, like a pike across the sky, burst out as if it was a ray of light that opened up the sky. It was so radiant and bright. In this swift moment, it encroached on everyone's vision. The bright moon, at some point, dimmed. The stars, too, are gone. When this blade was chopped out, all the martial artists in the entire arena, but all the blades held in their hands, all let out a buzzing sound in unison at that instant. This is. Upon seeing this blade light that seemed as if it could capture the brightness of the bright moon and the radiance of the stars, Shinjin and the several patriarchs instantly glared with their eyes rounded and their faces filled with incredulity. Swish. The arc of light cut through and faded away in an instant. While the 7 upper 4th grade ferocious beasts that lunged forward to Chu Mo's body stagnated in midair as they lunged. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. It's hard to know if it's an instant, or an eternity of time that has passed. Phew. A faint breeze blew. A 4th-level ferocious beast with a powerful aura suddenly trembled in its body. Next moment, it exploded with a bang. The body instantly collapsed into a pile of broken flesh as blood rained down. And that's just the beginning. Along with the body of the first rank 4 ferocious beast exploding, next, the remaining 6 ferocious beasts, one after another, exploded with a loud bang. The sound of their bodies exploding was not loud. However, at this moment, it rang out one after another, reaching everyone's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt, piercing everyone's eardrums abruptly. All of them were shocked, their faces pale and their bodies shook. With one slash, he killed 7 ferocious beasts. 7 top-grade 4 ferocious beasts that were equal to the late human sect Master Realm. Such an arcane and even unbelievable scene made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. Previously, although Chu Mo had also abruptly manipulated thunder to kill quite a number of Class 4 ferocious beasts when he appeared on the scene. But most of those rank 4 ferocious beasts were rank 4 lower or medium. The impact brought to people is not as shocking as the one in front of them after all. And Chu Mo, who had killed 7 upper-level 4 ferocious beasts, still looked so relaxed and casual. It's like swimming in a boat on a lake, and like traveling through water. The heavens and the earth were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. As for Tremor, there was no other action after this slash was cut out. He had a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was pondering something. That slash just now seemed random, but it was actually not as simple as it appeared. As he struck the blade, he seemed to grasp something in the underworld, but when he thought about it, it was as if he had captured nothing. Chu Mo could only furrow his brow, constantly recalling the writing and natural meaning that seemed to be pinched with his hand when he previously made a sword strike, wanting to completely comprehend it. Humans, you seek death. Just as Chu Mo was fine-tuning his experience, suddenly, a deafening sound rang out from extremely far away. The sound was so loud that it even masked the sound of thunder in the sky. Follow the voice. Only in the distance. A giant ape with white hair all over its body, but emitting flames, came racing towards this side. With gradual proximity, it's also getting bigger and bigger. Like blowing air, it expanded rapidly. A white hair grew violently, surrounded by this red flame, an aura of destruction and scorching heat filled the earth. Hoo hoo hoo. The violent hurricane winds blew across the earth and swept up a huge stone hundreds of meters high, and there were even unsteady ordinary people and martial artists on the fence who were swept up and thrown into midair. It was caused by the aura emanating from this white ape. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. The earth is breaking up. Flame White Ape's body in running when the rapid expansion originally only appeared to see the shape of the body steeply become huge, berserk up, at first running just let the earth quake. By the end of the day, the earth was unable to withstand it and cracked. Every time the white ape's footsteps fell, a huge deep pit appeared in the same spot. Short time. This white ape had then swelled to a height of 150 meters. At this point, it had almost come to the front of the base, and as it got closer, the more its immensity and terror was felt. Standing in front of the white ape was like looking directly at a deity, causing fear to arise in one's heart. What kind of monster is this? On the fence, countless people cried out in shock. They looked at this terrifying beast, and for a moment, their hearts and minds trembled furiously, only feeling that their hearts were about to jump out. The giant ape that was 150 meters tall, manipulating the raging flames, exuded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. When an ordinary martial artist stood in front of it, it was a toss-up whether he could hold his weapon steady, not to mention fighting the enemy. Is this really an existence that man can defeat? Countless martial artists, at this moment, had this thought floating in their minds. And at that moment, Chu Mo, looking at the white giant ape in front of him, also revealed a look of gravity on his face. He knows. This should be the leader of this beast tide, as well as the 5th-level ferocious beast that had just successfully broken through. Even though he knew that 5th-level ferocious beasts were terrifying. However, after facing it directly at this moment, Chu Mo realized that he had still underestimated the terror of the 5th-level ferocious beasts. Humans! You killed so many of my men, no matter what, you're going to die. The flame giant ape stopped in its tracks and let out a shocking roar as it looked at the tiny human in front of it. It's not certain who will die. Chu Mo took a deep breath and gripped the long sword in his hand. Undeniable. This terrifying flaming white ape in front of him was indeed strong. It was a completely different level from the sovereign realm. But he did not have the strength to fight with him. Since he had embarked on the martial arts path, although he had experienced countless battles with ferocious beasts, he had actually always belonged to the smooth wind, and had never really launched a sound life and death struggle. Only this flaming white ape in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous aura. But it did not frighten him. Instead, it also made the blood within his body gradually boil. The path of the martial arts path is to row a boat against the current. Only in the real life and death struggle can you have an epiphany, can you be refined, and can you sing with courage. Not to mention that previous slash made him vaguely feel something, but he couldn't capture the inspiration for a while. It was just right that he could borrow this white ape and use it as his whetstone, so that he could thoroughly integrate this mysterious feeling and comprehension. He had a feeling. If you can comprehend it, his sword will be even more terrifying. Thinking so, Chu Mo took a step forward, his body's chi and blood boiling, a terrifying aura that rose from him. Straight to the clouds. Come on. The battle sword in Chu Mo's hand pointed diagonally as he shouted, "Today, you die, I live." Chapter 72. Catch that glimpse of inspiration. Human, you're looking for death. Seeing Chu Mo's actions, the flame white ape was completely enraged. In his opinion, this tiny human in front of him had already committed a capital offense by killing so many of his men, and now he was provoking him in such an unknowing manner, which was simply arrogant and unwarranted. Roar. With an explosive roar, a terrifying strong wind swept towards Chu Mo. Boom boom boom. This roar, which contained berserk power, shook the surrounding earth to inches, and countless pieces of earth, stone, and wood crumbled into pieces. However, Chu Mo loomed large, his legs still standing tightly on the earth. Die. With a flash of scarlet in its eyes, the white ape violently raised a huge arm, wrapped in a terrifyingly huge force, and slapped down towards Chu Mo's head. This arm was incomparably thick, even more massive than the trunks of ancient trees in the sky, and because the force was so immense, the oppressive void clicked and twisted. Its speed is even more terrifying. It even exploded into a cloud of sonic booms. Even though it hadn't yet fallen, the terrifying oppression had already caused the land below to crack and even sink. Boom! In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, this arm slammed down with a loud bang, and the area of dozens of miles around was shaken, and many people even felt that they were actually bounced up by the shock. A crack spread out from the area where the arm had smashed down, covering an area of several hundred meters in circumference. Chummer. On the fence. Chen Shiwei's heart suddenly seized up, worried for Chu Mo. Could he really cope with such a terrifying ferocious beast? And at the moment, the terrifying flaming white ape, however, frowned slightly. He could feel that his blow did not hit the human. It searched around, trying to find it. But it was difficult to capture for a while, because there was so much splattered smoke and dust. As for Chu Mo, as early as the instant the white ape smashed down, he had already executed Luo Yan's steps to withdraw tens of meters away, avoiding the strike. Subsequently, gale-robbing thunderblade. Chu Mo's body's chi and blood surged, and the long sword in his hand shone with a stern light. The fusion of the power of the physical body, plus the 20-fold increase in power granted by the Yuan power and the indestructible thunder body, plus the addition of the saber technique, converged to form a terrifying slash. Between the heavens and the earth, endless blade chi whistled, forming a blade momentum that permeated the surroundings. Chop. Accompanied by a loud shout, a huge blade chi swept out, like a white palette, and chopped towards the white ape's head and body. This cut. It contained a horrifying killing and was wrapped in an unstoppable sharpness. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky and split the earth, annihilating the heavens. Where the blade passed, even the void was distorted, and because the speed was too fast, it actually issued a whistling sharp sonic boom. Finally, this slash chopped down and accurately hit the white ape's head. However, a scene that left everyone in disbelief appeared. Although Chu Mo's slash hit accurately, it only broke open a wound less than a meter in size on the white ape's head, and the wound was not deep, just seeping out some blood, and then the wound slowly fused and disappeared in no time. Griffin, you've succeeded in angering me. The sound of the white ape's roar spread across the land. Although Chu Mo's slash did not bring him substantial damage. However, as a rank 5 ferocious beast, its level of life was already different, yet it was injured by a tiny mole cricket. This was simply a strange shame. Only to see his arms raised, the flames that were originally entwined around his body steeply rose against the wind, instantly spreading to 100 meters of area around him. Boom boom boom. The terrifying flames seemed to burn the air, carrying a scorching heat and deathly aura. No good. A warning sign grew in Chu Mo's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly then cast his spatial talent, and in an instant his body entered the void, then appeared 100 meters away. Then, not daring to stop, he once again cast his spatial talent and once again instantly stopped 100 meters away. Looking at the sea of fire that spread out over 100 meters in a radius, Chu Mo's face was grave. Terrible. I almost got stained just now. Once I touch this flame, I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured if I don't die. Chummer was a bit thankful. And that's when the white ape saw that Chu Mo actually didn't get burned to death by his flames, the killing intent flashing in his eyes became even more furious. Hoo hoo hoo. All of the flames once again retracted into the body, then condensed, turning into a long flame whip or flame arrow, sweeping towards Chu Mo in an overwhelming manner. Each one was as swift as lightning. Each of them contained a terrifying power. Even a martial arts master would have to die once he was hit. Must be avoided. Chu Mo's eyes stared as his wind attribute talent was unleashed, and the chi and blood in his body was run to the extreme. The 15 times speed bonus made him, who had become a martial master, already possessed 10 times the speed of sound. At the moment, he kept on performing his body techniques to avoid one deadly threat after another. The flame chains or arrows that were dodged landed on the ground, scorching the earth and cracking it, leaving craters hundreds of meters long. Looking at such horrible power, all the onlooker martial artists, even the patriarchs, had their scalps tingling and the hairs on their backs standing up in sweat. Such a terrifying ferocious beast is simply not something humans can defeat. Many hearts and minds trembled wildly. Chen Shiwei, on the other hand, had a pale face, holding her sword tightly in her hand, with a deep powerlessness within her heart. Chen Shiwei, in vain you are still the so-called heaven's pride. At this moment you actually don't even have the ability to help him. There was a self-condemnation in her heart. But more than that, it was still a worry for Chu Mo. This is not going to work. After dodging for a while, Chu Mo found that his qi and blood had been consumed too much. At this rate, he's going to lose. To fight back. Keep making swords and comprehending that hint of inspiration I caught earlier. If we can comprehend it, we might be able to pose a threat to this ferocious beast. With that thought, Chu Mo gave up dodging. Turning to his side, he began to cast his spatial talent and rushed towards the white ape's side, constantly throwing swords at the white ape. Tiny bug, you can't hurt me at all. When the white ape saw that Chu Mo actually dared to use his sword on him, he didn't even dodge, he just stood still and let Chu Mo chop up in its opinion. It's just being a bug and struggling before dying. It kept flinging its long flame whip and lashed towards Chu Mo, although it hadn't hit yet, it believed that the bug wouldn't last long. Of course Chu Mo knew what the white ape was thinking. But he didn't care. At the moment, he relied on his spatial talent to dodge, while continuously throwing out swords towards the white ape. The mind raced, and each time he made a sword strike, he consciously imitated the hint of inspiration he had previously felt. Under the fight between life and death, Trummer's brain flew into activity. What had been only a faint glimmer of inspiration gradually expanded. At the end of the day, Chu Mo had even been able to grab it and invisibly integrate it into his blade. The white ape that was continuously attacking towards Chu Mo suddenly felt a distinctive aura coming from the tiny human in front of him somehow. This aura made it vaguely uneasy in its heart. Kill this wretched worm as soon as possible. With this thought, it intended to manipulate the flames with all its might and burn it to death. However, just as the thought had risen in him, suddenly, a faint sound of a sword suddenly rang out from the field. Chapter 73, Comprehending Sword Intent, Slaying the White Ape. The knife chime was very faint. At first it wasn't very clear, but in the next moment it was suddenly high-pitched. A few breaths later, it is actually converging as the wind whistling, waves lapping at the shore, deafening, but also with an unspeakable sense of sharpness, piercing the eardrums of all the people raw pain. This voice. The flame white ape, as a fifth-level ferocious beast, with its spiritual intelligence already opened, felt that something was wrong at the first moment after hearing this voice, not just because of the unease in his mind. Even more so, because of the sound of this knife tweeting. After all, it did not originate from Chu Mo's sword, but from his body. It was as if at this moment, his body was a divine sword that was slowly coming out of its sheath little by little. Such a vision was beyond the flame white ape's knowledge. He didn't understand what was happening, but he clearly saw that every time the battle knife in Chu Mo's hand crossed, the sharpness emanating from his eyes intensified by 1 point. The sound of knives chirping inside his body was also sharp and piercing for a minute. And the stern and terrifying aura that came from that sword was 1 point thicker at all times. This lowly mole cricket is even carrying out enlightenment at a time like this? This can't be right. Unprecedented chills surged through his heart. Obviously, this human in front of him was just a tiny little ant that he didn't put on his mind, but he had taken him by surprise one after another. More importantly, at this moment, a feeling suddenly arose in the heart of the white ape, an unprecedented feeling if this sword sound was allowed to continue. Today, it will surely be the death of this man's sword. Go to hell. Thinking of this, berserkness appeared in its pupils, and its arms were raised high, with terrifying flames wrapped around them, smashing down with a loud bang. Because it was so fast and powerful that the sonic boom had just been created and was subsequently incinerated by the flames, the air let out a sharp whistle, and the void twisted slightly. Chu Mo still remained in this position without moving, because at this moment, his consciousness entered a marvelous world. Precisely. It's the world of knives. Within this world, there was an endless amount of blade chi that seemed to be able to tear apart everything, constantly converging towards his consciousness. In a split second, Chu Mo only felt his soul trembling violently, his body's chi and blood subconsciously running, his essence and chi and spirit converging as one, and his yuan power stirring in his body, seemingly brewing with infinite greatness. Abruptly, he woke up. The previous enlightenment was only momentary, and at this moment, the white ape's arms above his head were still halfway to smashing down. Its power was so terrifying that even though it had not yet come to his body, the surrounding land underneath him had already begun to crack and dent inch by inch, but tremor was as if he hadn't seen it. However, he saw him stretch out his fingers and gently flick the blade of the battle sword in his hand. Avalanche! A crisp chime of a blade rang out. The next moment, within a radius of several hundred feet, whether it was on the base's fence or within the base, all the sword-wielding martial artists felt the battle knives in their hands, gently trembling. It seems like an pilgrimage. This surprised a lot of people. What are these knives making a pilgrimage to? Their doubts were soon answered. Buzz. 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 Hundreds of feet in a circle, the swords in everyone's hands began to tremble out. First slowly, then violently. First low, then high. When these saber sounds trembled violently enough and sounded high enough, they gradually converged and finally turned into a saber sound that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Value at this time the white ape's arms finally smashed down. Clank. Seemingly like spring thunder exploding, and seemingly like Tarzan collapsing, a heaven-shaking sword sound abruptly resounded from Chu Mo's body. Next moment, his slightly crouching body jumped up like a spring, performing an instantaneous transfer, his body shuttling steeply into the void. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the giant ape's head. However, a flash of saber chi was seen flashing steeply, stirring up the wind and clouds, and whistling out. Hello. The surrounding rustling raindrops, the whimpering breeze, were all washed away by the knife chi at this moment, and the rain within 100 feet of the surroundings was lifted away, and the silt rose up in the air, blocking the vision of all the people in the surroundings at this moment. Everyone lost focus. And right at this moment, a flash of blade light suddenly rushed into everyone's sight, as if a ray of light that opened up the sky, bursting out. This saber chi seemed to seize the glory of heaven and earth, and when it appeared, the entire heaven and earth dimmed in this instant, leaving only the smear of saber light bright. Dark clouds, beginning to dissipate. The storm, gradually subsiding. Under this blade chi that captured the light of heaven and earth, it was the flaming white ape that also showed a shocked expression at this moment, and even couldn't help but hiss in alarm. This can't be right. The hissing sound resonated through the heavens and the earth. Whoever it was, could hear horror, awe, shock, disbelief, and incredulity in that hiss. It actually panics? It actually panics? A terrifying ferocious beast with such great ferocity would actually be terrified and afraid of this blade that Chu Mo had chopped out? All the onlooker humans had this thought floating in their minds at this instant. They hadn't faced the sharpness of this blade chi directly, so naturally they didn't know what kind of threat the white ape was facing at this moment. In the face of this blade that contained the meaning of the blade, the confidence from earlier had completely disappeared at this moment. In its place, there was an infinite amount of horror and resignation. No. The flame white ape looked at the blade close to his eyes and couldn't help but let out a terrified roar as his eyes rounded. But what's the point? It had no time to dodge and could only watch the knife fall. Pfft. The knife finally landed on the neck of the flaming white ape previously, such as how Chu Mo swung his sword could not break through the defense. At this moment, such as destroying the general was torn apart, the terrifying knife Chi instantly drove straight into the throat, directly cut the throat bone, a large amount of blood spilled down. Roar! Such a terrifying strike caused the flame white ape's body to tremble violently, and the intense pain at its neck caused it to let out a miserable scream. Hiss! This senior actually really injured the flame white ape. This is a 5th-level ferocious beast, an existence comparable to the Four Directions town generals. Shun Jin and several other patriarchs were shocked to the core, each one of them had their eyes wide open, filled with horror. A neck cut was a fatal wound for other ferocious beasts and martial artists. However, for a rank 5 ferocious beast, a mere heavy injury was not considered fatal. But yet it was enough to threaten the flaming white ape and make it feel death. Humans, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. The flame white ape hissed out, completely berserk. In the words, in addition to anger, there is also a faint trace of fear. The moment infinite flames burst out from its body, smashing down like a meteorite rain from the sky, covering a range of thousands of meters in a circle, crazily blasting and killing everything around it. Whoever gets smashed into it is going to fly into oblivion. While Tremor didn't dodge. He held his battle sword and directly circled around the white ape's neck. Tearaway. The stern and sharp blade Chi completely sliced the neck of the terrifying white ape, annihilating all vitality. The white ape's hissing stopped abruptly. The flames surrounding his body were also extinguished in an instant in everyone's incredulous gaze. A huge ring-shaped wound appeared at the neck of the flaming white ape, and endless blood soared wildly out of it, followed by the body and head slowly slashing apart. Eventually, boom! It was accompanied by a dull sound. The massive head smashed to the ground. And the body that had lost its head fell with a loud bang, smashing the earth in pieces. A Class 5 fierce beast flaming white ape. Just completely dead in plain sight. Chapter 74, I Am Your Fiancé. The whole room, in this moment, was quiet. Deadly silence. Whether it was a human, or a ferocious beast, at this moment, they all looked at the fallen body and completely froze. Especially the ferocious beasts. For them, the flame white ape being a level 5 fierce beast, the suppression in their bloodline caused them to have a fear from the depths of their souls towards the flame white ape. And now, the alpha, invincible in their minds, is dead. Died in front of them. Roar. A surviving Class 4 fierce beast suddenly let out a mournful cry, and then it actually turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the base without looking back. The other ferocious beasts all snapped out of it and frantically turned around to escape. Originally, it was only localized, but then it gradually spread to all of them, and then in the end, all the ferocious beasts began to flee in a full-scale rout. That's a win? Being on the fence, looking at the ferocious beasts that ran wildly in all directions and fled, everyone's heart unconsciously gave birth to a feeling of unreality. They won. They really won. After repeatedly confirming the authenticity of what they saw in front of them, joy instantly surged to their hearts, and the thrill of surviving the robbery made them cry out with joy from the bottom of their hearts. We won. We won. The ferocious beasts were repelled by us. We held the base. Everyone wept with joy, but while cheering, they did not forget the man who had come forward in the nick of time to save all. God of War. Someone, I don't know who, suddenly shouted fervently. Next moment. God of War. God of War. God of War. More and more people shouted in unison, not loudly and somewhat disorganized at first. With a shout. The voices got neater and louder. At the end of the day, it was so thoroughly connected that it went straight up into the clouds. It was already early morning. As the sky dawned, the sunrise rose in the far east, and 10,000 rays of light were cast down, enveloping the Luoyang base that had just experienced a great battle, as if putting a veil over it. Misty, quiet. Chu Mo stood with his arms folded, looking at the morning sun at the east, a hair black fluttering in the wind. In front of him was the flaming white ape with a huge body. Countless people bet their gazes on Chu Mo's body as they shouted loudly, their eyes filled with reverence. Listening to the deafening cries around him, Chu Mo also couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. "Turn your head." Searching through the crowd. Soon, a young girl in a pavilion was seen. She stood on the crumbling fence, sword in hand, her face with blood stains from the fight, but still unable to hide her clear and elegant appearance. The rising sunlight enveloped her as if it was covered with a beautiful filter. At this point, four eyes met. The young girl suddenly guffawed, just like 100 flowers blooming, as if even heaven and earth had brightened up a few points in a flash. A day had passed since the beast tide collapsed. The rain has cleared. The residents and martial artists on the base were working on rebuilding after the disaster. This beast tide made the Luoyang base almost all but destroyed, and it could be considered a heavy loss, but the good thing was that the base was still preserved and the people were all still alive. As long as the people were alive, all the damage could still be slowly recovered. Nowadays, the whole base was busy. Ordinary people collected corpses, built houses, and repaired walls. And the martial artists treat the wounded, collect the corpses of the ferocious beasts, as well as carry out the finishing touches. Anyway, there are 1,000 things going on. But all of this was none of Tremor's business. After decapitating the flame-white ape, Chu Mo returned to his home and closed down to recuperate. The battle with the white ape left Chu Mo exhausted, using up all of his qi, blood, and yuan power, and nearly fainting. It took several days of sleep to wake up. Phew. After hitting a set of body-forging techniques, Chu Mo felt that his qi, blood, and yuan power had recovered to its peak state, and there was an unprecedented strength in his body. Sure enough, killing in life and death can indeed make martial artists progress at a rapid pace. Originally, I was still only comprehending the realm of blade momentum, but in the midst of killing, I touched the threshold of blade intent, and eventually, in the fight with the flaming white ape, I truly stepped into the door of blade intent. What a great haul! Blade intent is the will of the blade. Only after condensing the blade momentum to the extreme could the blade intent be formed. According to what Emo Shanshan said, once you comprehend the meaning of the knife, you can knife out of the meaning of the shroud, so that people cannot be avoided. The ordinary knife man cannot even sheath the knife. The terror of its power was naturally self-evident. For many saber masters who have comprehended the saber momentum, the saber intention is almost very difficult to cross the heavenly tentative, and some people have spent their whole life groping all their life cannot comprehend the slightest bit of it. As for Chu Mo, this had already comprehended a hint of blade intent. Even if it's still weak, at the very least it's managed to cross over. For those who have never been able to cross over in their lives, the future is already countless times brighter. Thinking so, Chu Mo couldn't help but have a smile on his face. And just as he was thinking that, squeaky, the door, suddenly, was opened. A silhouette walked in. "You're awake?" Chen Shiwei brought a bowl of meat soup and said softly. "Shiwei, I." Watching Chen Shiwei come in, Chu Mo wanted to say something, but didn't know how to open his mouth to explain. "No need to explain to me, everyone has secrets of their own." Chen Shi smiled and said, handing the meat soup to Chu Mo, saying, "Quickly eat it while it's hot." Such an attitude made Chu Mo momentarily confused. She had thought that Chen Shiwei would question, but who thought that she would say something like this, which caught Chu Mo a little off guard, and couldn't help but ask, You're not angry? Nor are you curious as to why I'm hiding it from you?" "I haven't had to get upset over that." Chen Shi shook his head slightly. "Just at that time, when I saw you killing with a 5th-level fierce beast, I was really worried in my heart. No matter what, you are ultimately my fiancé, and I am also your fiancé." Words, and here, her clear and cold face, a rare reveal, a touch of redness. "In the future and then encounter anything, you can tell me. Although my strength is not as good as yours, but it's going to be a family. When she said this, although her face was red, she stubbornly raised her head and gazed into Chu Mo's eyes. Listen to this. Trummer was silent for a moment. Subsequently, he looked at Chen Shiwei's eyes, his gaze solemn. Don't worry, I won't be like this in the future. Words. A serene smile appeared on Chen Shiwei's face. Under such a smile, heaven and earth lost their colors. I have to practice, so I'll go out first, and you remember to drink the meat soup. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Chen Shiwei had to go out to cultivate. Chu Mo naturally did not refuse. But just before Chen Shiwei left. Wait. Chu Mo took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Chen Shiwei. This is. A puzzled look appeared on her face. 10,000-year spirit marrow and Xian Yuan chalcedony, it's yours. Chummer said. This. Chen Shiwei's beautiful eyes were rounded, revealing an unbelievable color. She had naturally heard of the fame of the 10,000-year spiritual marrow and the Xian Yuan chalcedony. Both are extremely valuable. The former was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of transforming and cleansing the marrow and enhancing a martial artist's natural physique. When he had wanted to find a way for Chu Mo to remodel his gifted physique, he had also played with the 10,000-year spirit marrow. However, this item was too precious, and it was simply not within her reach. So never dared to think I could get this. The latter, moreover, was capable of breaking the limit of a martial artist's physical body, and was an extremely rare and precious treasure. These two things, if they were to be circulated, no matter who it was, they would have to go crazy for them. But now. Instead, Chu Mo took it out and placed it in front of him. Looking at these 2 bottles of heaven and earth wonders, Chen Shiwei's face revealed a look of emotion, and after a moment, she silently took them in her hands, and then nodded to Chu Mo before turning to leave. There was no thank you or anything else said. However, after Chu Mo saw this scene, he revealed a smile. Chapter 75, A New Round of Collections. Go back inside your house. Chen Shiwei looked at the 10,000-year spiritual marrow and Xian Yuan chalcedony in his hands, his mind cluttered with thousands of thoughts. She thought of a long time ago. At that time she was still a little girl with crocheted hair. She was very afraid of strangers and would always hide behind her mom and dad when she saw them, not daring to say hello. Perhaps it was also because of her personality, so she grew up without friends. Until one day. She followed her parents to Chummer's house as a guest. The boy appeared in front of her. What's your name? He asked. At the time, she was terrified and took a somewhat timid step back, seemingly sensing that she was a bit scared. Chen Shiwei remembered very clearly that Chu Mo, at that time, handed her the fruit in his own hand. This is an apple, I'll give it to you to eat, can you say something to me? Chen Shiwei doesn't actually love apples. But looking at Chu Mo, who was careful to please herself, at that time she actually did not hesitate to take the apple and take a bite. The apple tasted delicious, better than any apple Chen Shiwei had ever eaten at that time. So she nodded, the apple is sweet, thank you, my name is Chen Shiwei. So you're Chen Shiwei. The little boy, Chu Mo, was very happy and said with longing, my name is Chu Mo, and mom said that you will marry me in the future. Chen Shiwei, since you ate my apple and told me your name, are you willing to marry me in the future? When they were young, what did they know about marrying? I just thought that when both parents said that, they assumed it meant becoming good friends. So. Chen Shiwei hesitated for a moment and extended his hand as well. Nodding seriously, he said, good. But. Then you have to promise me that you can only marry me when you grow up. And also, you have to protect me, and you better become the most powerful person in this world, only then will I be willing to marry you. This is the story of their first encounter. There's not a lot of dogma, and even fewer twists and turns. It's even slightly bland. But Chen Shiwei remembered it particularly well, and until now, has never forgotten it. But, ultimately, it had been so long that she didn't remember some of the details very well. Like that apple. It wasn't really sweet, or crunchy, or even a little tart. but Chen Shiwei until today when she thought about it, she felt that this apple should be sweet. She thought about it. And then it dawned on me. It's not the apple that's sweet, it's the boy, and that's exactly why. So later, after both of their parents had fallen, in the face of Chu Mo's unreasonable behavior towards her for several years, although Chen Shiwei was also saddened, she still did not leave her and kept Chu Mo. Simply because she never forgot that promise she made as a child. The past is like the wind, all sorts of flavors come to the mind, and then recede like the tide. Chu Mo's endless lack of understanding had exhausted Chen Shiwei. Good on. He finally changed his nature. And also became a powerful martial artist. A young girl is always in love. Who doesn't adore heroes? Chen Shiwei wondered if Chu Mo still remembered their agreement when they were children. But thinking back to Chu Mo's topsy-turvy figure as he faced a rank 5 ferocious beast, her eyes gradually blurred and she murmured, "Chu Mo. You are still protecting me after all." The matter of the beast tide finally gradually subsided. Residents have been getting their lives on track. Just for many of the big powers in the Luoyang base, although the beast tide had passed, there was still a big event in front of them that they had to do at the moment. That would be a visit to Tremor. When the beast tide attacked, Chu Mo killed countless level 4 ferocious beasts with his own strength, and then saved the day by killing level 5 ferocious beasts in public, and his strength could be considered unrivaled in Luoyang base. Such a powerful martial artist naturally needed to make friends. Many great powers had brought heavy gifts, hoping to meet Chu Mo face to face, rather than pulling in. Within the entire base, there simply wasn't any power that had the qualifications to pull Chu Mo in. The main thing is to make good. After all, because of the onslaught of the beast tide, which led to a number of forces suffering a blow, the top management of the Luoyang base was bound to go through a major reshuffle. Who could occupy greater authority and who was completely relegated to the second tier all needed Chu Mo to give the go-ahead. Because of this, these forces naturally hoped that they could gain some favor with Chu Mo and garner support. Just what made all the forces not expect was that Chu Mo actually closed his door. Even Patriarch Shinjin, as Chu Mo's fiancé's teacher, actually ate a closed door. Just as everyone was getting jittery, Chen Shiwei came out and made an announcement. Chu Mo isn't going to meddle in the running of the Luoyang base, he just wants to cultivate properly and doesn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. This news made all the forces feel surprised. But when you think about it, it's pretty much taken for granted. The fact that Chu Mo had only been a martial master thus far was something that several patriarchs had seen in hindsight. However, for a martial master to have the strength to kill a rank 5 ferocious beast, it was enough to represent that Chu Mo's talent and qualifications were very unbelievable. Such a celestial pride would surely be aspiring to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. How can one indulge in worldly gains? After thinking this through, many forces were treating Chu Mo with even more respect. At the same time, they also all secretly conveyed the order that the martial artists and their families must not mess with Chu Mo, especially those who had a playboy in their family. All of them were sternly warned. And as Chu Mo's fiancée, she naturally became one of the most unmissable people in the base. Even when a patriarch saw them, they were all respectful. Under such circumstances, Chu Mo was still cultivating at ease within the base as he had been before the outbreak of the beast tide. The only difference is only that in the past, only a small number of people knew of him, but nowadays, no matter where they went, everyone would respectfully shout out, "Patriarch Chu." Chu Mo didn't really care. Every day, he traveled back and forth between his home and the cultivation building to refine his cultivation. Occasionally when Chen Shiwei came back, the two of them would talk and chat together, discussing some of their cultivation tips in the martial arts. In such a case, the relationship between the two was progressing at a rapid pace, becoming more and more intimate. Time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. This day, it was the day that Chumum's gathering technique was refreshed. It's time to open up yet another collection. Being in the middle of the martial cultivation building, Chu Mo took out the flame white ape's corpse from his carry-on space. This ferocious beast after its death. Its body then continued to shrink, eventually shrinking to the size of 10 meters, and was put away by Chu Mo within the carry-on space. At this time, the large quiet room. The body of the flame white ape was lying on the floor, and even though it had been dead for so many days, it still carried a thick pressure on its body. If an ordinary person or even a martial arts disciple was in front of them, they would probably be shocked and have trouble getting up. This was the terror of a rank 5 ferocious beast. Compared to a rank 4 ferocious beast, it was already a complete metamorphosis, no longer a mundane beast. Shake your head. Dispel these thoughts from your mind. Chu Mo stretched out his hand and murmured, "Gather." Chapter 76, Merging Top Fire Attribute Talents, 5 Elephant Power. Capture successful. Gaining the top fire attribute talent. Capture successful. Gained the flame white ape's original aptitude, blazing fire mountain shaking fist. Capture successful. Obtaining the blood of the flaming white ape. Another 3 consecutive collections were made, and all the resources on the flame white ape were collected. Fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo's heart murmured. First was the top fire attribute talent, and the fusion also brought some pain to Chu Mo, but for this pain, Chu Mo was very happy to bear it. This was because every fusion would allow his strength to rise. Soon, the fusion was over. The first time I looked at my message. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, transcendental undying thunder body. Talents, top fire talent, high blade cultivation talent, medium wind talent, medium earth talent, lower space talent. Looking at these talents and physiques, Chu Mo revealed a smile. He then immediately slapped the skill book that blazing fire mountain shaking fist had transformed into towards his head. The next instant, the entire book then shattered and turned into countless streams of light that surged into Chu Mo's mind. All the techniques about this boxing style were then learned by him. Blistering fire mountain shaking fist, comparable to a silver-level martial art. As long as you can control it, you can add up to 3 times the power. The exact size of the power is determined based on the martial artist's strength and fire attribute talent. The greater the strength and the stronger the fire attribute talent, the greater the power exerted. With the axioms about this fist technique flowing in his mind, Chu Mo said softly. Chu Mo was very impressed with this set of fists. At that time, when the flame white ape executed it, its arms slammed down with terrifying flames wrapped around them, capable of incinerating even the air. And after it smashed down, it even cracked and dented the earth in a circle of hundreds of meters. The power and its horror. Try how powerful it is when I cast it. Trummer was quite looking forward to it. At this time, he couldn't exert himself in the quiet room, so Chu Mo went straight out and quickly arrived outside the base. In front of an open space, this is it. Chu Mo stood still and mobilized the qi, blood, and yuan power in his body while operating his fire attribute talent to execute the blistering fire mountain shaking fist. Shasta. A flame then lingered around Chu Mo's body, a scorching hot aura that filled the area within a 100-meter radius. The nearby trees that were relatively close to each other, under the baking of such flames, the moisture in the trunks of the trees was actually rapidly evaporating, and then dried up. Even the earth, stone, and wood blocks underneath them couldn't withstand such a scorching heat, and they shattered and turned into pieces. This was still just the aura. If the fist technique was unleashed, how terrifying would it be? Thinking so, Chu Mo steeply opened his eyes, and his right arm was violently raised, followed by a blatant strike. Boom! A fist blasted out, accompanied by a violent sonic boom as the air let out a sharp whine, before landing on a large piece of ground dozens of meters ago. In an instant, the earth cracked, the ancient trees around them crumbled, and countless flying dust filled the sky. Boom boom boom. Because of the terrifying force, a violent shockwave swept out. In the middle of a gale, Chu Mo's robes were blown around. Moments later, the smoke settled. Raise your eyes. A huge crater appeared within a radius of tens of meters from where the original punch had fallen. the earth was cracked, and all the trees and earth and rocks were turned into flying ash. Terrible. Worthy of being the innate aptitude of a rank 5 ferocious beast, it's truly terrifying. Looking at such destructive power, Chu Mo couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although the power of his punch was not yet as powerful as that flaming white ape, it was already very strong. Chu Mo was satisfied in his heart. Now that I have the 3 attribute talents of earth, wind, and fire, plus comprehending the blade intent, my strength is already not weak. The only thing missing is the basic realm. So the next step, on the other hand, is to frantically cultivate and strive to raise the realm up as soon as possible. Chu Mo planned to single-mindedly retreat and cultivate next. Sure. Before he closed the door, he didn't forget to have the golden-winged rock bird roam outside the base to help him keep an eye out for the ferocious beasts of the water, wood, and gold attributes. He wanted to gather all 5 attribute talents. Let's see if it will lead to a deeper metamorphosis of one's own strength. The quiet room of the cultivation martial building. Chu Mo executed the Yuan power body forging technique and began to draw in the Yuan qi from the heavens and earth to quench his fleshly body. Previously, when I was talking to Shi Wei about martial arts insights, she heard from Dean Shinjin that martial artists above the Zhongshu generally count power in units of elephants. This kind of elephant is no ordinary elephant. Instead, it was an ancient giant elephant, and it was said that the strength of its flesh alone was 1,000,000 pounds. Therefore, martial artists above the level of Zhongshu used the elephant as a unit of strength, with one elephant's strength representing 1,000,000 pounds of power. After all, with the cultivation gradually deeper, if you still use pounds, to the back of the 10,000,000 pounds or even hundreds of millions of pounds of power, to say that the genus is a little strange. The power of the elephant, on the other hand, is a bit more minimalist when stated. At this point, Chu Mo secretly thought, an ordinary martial artist who can possess the power of 2 elephants will have reached the limit and can attempt to break through to the sovereign realm. Whereas I broke the limit of my physical body when I was in the martial artist realm and entered the martial artist realm with the strength of 1 elephant, if I want to reach the martial master limit, I would need at least 10 elephants of strength. Currently, I already have a power close to 2 elephants. According to my talent, it will take at least 1.5 years for me to reach the martial master limit and thus step into the realm of the sovereign master. This speed, if placed on someone else, would already be considered divine, but Trummer was still unsatisfied. With this thought, he took out a portion of fierce beast blood from within his carry-on space. This ferocious beast blood was different from ordinary ferocious beast blood. Instead, it exuded a golden luster, and it carried a sense of heaviness. It was clearly the essence blood from the flame white ape, a rank 5 ferocious beast. When a ferocious beast reaches the 5th level, its life level is metamorphosed, and its blood begins to take on a golden color and is incredibly heavy. It is said that the top ferocious beasts can reach 1,000 pounds with just a single drop of blood. As for this level 5 fierce beast essence blood in Chu Mo's hand, although it wasn't as horrifying, it was only a small bottle, but it also had nearly 100 pounds. Previously, a single serving of Class 4 ferocious beast essence blood allowed me to refine it for 6 days before it was consumed, increasing my strength by 500,000 pounds. Right now, what kind of growth can I get from this portion of Class 5 ferocious beast essence blood? Trummer was quite looking forward to it. Drink it in one gulp. In a flash, the terrifying berserk energy instantly entered his body and spread throughout his limbs and bones, seeming to burst through his body. Chu Mo didn't dare to be slow, and he hurriedly performed the body forging method and began to absorb it. Time rushes by. Each day, Chu Mo could feel his strength rising rapidly. Rolling eyes. Then 20 days passed. This day, Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of sternness steeply crossed his eyes. The essence blood of a 5th grade ferocious beast, the effect is truly extraordinary. Standing up, he clenched his fists. Feeling the power that had multiplied within his body, Chu Mo could not help but show a look of satisfaction on his face. 20 days of retreat. With the gain of the 5th level ferocious beast's essence blood, it caused his chi and blood to grow by a full 3 elephants. In other words, Chu Mo then possessed the power of 5 elephants now, and only the last 5 elephants remained before he stepped into the realm of the sovereign master. But that's when there was no more fierce beast blood in Chu Mo's body. With his current strength, ferocious beasts below level 3 no longer worked for him, and the only way to have a greater increase in his strength was to have the blood of ferocious beasts of level 4 or above. If it was before, it would have been a bit difficult to get class 4 fierce beast blood at the Luoyang base. However, it was a good thing that Chu Mo had killed quite a few level 4 ferocious beasts during the previous beast tide attack, and those corpses were stored in the Chuyu building, waiting for him to collect them. Thinking so, Chu Mo then left from the martial cultivation building and prepared to head to the Chuyu building, going forward to fetch the fierce beast blood, but just then, he suddenly received a message from Tianpeng. Master, I've discovered a wood-attributed class 4 upper-class fierce beast. Chapter 77, Treasure Hunting Bird recognizes its owner. After getting the news, Chu Mo immediately came outside the base and let the Sky Rock carry him forward to the place where the wood attribute level 4 upper-class fierce beast was found. That wood attribute ferocious beast is in a very large piece of primitive deep forest, often living deep and shallow. If it wasn't for my better eyesight, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to discover. On the way, Tianpeng was still taking credit from Chu Mo. Knowing that you've been given a lot of credit, I'll give you the corpse when I've successfully killed this ferocious beast, so that you can properly improve your strength. Chu Mo guffawed and said, "Thank you, master." Tianpeng was waiting for these words and was excited at the moment. Since the beast tide had passed, because of the many dead ferocious beasts, Tianpeng was able to eat many ferocious beast corpses, and now his strength had quickly recovered to the peak of the 3rd rank, and was not far from the 4th rank. This time, if he was able to eat the blood and flesh of this rank 4 ferocious beast, he might be able to enter rank 4. With this thought, the Sky Rock waved its wings even more vigorously in the direction of its target. That wood attribute ferocious beast was called the Greenwood Pig, and the primordial deep forest where it was located was tens of thousands of miles away from the Luoyang base, which was very far away. However, with the speed of the golden-winged rock, it could still arrive very quickly. Half an hour later, Chu Mo and Tianpeng came together in this pristine deep forest, only to see a sky-high tree standing, all growing very thick, all reaching more than 10 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters in height, looking like it was covering the sky, and the sun. Chu Mo let the Sky Rock fly in the sky to help in the search. Instead, he himself entered the dense forest, spreading out his spiritual power and spatial perception ability to search carefully. After searching for several days in a row, no traces of this ferocious beast could be found. Chu Mo wasn't in a hurry either. Greenwood Pig, this kind of ferocious beast, aggressiveness is not strong, some delicious and lazy. Every time you find a new nest, the first time is to sleep. If it is not starving to very difficult, it is impossible to come out to hunt for food. Therefore, Chu Mo had long been mentally prepared to search for a long time. Just then, his spiritual power suddenly sensed that not far ahead, 2 ferocious beasts appeared fighting. On top of that, there were some faint sounds of birds chirping and pigs grunting. Murphy. Chu Mo's heart moved, and then his body quickly headed in the direction of the fight. It didn't take long. Chu Mo then saw that at the entrance of a hidden cave, a green-colored porcupine with a sturdy body that was 3 feet in size was lying on the ground, and a small bird with a body that was no more than a foot in size and purple in color was constantly pecking at the Greenwood Pig with its sharp beak. This little bird had a small body, but a sharp beak. Each peck would cause a deep wound to appear on the green porcupine. And every time this happened, the green porcupine would grunt in pain. What Chu Mo didn't expect was that after grunting, the green-colored porcupine actually ignored the little bird and rolled over to continue sleeping, and the wound, too, was rapidly recovering as before. To be able to have such a terrifying recovery, there was no doubt about it. This green-colored porcupine was clearly his target, the Greenwood Pig. Yet at the moment instead, Chu Mo's gaze fell all over that other bird. The bird was purple in color, with only a strand of black dull hair on its forehead, making it look very naive. Surprisingly, it's a treasure-hunting bird. Treasure-hunting bird. As the name suggests, it is capable of searching for treasures. Don't look at the name as very common, but this kind of ferocious beast is very sensitive to treasures. As long as there are valuable treasures within a certain range, he can have a sense, and he can be the first to sense the most valuable treasures. Treasure-seeking birds are rare, and many people have never even seen one in their entire lives. Chu Mo had only seen some records in the Academy's record of exotic beasts, and it was said that this bird, since its recording, had not appeared more than 10 times. I didn't think I would be able to encounter a foreign beast like this. Even Chu Mo could not help but show a flash of excitement on his face at this moment. If he was able to capture this treasure-seeking bird, he would be able to quickly find treasures if he visited places like secret sanctuaries in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Mo immediately commanded, "Tian Peng, you deal with the greenwood pig. If you can kill it, then directly kill it. If you can't, then stall it for now, and when I catch this treasure-seeking bird, then I'll come and help you." "Don't worry, master, a mere greenwood pig is no match for me." Tenpenny was confident. It wasn't that he was arrogant. Don't look at the heavenly rock as only a peak level 3 ferocious beast now, but after thousands of years of cultivation in the secret realm, and with the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, his foundation is incomparably solid. Even if it's a level 4 ferocious beast, it's not a match for him. And a greenwood pig that was both stupid and had low combat power was not even in Tian Peng's eyes hostile. Having said that, the heavenly rock then let out a condescending soft cry, and then his body swooped down from the sky and grabbed towards the greenwood pig. In the meantime, Chu Mo also operated his wind attribute talent and arrived in front of the treasure-hunting bird. These two ferocious beasts had been one fighting and the other sleeping when they suddenly sensed danger. The greenwood pig grunted and got up at once. The treasure-seeking bird was even the first to flap its wings, wanting to escape from the place. But pop! A palm, steeply grasping over. Its speed was so fast that the treasure-hunting bird didn't have time to react at all, and when it came back to its senses, it realized that its body had already been firmly gripped, and it couldn't move. Kiki! The treasure-hunting bird is still trying to break free, but it won't budge. It then used its own sharp beak and pecked towards Chu Mo's wrist, wanting to make Chu Mo let go of his hand under pain. The treasure-seeking bird was only a second-grade ferocious beast. Its strength was very low. The only thing it had was a sharp beak that possessed the power to open up a monument and crack a stone, and under a single peck, even the alloy would have to break open a large hole. Just dang! When the sharp beak pecked into Chu Mo's hand, it did not peck a big hole in Chu Mo's palm. Instead, it even made a dull sound, only to feel that it seemed to have pecked into some hard meteoric iron, and the powerful force of the recoil made it feel as if its own mouth was going to be almost broken. The little head went dizzy with it. Chu Mo had an earth attribute talent and gained a 15-fold increase in defense, so even a 4th-level ferocious beast would have a hard time breaking through the defense, let alone a 2nd-level treasure-hunting bird. "Little one, are you willing to submit to me?" Looking at the treasure-hunting bird's naive appearance like this, Chu Mo laughed in his heart, but on his face, he did not move and said with a smile, "Kiki." The treasure-seeking bird squawked, one wing fluttering as if it would rather die than obey. However, Chu Mo did not hesitate, and his palm directly exerted force, with a great appearance of wanting to pinch it to death. It was recorded in the book that the treasure-hunting bird was greedy for life, and as long as it threatened its life, it would immediately obey, and it was one of the most likely ferocious beasts to be taken as a beast's pet. The moment the powerful force pinched down, making the treasure-hunting bird feel like its body was crunching, as if its body was going to be crushed under the threat of death, the treasure-hunting bird really did give in. No two ways about it. A small bird silhouette emerged directly above his head. This was clearly a strand of its soul. Chu Mo directly absorbed this soul, and then felt that there was some connection between him and this treasure-hunting bird. This represents the completion of the soul contract. From here on out, this treasure-seeking bird is just like the Sky Rock, who is in control of life and death. Chapter 78. Two beasts competing for favor. purple gold sacred lotus. Master. The moment the contract was signed, a young girl's voice as clear as a silver bell rang in Chu Mo's mind, very pleasing to the ear. It was just that the tone was noticeably low. Obviously. The treasure-seeking bird was still a bit grumpy about being forcibly recognized by Chu Mo. Chu Mo didn't care about its tone, smiled and said, "I didn't realize you were still a female." "That's for sure, in our treasure-hunting bird clan, only females can possess the talent of treasure hunting." The treasure-seeking bird sounded proud. "Since you have become my beast pet, let's give you a name," Chu Mo said. Yeah. The treasure-hunting bird is looking forward to it." Chu Mo looked at the treasure-hunting bird, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "You have purple feathers all over your body, and the only thing you have is a strand of black dull hair on your forehead. Since this is the case, let us call you Dull. How do you feel about it?" "Huh. Too hard to hear, don't. The treasure-hunting bird cried out in Chum's mind. "It's so happily decided, I'll call you Dale from now on." Chu Mo ignored the treasure-hunting bird's clamor and directly decided down. Subsequently, he turned his gaze over to the greenwood pig. At the moment, this ferocious beast was battered and bruised under the Sky Rock's attack only because of the wood attribute talent. The injuries on his body were quickly recovered, and he only appeared to be a bit more wretched in appearance. True to its name, the wood attribute talent is indeed strong. Chu Mo secretly marveled. Although the heavenly rock was only a third-grade superior ferocious beast now, its foundation was incomparably solid, and it had the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, so its true battle power was definitely stronger than that of an ordinary driver ferocious beast. If it were another rank 4 ferocious beast, I'm afraid that it would have been decapitated by the heavenly rock by now. However, the greenwood pig still didn't suffer too many injuries, thus showing the strength of the wood attribute talent. "Better let me make it quick." Looking at the situation in front of him, I'm afraid that Tianpeng would be hard to take down for a while, so Chu Mo directly carried his battle sword and rushed up with chi and blood running in his body. His body suddenly arrived in front of the greenwood pig. Subsequently, clank! Accompanied by the first appearance of a stern blade light, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it suddenly slashed down. Only a pft sound could be heard, and the greenwood pig, which was still grunting and resisting the Sky Rock's attack, immediately stiffened its body and then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Neck. A bloodstain appeared. Separate the head from the body. Because the speed was so fast, not even blood flowed out, and by the time the corpses were separated, the knife chi quickly solidified the blood again. So much so that until the greenwood pig died, no blood came out of the wound. It emphasized Chu Mo's extraordinary blade technique. "Master, you don't really need any help at all, I'll defeat it in no time." Tianpeng couldn't help but say. Words. Before Chu Mo could say anything, the treasure-hunting bird next to him chirped, while a voice appeared in Chu Mo's mind, bragging. "If it wasn't for the master, you wouldn't be able to kill this stupid pig in 3 days." The treasure-seeking bird couldn't speak yet, but since both beast pets had signed soul contracts with Chu Mo, they could both hear each other's voices through Chu Mo. It's the equivalent of soul communication. And hearing these mocking words from the treasure-hunting bird, Tianpeng was furious. "Who are you, and how dare you come and interrupt? I'm the master's new beast pet." The treasure-hunting bird fluttered its wings and flaunted, "I'm a treasure-hunting bird, I'm able to help my master find treasures. What can you do? I am my master's helper, able to help him fight." The Sky Rock spread its wings, its golden feathers shining with cold light, very shocking, but when the treasure-hunting bird heard it, it scoffed and said, "Can't even beat a stupid pig, and still say that it can give help to the master, it's really a shame. To grow so big for nothing. You." This statement made Tianpeng angry. But the fact that it was right in front of him made him wonder for a moment how to refute it. With his heart stifled, he could only chirp in the end to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. "See, this is the impotent rage of the weak." The treasure-seeking bird raised its head in triumph. Tenpenny looked away and ignored her. Just in his heart, he gritted his teeth, hating to tear the mouth of this mouthy little bird, his mouth to pieces. "Alright, all of you, stop it." Chu Mo came out to round up the situation. "From now on, you are all my beast pets, so you should learn to be united and help each other." "It's the master. It's the master." The two beast pets bowed their heads in unison and said obediently. But then, the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of wanting me to cooperate with you is simply impossible in the other's eyes. Chu Mo also wasn't paying attention to the jostling between the two beasts. He came straight to the greenwood pig and received it within his carry-on space. Since the gathering talent would not be refreshed for a few more days, the plan was to return to the base and gather it after a few days. Was about to greet the two beasts and leave. But at that moment, the treasure-seeking bird flew to Chu Mo's shoulder and chirped, "Master, master, are you leaving this place?" "Yeah, let's go back to base." Chummer said. "Master, I know there are some good treasures around here. Do you want me to take you there?" "Treasure?" Chu Mo's heart fluttered. The reason why treasure-hunting birds are precious is because of their special physique. They are naturally very sensitive to treasures and can easily find many treasures. "And do you know where it is?" Thinking of this, Chummer asked. "Of course I know, master, I'll take you there," the treasure-hunting bird said. Chu Mo naturally wouldn't refuse, and immediately said, "Good. We'll go over there and take a look." Hear that? The treasure-seeking bird then glanced at the golden-winged rock rather divinely, then fluttered its wings and led the way in front. Rear. When the sky rock saw this, his heart could not help but give birth to some vigilance. This little bitchy bird not only has a cheap mouth, but also has an evil heart, actually wants to use such means to get the master's favor. Don't believe it. I have to cultivate more too. I can't be compared to this bitchy bird, or else she won't be able to stand on my head and take a piss in the future. At the thought of this, Tian Peng's heart tightened. This must not be allowed to happen. It made up its mind that when its master went back to cultivate, it couldn't be lazy anymore, and must hunt every now and then to recover as soon as possible to a level 4 or even a level 5 ferocious beast. Led by the treasure-hunting bird, Dull, Chu Mo ran furiously all the way and soon arrived in a valley. The valley is small, but very secluded. If it wasn't for Dale guiding the way, Chu Mo was afraid that it would still be difficult to find the way in for a while. And when he waited until he came in, he felt his eyes open up and a rich yuan qi hit his face. "Master, it's right here." Dale's voice appeared in his head. Without the need for Dale to say anything, Chu Mo knew that he had arrived at his destination. After all, with the yuan power of heaven and earth being so dense, it was easy to give birth to heavenly treasures. He searched the valley. Soon. It was then that I realized a small pond had appeared in front of me. And in the center of the pond there was a lotus flower growing, which was dense with golden mist and emitted a strong fragrance. "This is purple and gold sacred lotus?" Upon seeing this lotus plant, Chu Mo immediately exclaimed in shock. Chapter 79 Terrifying Wood Attribute Talent, Spiritual Flesh Unity. The purple gold sacred lotus was a heavenly treasure. If a martial artist swallowed it, he or she would be able to transform the physical body once again, a transformation that was not an increase in strength, but rather an improvement in the genetics of the muscles, making the martial artist's physical body and soul more rounded. The value is extremely high. Previously, when Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan chatted, they had heard Mo Shanshan mention that there was a lucky martial artist who had gotten the purple gold sacred lotus at the Jinling base, and after taking it back to the base for the auction, it had even made many big forces come down to snatch it up, selling it for a terrifyingly high price. With these thoughts in his mind, Chu Mo intended to take it off. But he didn't do it right away, but first looked around vigilantly. Usually where there were heavenly treasures located, there would be ferocious beasts guarding them. Fruity. Just as Chu Mo fainted to walk to the edge of the pond, a ripple suddenly rose within the originally calm pond, and the next moment, a long, thin, weak, and swimmable snake swept out and rushed straight toward Chu Mo's face. The speed was extremely swift, showing a golden glow. Class 4 Fierce Beast, Golden Thread Snake. Chu Mo's eyes stared and recognized the origin of this ferocious beast. The size of this ferocious beast, the golden thread snake, was not as large as other ferocious beasts. The higher the rank, the larger the body, but instead, the higher the rank, the smaller the body, and the more stealthy the action. Once it hit the enemy, it would quickly drill into the other party's body through the nostrils and ears, sucking out the body's chi, blood and muscles in an extremely short period of time, leaving only an empty shell. This golden thread snake in front of him was so swift that Chu Mo was not careless. Directly exerting his spatial talent, the entire person arrived at the back of the golden thread snake. With a swish, the golden thread snake pounced and tried to return to continue its attack. But there's no chance of that anymore. Wind attribute talent. Gale robbing thunderblade. It was quickly cast out. Only a clang sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard, followed by a flash of cold light cutting through the sky, accurately cutting the golden thread snake into two. But that's not all. Terrifying saber intent poured out, a messy saber chi raging, churning the golden thread snake's body into countless cuttings that landed on the ground. After killing this golden thread snake, Chu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Sheathing his sword, he arrived at the center of the pond with a flash of his body. Glancing at this purple-gold sacred lotus, he found that the lotus seeds in the lotus seed actually hadn't matured yet. The sign of maturity of the purple-gold sacred lotus is that it will bear a lotus seed with a purple-gold color, and this lotus seed in front of me, but at the moment, it is not yet fully ripe, and there is still some white. But according to Chu Mo's prediction, it shouldn't take long either. At most it would only take 10 days to fully mature. Wait a minute, then. It just so happens that this pond that can nurture the purple gold sacred lotus, which is also a natural yuan liquid, belongs to a great tonic, so you can quench your body here while collecting the greenwood pigs at the same time. Chu Mo thought darkly. The so-called natural yuan liquid is actually yuan power that has been converted into liquid after it has been concentrated to the extreme. The yuan qi contained was extremely dense. If not, it would not have been possible to nurture such a heaven and earth treasure as the purple gold sacred lotus. Make up your mind. Chu Mo then jumped directly into the pond. The pores around his body opened up, absorbing the energy in the pond, slowly raising his strength 5 days later. The time for the gathering technique was refreshed, so Chu Mo took out the greenwood hog and started gathering. Capture successful. Gaining the higher wood attribute talent. Is it fused? Fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo immediately began to fuse. Boom. This ball of green light then merged into Chu Mo's mind, and immediately, a pain was born as a mysterious substance transformed Chu Mo's body. Moments later, the pain fell like a tidal wave. Standing up, Chu Mo looked at his messages for the first time. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, transcendental undying thunder body. Talents, top fire talent, high blade cultivation talent, high wood talent, medium wind talent, medium earth talent, lower space talent. When the wood attribute talent fused, Chu Mo already knew the new ability he had received: active healing. Reactive recovery. Once an injury was sustained, it could consume yuan power to speed up the healing of the wound. Meanwhile, recovery, on the other hand, was passive, but because of the result of the wood attribute's talent, it was also much more rapid than an ordinary martial artist's recovery. Try to see how it works. Chummer brought his war knife out and tried to make a small cut on his arm. However, because his physique was too strong, the battle knife unexpectedly couldn't cut through it, and in the end, Chu Mo could only run his blade chi, which broke it open as expected. But then Chummer then realized. This broken opening, surprisingly, healed up quickly. But in a blink of an eye, it had been completely restored as before. What a terrible effect! Chu Mo was shocked in his heart. With such a wood attribute talent, in the future, when he fought against his enemies, as long as he didn't encounter fatal injuries, it would almost always be difficult to injure him. But to facilitate such a fast healing, it needed the support of yuan power, and once the yuan power was depleted, the healing would not work. It could only slowly recover with the passive recovery effect of the wood attribute talent. But even so, it had already satisfied Chu Mo. The increase in defense of the earth attribute and the increase in healing and recovery of the wood attribute, when combined, allowed his ability to save his life to be greatly increased. Of course, the safest way is still to bring up the strength. That's what matters. Closing the message, Chu Mo then jumped back into the pool to grow his strength while waiting for the sacred lotus to mature. Another 5 days passed. This day, just as Chu Mo was absorbing the energy of the pool water, he suddenly felt a violent fluctuation in the yuan power between heaven and earth, and countless yuan power swept towards this side and infused into the sacred lotus nourished by such terrifying yuan qi. The last bit of white color of that lotus seed in the lotus seed pod also disappeared. In its place was a purple gold color throughout. This also means that the lotus, finally ripe for the picking. Chu Mo, who had been waiting for a long time, did not hesitate in the slightest and directly plucked off the lotus seed, then swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as it was imported, it turned into a stream of pure energy that escaped and flowed through the limbs and bones. Spin. Chu Mo then felt a tingling sensation in his flesh. He could feel it. The cells in the muscles were swallowing this energy with extreme excitement and metabolizing it. His skin and muscles were becoming even more flawless under such circumstances. 1 hour later, the nourishing effect of purple and gold lotus seeds disappears. And Chu Mo also felt his body undergo certain metamorphoses. Although the defense hadn't improved, the essence of the body was improving. It was a feeling of metamorphosis. It's like it used to be as if the body was carrying a big stone, but now that stone has been removed and the body has completely left all its burdens behind. It became incredibly easy. Essence, moreover, is round and full as one. Murphy. Is this the legendary spirit-flesh unification? Chu Mo thought darkly. Chapter 80 Martial Artist from the Great Base of Jinling. The so-called spirit-flesh unity is the perfect fit between the physical body and the soul. Life in heaven and earth is flawless for the soul. But the physical body, because of earthly defilements, leads to a gradual accumulation of impurities. And after Chu Mo swallowed the purple gold sacred lotus, he combed the muscles of his entire body, which made his body incomparably relaxed, as if he had unloaded a large stone. In fact, it was a bit like the easy cleansing of the marrow when a martial apprentice breaks through to the martial artist realm. However, this kind of martial realm Zijing and marrow cleansing was just a rough combing through the impurities in the body to achieve easier absorption of heaven and earth's vital energy. And the spirit and flesh are united so that they can see internally. It enables the martial artist to observe the changes in his or her physical body and repair the damaged areas so that the spirit is clear and the physical body is as perfect as white jade. To borrow a phrase from the Buddha's way, it is a pure glazed and flawless body. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Chu Mo immediately began to operate his qi and blood, and immediately he could feel that every muscle, every cell was under control, and his soul had a perfect grasp of his physical body. It's really a spirit-flesh unification. Chu Mo's fists tightened, his face showing excitement. Beyond that, Chu Mo also felt that his power had been drastically increased as well. It has raised the power of at least one elephant. After secretly estimating, Chu Mo came to a conclusion. It made him very happy. A violet gold sacred lotus not only allowed him to unite his spirit and flesh, but it even boosted his cultivation, sparing him at least a few months of bitter cultivation without consuming the fierce beast's blood. It is a great opportunity. Dale, well done. Under the excitement, Chu Mo spoke words of appreciation to the treasure-hunting bird, Dull, and even took out a handful of spirit rice from his carry-on space and threw it to Dull. This was a treasure that he had obtained in the secret realm, which the ferocious beasts ate to be able to grow their cultivation and was also helpful in opening up their spiritual wisdom. Kiki. When Dale saw this handful of spirit rice, his eyes instantly shone, jumped to Chu Mo's hand, and ate it beautifully. As he ate, he didn't forget to give Taming a smug look, as if to say again, "Big guy, what are you comparing with me?" Taming ignored her and just gave Chu Mo a sly look. If it remembers correctly. This spirit rice, which was still in its collection at the beginning, was later offered to its master. Just thinking about it made Tenpenny feel like it was a sad story. The most valuable part of the purple gold sacred lotus was the lotus seed, and now since it had been plucked by Chu Mo, although the lotus flower also had some value, Chu Mo did not do anything about it. Leave a line for everything. Now that he had achieved the best he could, there was no need to make things worse. Keep the lotus flower and wait for its next destiny. The following days, Chu Mo found a few more heavenly treasures under the guidance of the treasure-seeking bird, Dull. But these treasures were all ordinary heavenly materials, and their degree of preciousness was quite a bit lower than the purple gold sacred lotus. This day, Chu Mo arrived in front of a valley under Dull's guidance. This place was already far away from the Luoyang base, tens of thousands of kilometers, and Chu Mo planned to return to the Luoyang base to cultivate after exploring this place. Master, this is it. I can feel that there are very precious treasures inside. Dale stood on Chummer's shoulder and chirped. Chu Mo nodded and walked towards the inside with some anticipation in his heart. Just come in. Chu Mo then realized that this valley was very decadent, and there was actually a huge building within it. Although it was a bit dilapidated, the shape could still be vaguely seen. This made Chu Mo quite surprised. Since the great change in heaven and earth, aside from the many survival bases built by humans on the ruins, the cities originally built by humans before the great change had all been gradually destroyed with the crazy growth of plants, and no trace of them could be seen anymore. And the building in front of him was clearly a building from before the great change in heaven and earth. That means it's at least 200 years old, and it hasn't been destroyed? Stop. Just as Chu Mo was secretly shocked, a bellowing voice suddenly sounded in his ears. When Chu Mo turned his head to look, he saw an old man with a deep aura that radiated a regal aura. Late Zhongshe, or even a martial artist of the peak Zhongshe realm. Chu Mo's eyes stared and estimated the strength of this old man. Kid, this is no place for you to be, get out of here. This patriarch coldly grunted and drank. At those words, Chu Mo was about to speak. But just then, inside the building in the valley, a voice suddenly came out, Servant Su, since this little brother came here unintentionally, it's considered fate, so we might as well invite him in. Yes, my lord. The old man nodded respectfully, then stepped aside and said, My son asks you to enter, remember. To speak properly, don't rush. Chu Mo pondered slightly, then he took large steps towards the valley. Soon entered the building. Only to see that inside, there was a young man in fancy clothes, standing with his hands in the air, looking at the murals around the interior of the building, revealing his appreciation. Its body, on the other hand, revealed a faint pressure. Although the apparent realm was only early Zhongshe, the pressure brought to Chu Mo was actually more dangerous than that old man who was suspected to be at the peak Zhongshe realm. Behind it, instead, two bright-eyed young girls stood, arms folded on either side. Looking at their cultivation levels, it turned out that they were all martial artists at the early Zhongshe realm as well. This caused Chu Mo to be slightly startled in his heart. An entire Luoyang base had only 5 sect masters before the beast tide struck, and they were all in the early and middle realms. As for this youth, he was able to step into the sovereign realm at such a young age, and was accompanied by 2 sovereign servants and a slave at the peak sovereign realm. The power behind it is nothing short of mind-blowing. Could it be that he's from a big family in some big base? Chumhum thought darkly. I only feel that I'm afraid that I'm in trouble today, and it's hard to get out of it peacefully. A guest from afar, I wonder where this little brother comes from and what his name is. Just then, this young man turned around and looked at Chu Mo, a flash of color in his eyes, and said in a faint voice. His voice was very flat when he spoke, but it carried an air of unquestioning. Obviously he had been in a position of power for a long time and was accustomed to bossing people around. Hearing this, Chu Mo slightly arched his hand and said, My name is Chu Mo, just an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist? The youth glanced at Chu Mo with a smirk, then said, if you were truly an ordinary martial artist, how would you dare to face this peak Zongsha realm servant of my family with the cultivation of a mere martial master and still remain unassuming, and even dare to walk here? I guess it's either a deep background or a strong strength. And since your excellency said that you are an ordinary martial artist, which means that there is no background behind you, there is only one answer: your excellency's natural talent is extraordinary, and your strength should be far beyond your peers. I wonder if I'm right. He said with a smirk. Your excellency has a discerning eye, I am impressed. Chummer said with a smile. Hearing this youth smiled slightly, then said, to tell the truth, I see you very smooth eyes. I wonder if you can be willing to enter my banner, become my family's offerings. As long as you nod your head, a large supply of cultivation resources will be able to make you satisfied. Thank you for the favor, sir. But Chu is just an idle martial artist, usually used to being free and loose. I'm afraid I can't afford such generous treatment. Chu Mo refused outright. Joke. Not to mention the fact that these people are of unknown origin and their identities are a mystery. Even if they really did come from a great power with a horrible background, Chu Mo would never be able to join them. He had too many secrets on him, and once they were discovered, it would be an immediate death sentence. However, right after his words were uttered, the elderly patriarch standing in the doorway, but at this moment, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. My son comes from the Jinling Great Base, he is the Su family's unicorn son, his talent and qualifications are at the top. When you look at the entire young generation of the Jinling Great Base, he is one of the best. What the Gongzi said, there has never been anyone who dared to disobey the kid. Letting you become an offering is to look up to you, but don't be ungrateful. Chapter 81, Beheading the Su family's unicorn son. The young male did not speak out when the old patriarch spoke in a threatening manner, but merely stood to the side with a smile on his face, obviously waiting for Chu Mo's answer. Seeing this kind of attitude, Chu Mo's heart was also secretly annoyed, then coldly said, Su family unicorn son, so what? Chu today is not to give face, how can you and others? When these words came out, the young male immediately changed color. He came from the Su family, which was a major power in the Jinling Great Base, and relying on such a noble origin, coupled with his own top talent, he was also a thunderous figure within the entire Jinling Great Base. Who would dare to disobey him? But now he was in the middle of nowhere, being disregarded by a small martial master realm loose cultivator, which was simply a slap in his face. Bold. How honorable is the status of the Duke, would he allow someone of your lowly birth to disrespect him? Seek death. At this point the old patriarch and the two maids instantly changed their faces and snapped. Having said that, one of the maids flickered into a shadow, the sword in her hand stabbed out, and the powerful sword chi vaguely blocked Chu Mo's surroundings. This sword was appallingly powerful. Ordinary patriarchs would have trouble withstanding it when they encountered it. However, what everyone did not expect was that right at this instant, Chu Mo's figure disappeared abruptly, instantly arriving more than 10 meters away, causing the sword to fall short. It chopped into the ground and a huge crack tens of meters long appeared, lifting up a large amount of dirt and debris. What speed? The young male's eyes glazed over. And that's when the other maid also joined the fray, and together they raised their swords and attacked towards Chu Mo. Coupled with the fact that the old patriarch was standing to the side, his breath was released in all its splendor, carrying a powerful aura of oppression that made people's hearts tremble. Your Excellency, this brat's origins are unknown, and now he's flipped out with us, so before we avoid causing trouble for us in the future, why don't we just kill him? The old man patriarch said in a morose tone. Upon hearing this, the young male nodded slightly and said softly, solve it as soon as possible. Yes. Say it. The old man then flickered and joined the fray, and then with a slap of his palm, he gave birth to a powerful palm force, crushing down the three of them joined forces, and blocked all of Chu Mo's escape range. It was obvious that he was going to be killed on the spot. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo did not have the slightest hesitation, his body's qi and blood stirred crazily, and the yuan power in his meridians boiled as if it were a volcano erupting. The blistering fire mountain shaking fist was even running out. Raising his hand, he threw a punch towards one of the maids. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the sound of breaking air abruptly exploded. It was like a thunderclap on the ground, or a huge wave lapping at the ground. Large air waves were raised in 100-foot radius around them. The maid who was first among them, faced with this punch, only had time to change her face, but before she could make any reaction, she was already struck with a boom. Only a crashing sound could be heard, and the long sword in her hand crumbled on the spot. On the other hand, Chu Mo's punch continued to bombard this person's body with its remaining momentum. Next moment, however, she was seen flying out steeply backwards, spewing out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. The bar fell from midair to the ground with a bang, as if it were a rag bag, and never moved again. A punch. He then killed this early-stage sect master's maid alive. What? Seeing that Chu Mo was so powerful, the rest of them were wide-eyed, hardly able to believe the scene they were seeing. Because their hearts were too shocked, it even made them freeze for a moment. But it was this instant that allowed Chu Mo to seize the opportunity. Die. The spatial talent operated, and his body instantly moved tens of meters away, dodging their attacks. Then the fist came out like a dragon. The fire attribute talent steeply operated, the blistering fire mountain shaking fist was exerted with full force, and when a fist was punched out, a violent sonic boom was produced in the air, and the air around him was even steeply emitting the sound of a shrill whistling boom. In the sight of all, only to see this punch of Chu Mo's, it directly landed towards the elderly patriarch. No good. The old patriarch's face changed, sensing that the power was too terrifying to dare to resist it, so his yuan power stirred out, forming a shield, while his body fell back rapidly, trying to dodge. His speed was so fast that almost in the blink of an eye, he had already withdrawn dozens of meters away. But Chu Mo's speed is faster. Teleportation. The figure flickered once again, coming directly to the face of the old patriarch, and another punch was thrown. Boom! The yuan power shield on the old man's patriarch shattered on the spot, and his entire body flew out backwards. Dropped to the ground, only his chest was sunken and blood was spilling out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured. Patriarch level speed. Grandmaster level strength. The young male was already stunned at the moment, and after seeing Chu Mo's strength, his heart was shaken. Mr. Su, come forward to die. At that moment, Chu Mo looked at this Su family's Qilin son and said in a cold voice. Shit. This kid is obviously only at the martial master realm, but I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. If I had known that, I would not have crossed him. The young male was regretful in his heart at the moment. When he saw that Chu Mo was so strong, he was also a bit fearful in his heart, so he said, Your Excellency, I am from the Su family and have a noble status, so why do I have to die for you? My maids and servants have been injured by you, so why don't we just end this matter? What do you think? Don't worry, I'll never retaliate afterward. Chu Mo didn't say anything, his figure flashed and he directly rushed towards this young male, and when he was halfway there, his fist technique was once again unleashed. There was a great tendency to behead this male on the spot. Today, since we have already torn our faces apart, we naturally have to kill everyone. As for this Su family's son's claim that the grudge was cleared, only a fool would believe it. If Chu Mo really spared him today, he would definitely invite his family's experts at the first opportunity afterwards to hunt Chu Mo down. In that case, don't blame me. To die. Looking at Chu Mo actually wanting to kill everyone, the young male's face revealed a vicious color, drawing out a sword from his storage bag and killing towards Chu Mo. The moment he took out his sword weapon, his body was raging with sword chi, making people only feel that the sky was filled with sword shadows and there was nowhere to hide. Sculpture. Trummer snorted. Hearing Chu Mo's words, the young eunuch coldly laughed, this is a sword momentum, and there is not one in 10,000 who can comprehend it, so when you die under my sword, you will know. His words came to an abrupt end before he could finish them. Only then did he steeply see the battle sword hanging at Chu Mo's waist sheath itself by half an inch. Spin. An extremely strong blade aura came over him, causing pain all over his body, only to hear plop 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 sounds rise and fall, and his whole body's clothes were slashed out by a blade aura. In the blink of an eye, it was a bloody man. This is blade intent? You actually practiced sword intent. This is impossible. His face changed wildly as he roared as he spoke, his entire body quickly drew back, wanting to move away from Chu Mo. The sword has a sword's intent, and the knife has a knife's intent. Although he had comprehended the sword momentum, he was simply unable to resist in front of one who had comprehended the blade intent. Before it was even sheathed, the knife intent was already present. If he sheathed his sword, he would be a dead man. At this moment his heart is already terrified to the extreme, has long lost the initial lightness of the clouds, the whole person's soul flying out of the sky. Want to escape? Want to go? It's not that easy. The essence in Chu Mo's eyes exploded, and his right hand directly gripped his sheathed battle sword, followed by clank. Only a high-pitched saber sound could be heard, resounding around the valley in an abrupt and extreme manner at the same time. A touch of domineering and incomparable invisible blade chi stirred up the wind and clouds, whistling and rushing out. The endless blade chi was like a volcano erupting, instantly descending on the young male. He didn't have the slightest ability to dodge, and was directly chopped by the blade chi. His body froze abruptly, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Next moment. Rustling. Infinite blade chi burst out from his body, directly annihilating all vitality. The unicorn son of the Su family, from the great base of Jinling, died in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 82 Stone Tablet of Enlightenment, Enlightenment of Blade Intent. Duke. The last maid, looking at her own male son actually dying like this, her face swished and turned pale. You're finished. If you dare to kill my Su family's son, the Su family will definitely not let you go. Even if you go to the sky and hide at the ends of the earth, you can't escape death. The maid screamed out and then turned to flee. Chu Mo didn't care about her either and walked directly towards the Su family's son. As for that maid, when she saw that Chu Mo actually didn't chase after her, she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. But before the joy could rise to the face, hostile. Accompanied by a loud and clear chirp, a rock bird with golden streams of light emanating from its body swooped down, like a sharp sword, and rushed towards the maid. Pfft! Just by probing with both claws, it scratched the maid's head without her reacting. By now, there would only be the old man patriarch who had already been seriously injured by him. Chu Mo walked over and directly chopped down with a knife in the other party's pleading gaze. To this point, these 4 people were killed one after another in this regard. After doing this, Chum rested a bit and, although the time it took to kill these 4 people was short, it consumed quite a bit of Chu Mo's chi, blood, and yuan power. A few moments later, his strength returned to its peak state, and only then did Chu Mo begin to pack up the loot. These 4 are truly worthy of being from a large base. Surprisingly, they all carried storage bags on their bodies, and none of them were of a low grade. Even the storage bag on these 2 maids had 10 cubic meters of space inside. As for this young male, who Chu Mo didn't even know his name until he died, the storage bag on his body was a full 50 cubic meters. After you open it, it was discovered that it was densely packed with a considerable amount of treasures and yuan stones. Even Chu Mo saw 2 copies of the essence blood of a 5th-level ferocious beast. Children from great powers really do have abundant resources. Chu Mo was secretly shocked. He had cultivated so far, and only because he had followed Mo Shanshan to the secret realm once did he get a lot of treasures, and in his heart, he was still secretly happy that he was worth a lot of money. However, the resources that this young male, who was carrying on his body, was surprisingly only slightly inferior to even him, thus showing how terrifying the depths of the great powers were. Chu Mo put all the treasures in the 4 storage bags into his carry-on space and organized them into categories. That's what satisfied me. By the way, this place is in the middle of nowhere. Why would this male son of the great base of Jinling bring his slaves and servants here? Could it be that there is some treasure hidden here? Chu Mo suddenly thought of this, then associating it with the fact that Dull had also sensed the aura of treasures here. Chu Mo could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. Where is the treasure? Chu Mo surveyed the surroundings, and finally landed his gaze on this only dilapidated building in the valley. Earlier, they had fought so violently that the surrounding area of hundreds of feet was in a mess. And this dilapidated building was actually not half damaged. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Trummer took a step forward. Entering it again, Chu Mo carefully searched the house. Not a moment later, he suddenly looked puzzled and walked over to the side of the lobby, in front of a stone pillar holding up the house. It looks ordinary on the outside. When Chu Mo put his hand on it, he abruptly felt that his hand seemed to have entered another world. Obviously, the naked eye could observe that the palm was still in front of the stone pillar, and obviously, so was the mental perception. However, Chu Mo's spirit and flesh were united at the moment, and his soul was still keenly aware that the touch coming from his palm had a slight subtlety to it. This is... Chummer froze. Afterwards, he subconsciously attached his mind to it, and steeply, he felt that his eyes were radically different. An aura that was subtle, to the extreme, swarmed towards him. This is actually a Enlightenment stone tablet. Chu Mo could no longer suppress his inner shock and exclaimed in shock. The monolith of enlightenment. It is a concrete manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The places where they appear are never fixed. They may be here today, and tomorrow they will have disappeared and gone to another place that no one knows about. It can only be encountered by those who are destined to do so, and because most of the Enlightenment stone tablets were inscribed on stone monuments or stone walls, they were also called Enlightenment walls. The so-called Enlightenment stone tablet looked plain and unusual on the outside. Then, if one poured one's mind into it, one could sense a subtle and extremely mysterious principle of heaven and earth appearing before one's eyes. It was as if one could intuit the origin of the great Tao, which was vast and deep. It's hard to look at it, and it's hard to get out of it. It's certainly an illusion. The Enlightenment stone tablet was certainly subtle, allowing martial artists to observe the operation of the laws of heaven and earth with their minds, but it was impossible for just anyone to come along and be able to comprehend it. If you want to get something out of it, you need a certain amount of talent and understanding to be able to do so. After all, the path is unusual. And those who can realize the avenue of laws are naturally by no means ordinary. Between the heavens and the earth, every single stone tablet of enlightenment that appeared was different, and the laws contained within them were all different. Some were fire attribute laws, which allowed martial artists to experience the supremacy of fire attribute laws, while others were water attribute or even wood attribute or even thunder attribute laws. And this monument of enlightenment in front of us. Blade attribute enlightenment stone tablet. Experiencing the aura coming from within the stone tablet, Chu Mo couldn't help but show a flash of excitement on his face. In fact, this stone monument was also correct to say that it was a sword attribute enlightenment stone monument from a strict sense. Because swords don't discriminate. Blade potential, and blade intent, sword intent are actually the same way, just different weapons, plus different methods of use. But in the end, knives and swords are both weapons of killing. Therefore, this kind of enlightenment stone tablet could be used for enlightenment as long as one possessed the cultivation talent of either the sword or the knife. It's no wonder that this son of a great clan from a great base in Jinling would come to such a desolate place. So it's because you've poked around and found out that there's an enlightenment stone tablet in this place. Trummer came to a realization. But then he was even happier. Now that this young male had been killed by him, he would be the only one left in this place, so it was just the right time to take a closer look at it. I had previously comprehended a wisp of blade intent due to my higher blade talent, but it was already the limit, and it was difficult to improve on it. Now with this stone tablet of enlightenment, it might be able to allow me to get my blade intent started or even reach the minor achievement realm. Thinking about this, Chu Mo was looking forward to it. Blade chi, blade power, and blade intent, these were the three realms of the blade. And after arriving at blade intent, since it had already reached the extreme of the blade, it was also divided in detail. They were a wisp of saber intent, a point of saber intent, then 10% saber intent introductory, 30% saber intent minor, 70% saber intent major, and 10% saber intent complete. Letting Tianping help guard outside to prevent any ferocious beasts or people from coming over, Chu Mo then came to sit in front of the stone monument, begin to enlighten. Took a deep breath. Chu Mo stretched out his palm and slowly placed it on the stone tablet of enlightenment. The moment his palm landed on the stone tablet, above the stone tablet, a dense luster suddenly emerged. It was like a ripple in the water. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and extreme aura flowed, rising up a ball of Rui Qi and luxurious light that enveloped Chu Mo's body. In an instant, Chu Mo only felt a flash before his eyes. When he turned around again, he realized that he was already in an unfamiliar world. This is the world of knives. Endless mysteries of blade intent poured towards his mind. Chapter 83, 30% blade intent, gathering blade orifices. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse. Everywhere was filled with a terrifying to the extreme killing blade aura. The whistling is long and intertwined terror raged. Endless sword intent wonders were like a galaxy reeling backward, pouring in towards Chu Mo's mind. Chu Mo quickly immersed himself in it, hungrily drawing on the essence and mysteries of the blade intent. With time rushing by, his comprehension of blade intent was also increasing with each passing day. What Trummer didn't know was this. As his mind was immersed in the enlightenment stone tablet, comprehending the subtleties of the saber intent, along with the fact that his saber intent realm was rising, a faint saber roar was continuously emitting from his body. And this sword chirping, too, was rising higher and higher with time. It was as if a supreme divine sword was being slowly sheathed little by little. An unknown amount of time passed, and it seemed as if the blade had been pulled out completely. In Chu Mo's body, there was suddenly a wild and overbearing, as if it could tear apart everything, the strongest and fiercest saber intent was born, and then it actually rushed to all the limbs and bones like a rolling torrent wherever he passed. Every muscle and inch of bone in his entire body unexpectedly emitted a crackling berserk sound. Under the assault of this fierce blade intent, tiny blade-shaped vortexes began to form in the 365 acupoints on Chu Mo's entire body. Although it was so tiny that it was indescribable and could not even be observed by the naked eye, it could be felt that this one tiny knife-shaped cyclone was stimulating and quenching the acupoints with its sharpness every moment, making them more and more sturdy and powerful, and expanding without stopping. This is the knife trick. The acupoints condensed when the saber intent is comprehended to a realm. Attached to the body, stripped of blade intent. It's as watery as a blossom. Buzz. The moment the blade orifices were fully opened, Chu Mo only felt a violent trembling in his soul, and his body's qi, blood, and yuan power seemed to carry attributes as if they had suddenly become very harsh. The qi, blood and yuan power in the body subconsciously operated, the essence and spirit converged as one, and the yuan power wrapped in the blade qi stirred in the body, seemingly brewing with infinite greatness. Abruptly, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he could still see that there was an infinite amount of blade qi intertwined with life and death in it. Brilliant, radiant, dazzling to the core. It took a long time to sink in and fade away. Blade orifices fully open, 30% blade intent. Taking a light breath, Chu Mo murmured. The sword has a sword's intent, and the knife has a knife's intent. The so-called knife orifices, that is, after comprehending the knife intent to 30%, can be condensed in the upper and lower body of the 365 knife orifices. Out of the knife, the yuan force into condensed knife qi. Once used, the power will be multiplied. What a trip! Feeling the majestic blade qi within his body, Chu Mo could not help but have a smile appear on his face. 30% of the blade intent had come to a small conclusion, condensing the body of the blade orifices, which could already be described as being transformed into a new body. At this point in time, if you were to face your pre-enlightenment self again, purely in terms of sword techniques, it could be completely crushed. And the time has come to go back. Such a harvest made Chu Mo very satisfied. Once again, he looked at the stone pillar in front of him. He realized that at some point, the original Enlightenment stone tablet had already disappeared, and no matter how he sensed with his mind, there was no more movement. This also meant that the original Enlightenment stone tablet, which had been manifested concretely by the laws of the heavens and earth, had already disappeared unconsciously. The stone pillar in front of him was also just an ordinary stone pillar that couldn't be any more ordinary. After taking a look, Chu Mo walked out of the building. It happens to be early morning, and the golden crow rises in the distance. Looking into the distance from within the valley, the mountains can be seen in the mist shrouded, a small stream in the valley from the distant mountains flowing down, the sun shines, reflecting the sparkling light. From a distance, it looks like a jade belt. A breeze blew, with a fresh breath, deep breath, only to feel the chest and abdomen through the heart. The mood is free. Above the clouds, the rock lifted its wings, golden streams of light blazing brightly, and the young birds pecked at their feathers, purple feathers streaming brightly. Clouds rise to surround it. Floating on top of it, as if the umbrella is open and open. Dangling the rest, and like flying in the mist. Raise your eyes and look, but see the green sky and white sun, hidden 10,000 feet of light, mountain valley. There are ferocious beasts yelling, tsunami gathered in the mountains and forests, treetops rubbing between, visible light and shadow mottled. What a great light! Looking at such a view, Chu Mo spread his face and smiled. Then he called for the sky rock to come down. A few moments later, in the valley, suddenly sounded a loud and clear rock chirping, and then saw a wing spread. More than 10 meters of the golden-winged rock rocked up, carrying Chu Mo, transported into the clouds, disappeared. And after Chu Mo left this place, the original building that had stood in the valley for less than 200 years suddenly emitted a snort muffled sound. It was followed by a rumbling explosion. The beams and pillars of the dilapidated building steeply snapped, the walls collapsed with them, and a strong blade chi intertwined with each other, cutting across the board, causing the entire house to instantly turn into a ruin. The other side, a huge human base that was unknown how far away from the Luoyang base. The core area had a huge manor, with the word Su Mansion written on the plaque at the entrance. The depths of the mansion. Inside a well-guarded house, dozens of jade beads were placed. At this point, Ka-ching! A jade pearl suddenly shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. A martial artist who was originally guarding the corner of the room was still listless, and when he heard this voice, he suddenly had a jolt. When he saw the shattered jade bead, his face immediately changed. The great young master's innate jade bead is shattered. Whoa! Whoa! His heart and mind were chilled, and he hurriedly ran towards the house to report the news. It didn't take long. The top management of the Su Mansion had then learned of the news. Inside a large hall, there were more than 10 people standing at the moment, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Among them, the leader was a middle-aged man, dressed in fancy clothes with an extraordinary aura. Ever since my Su family, since I gained a foothold in this Jinling Great Base, how many years has it been so far? There hasn't been a single person that dared to disrespect the people of my Su family, let alone put out a hand to kill the core children of my Su family. But just now, my son, Su Feng's vitality bead shattered. Su Feng is my Su family's unicorn son. The future has the posture of a town general. Now that he is my Su Lang's son, he even died without a sound. If this matter is not pursued to the end, once outsiders learn about it, what face does my Su family have to base itself on? The great base of Jinling? The words are here. His aura exploded, an extremely terrifying aura swept over him, and the entire house instantly turned pale. This is the image that was presented when my son's origin bead shattered. He waved his hand. An illusory image appeared in front of him, on which Chu Mo's appearance was clearly displayed. This is a function that comes with the natal bead. Anyone who died with a strand of their soul hidden in the origin pearl would have the origin pearl shattered, but when it shattered, it would intercept the last scene that the owner of the soul had seen before dying. Many big powers would reserve their natal beads for the core members of their family, in order to prevent someone from assassinating them. Memorize this man's face. Su Lang said in a deep voice, I only have one request, to find my son's murderer. Whoever he is, whatever he is, find him. Skinned and torn to sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. The tone of his voice was stern, his gaze was like a knife, and his words were filled with a murderous aura. Words. The 10 or so people in the room, all of whom had a chill in their hearts, said, yes. Subsequently, countless children of the Su family then tracked down the murderer within the large base of Jinling, stirring up the world for a while. Chapter 84 Martial Master Peak, Gathering Water and Metallic Talents. What happened in the Su family, Chu Mo did not know. At this point, he had returned inside the Luoyang base. This time, he went out and harvested quite a lot, and also obtained 2 portions of grade 5 ferocious beast blood, plus a whole lot of grade 4 ferocious beast blood, so there was no shortage in resources for cultivation for the time being. Therefore, as soon as Chu Mo returned, he entered a state of seclusion. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. This day, Chu Mo was performing the body forging technique, absorbing the energy of the ferocious beast's blood, quenching his flesh and raising his strength. Along with his cultivation, one could only see the meridians up and down Chu Mo's body tremble, as if the strings of a zither were being fluctuated, and a musical sound seemed to be coming from within. A few moments later, the energy of the ferocious beast blood was completely absorbed, and Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Phew! Exhaling a long mouthful of turbid air, Chu Mo swung his fist, feeling the majestic power coming from his body, which was countless times stronger than before the seclusion. However, his face did not show joy, instead, he frowned slightly. More than 2 months of hard work. Chu Mo's power had grown to the limit of the 9 elephants' power, and was only 1 step away from the 10 elephants' great perfection. But somehow, it's this last step that can't be crossed no matter what. This time in seclusion, because there was sufficient ferocious beast blood, therefore Chu Mo's strength improved very quickly, and in just 2 months he had already successfully reached the peak of the 9 elephants, and the distance from the perfection of the 10 elephants to step into the Zhongshe realm was only a difference of at most 10,000 pounds of strength. If it was placed in normal times, a district of 10,000 pounds of strength, even if Chu Mo didn't use the aid of fierce beast blood, he would be able to complete it very quickly with his own talent alone. But nowadays, this area of 10,000 pounds of strength, but it was as if it had become a heavenly tentative. No matter how much Chu Mo cultivated, it was difficult to step over. So much so that it had caused him to stagnate for a full half a month, and his cultivation hadn't gained a single ounce of growth. What the hell is going on here? Trummer's brows furrowed. To say that the talent is limited is simply not true, but not to mention that his physique was already at the transcendent level by now, and his talents were mostly top or high. If it was said that with a gifted physique like his he was unable to enter the sovereign realm, I'm afraid that there weren't many martial artists in the world who could arrive at the sovereign realm. Go ask the other zone masters in the base to see if they have encountered such a situation when they broke through to zone master. Chu Mo thought darkly. The stone of the mountain can attack the jade. Although these patriarchs within the base were inferior to him in terms of strength, they were much richer than him in terms of cultivation experience. Mindfulness. A ball of water then floated around him, and then cleaned his entire body of all the dust that had fallen from his seclusion. This was a water control ability that Chu Mo had flexibly utilized based on the water attribute talent he controlled. During these 2 months or so, Chu Mo had not always been in seclusion. As soon as the gathering technique was refreshed, he would come out of his seclusion and go out to kill the ferocious beasts. 2 months of closure and 2 refreshes of the gathering technique. This allowed Chu Mo to obtain the 2 attribute talents of water and gold that he wanted by gathering ferocious beasts. Target, Chumhum. Physique, Transcendental Undying Thunder Body. Talents: top fire attribute talent, higher blade cultivation talent, higher wood attribute talent, higher water attribute talent, medium metallic talent, medium wind attribute talent, medium earth attribute talent, lower space talent. The first was the higher water attribute talent, which allowed Chu Mo to gain the ability to control water. Not only could it breathe underwater, it also possessed certain properties of the water attribute, such as manipulating the surrounding water elemental energy to make a certain range of spatial resistance larger, slowing down the opponent's stance at the same time. It also allowed Chu Mo's Yuan power to operate more finely and lengthily, improving his ability to sustain combat. Compared to talents like the thunder and fire attributes, the water attribute was more like a supporting game talent, and although it didn't bring about an intuitive increase in Chu Mo's strength, it made his fighting ability more flexible. Next is the metallic talent, which is a bit lower in rank, just medium. However, it also gave Chu Mo a metallic sharpness characteristic, making him even more terrifyingly powerful when he made his moves. In particular, it had a very terrifying addition to Chu Mo's blade technique. After many trials, Chu Mo realized that the medium metallic talent was able to add at least 3 times to the power of his blade technique. Overall, both of these newly acquired talents pleased Chu Mo. Walking out of the martial cultivation building, Chu Mo was just about to go forward to the first academy to look for Dean Shinjin. But just at this moment, suddenly saw a rainbow light flying towards this side, and when it came to the front, the figure of a person appeared. It was Shinjin. This caused Chu Mo to reveal an unexpected color. He had just wanted to find Shinjin, but he didn't expect the other party to come. Patriarch Chu, you've finally come out of the gate. A major event has occurred within the base, and Patriarch Chu is still invited to come and discuss it. Shinjin saw Chu Mo and said with a solemn face. What happened? Chummer inquired. Shinjin looked around, at the martial artists who had gradually gathered because of his arrival, and said, this is not the place to talk, please still ask Patriarch Chu to come with me. Good thing too. Chu Mo nodded, you lead the way in front, I'll follow you. Inside a heavily guarded hall in the inner city of Luoyang Base, Chu Mo followed Shinjin here. By now there were more than 10 people standing in the room. There were the remaining 3 sovereigns other than Shinjin, and the others were all the top echelons of the Luoyang Base, or strong people at the peak of the martial master realm. After they saw Chu Mo, they all bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Patriarch Chu. Although Chu Mo hadn't truly stepped into the realm of a zone master yet, his true battle power had already exceeded that of an average zone master, and he even possessed the ability to decapitate a level 5 fierce beast, and his strength was recognized by everyone, so naturally, he had to be given respect. You are all welcome. Chu Mo waved his hand, then looked at Shinjin and asked, Dean Shen, what exactly happened? Only then did Shinjin speak, Patriarch Chu, the reason so many of us are gathered here this time, and even you were invited over, is because a spatial rift was discovered outside of the Luoyang Base. Space rift? Chummer exclaimed out in disbelief, sure? 1,000 times true. Patriarch Xiang and I have personally looked at it, and although it's still very small, it's certain that it's a spatial rift, without a doubt. Shinjin said with a grave expression on his face, and listening to these words, Chu Mo's expression became serious. It's well known. The great change in the blue star's heaven and earth was due to the emergence of spatial cracks around the globe, countless ferocious beasts pouring in, coupled with the revival of Yuan Qi, which led to the expansion of the blue star by hundreds of times, turning it into such a barbaric world. Any spatial crack that appeared would have terrifying ferocious beasts burrowing out of it often. These spatial cracks were only suppressed and blocked by large bases or super bases that had the strength to do so. And now, a spatial crack, however, appeared near their Luoyang Base. Once the ferocious beasts inside ran out, the Luoyang Base that bore the brunt of the attack would be instantly destroyed. There was not the slightest room for resistance. Chapter 85, Method of Breaking Through the Sovereign Realm. But it's not a certain death. Just as Chu Mo's heart was gripping, he heard Shinjin continue, Patriarch Wei and I have looked at it, this spatial rift has only just appeared, and it's still very small now, and although it's expanding all the time, it will take a month at the very least before a ferocious beast can burrow out of it. And I've already contacted the Jinling Big Base and reported what's going on here, and the Jinling Big Base is also very concerned, saying that they will send manpower to reinforce them, so I think it won't be long before they can rush over and deal with this spatial rift. Hearing Shinjin's words, Chu Mo let out a sigh of relief in his heart. But then he said, since this is the case, I think the crisis of the Luoyang base can be alleviated, so why do you all have such a serious atmosphere? At these words, Shinjin sighed. The others present couldn't help but glance at each other, a look of difficulty on their faces. Here's the deal. On the side, Patriarch Xiying said, although the Jinling Great Base is willing to send people to reinforce them, the prerequisite is that we, the Luoyang base, have to send people to enter the rift first to scout it and determine at what level of strength the ferocious beasts in the rift are at. Chu Mo understood at once. This was because the large base in Jinling did not want to have any accidents and thus lose manpower, so they wanted the people from the Luoyang base to explore the road. This kind of crack is full of crises. At least you have to reach the strength of a patriarch to have the qualification to go in to explore and determine the strength of the ferocious beast. Just for patriarchs such as us, in addition to old brother Shen, were previously seriously injured because of the battle against that 5th-level ferocious beast, the root is greatly damaged, and the strength belongs to the bottom of the list among the patriarchs. If you enter it, once you encounter a ferocious beast, you will absolutely die for sure. Speaking here, Xiying let out a sigh, looked at Chu Mo, and said, therefore, we would like to ask you, Patriarch Chu, to lead us into the rift to explore. Having said that, everyone, including Shinjin, looked at Chu Mo with anticipation. I can help. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Mo pondered for a moment and nodded his head. The reason why he agreed to do so was not that Chu Mo was unselfish. The truth was that he also had his own considerations in mind. First of all, Shinjin was his dean, or Chen Shiwei's teacher. If he didn't go, it would be too dangerous for these 4 to enter the crevice, and they might have to fall. After all, Shinjin was Chen Shiwei's teacher and gave her a lot of help, so if he fell, he thought that Chen Shiwei would be very sad. Secondly, Chu Mo also wanted to ask them about the method to break through to the sovereign this time over. If they refused this matter, although they wouldn't say anything in their hearts, they might conceal some key information from Chu Mo. Because of this, he's the one who'll agree. And listening to Chu Mo's words, Shinjin's several people were all showing joyful expressions. Many thanks to Patriarch Chu for his help. With Patriarch Chu accompanying us, our safety on this trip can be greatly increased. They have expressed their gratitude. The originally heavy atmosphere in the hall also quietly dispersed quite a bit. There's no need to be so polite, after all, I'm also from Luoyang base, and I don't want to see the base tumble because of the spatial rift. Chummer said with a smile. Having said that, he paused and added, moreover, there is something I would like to ask a few patriarchs. There's no harm in speaking up, Patriarch Chu, as long as we know, we will definitely know everything. The 4 patriarchs patted their chests. It's like this, recently I've cultivated to the peak of martial master, but for some reason, the last step could not be consummated no matter what, making it impossible to touch the threshold of the patriarch. I wonder if a few patriarchs had ever encountered such a situation when they were breaking through the realm in the first place. Chu Mo described his situation briefly. And after hearing that, several patriarchs were at a loss. A martial master breaking through to a grandmaster would actually be shackled, it's impossible. I remember when I cultivated to the martial master's limit of 2 elephant power, I entered the sovereign realm in a smooth flow. Me too, the breakthrough was smooth, I didn't encounter any obstacles at all. Could it be that Patriarch Chu's cultivation has been refined too much to the point that something has gone wrong? Several patriarchs discussed. Chu Mo also frowned. None of the other patriarchs had encountered such a situation, yet he was the only one who had appeared. Could it be that it was really his cultivation that had gone awry? Just as Chu Mo was thinking so. At this point, Patriarch Xiying seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, Patriarch Chu, Did you ever break the limits of your physical body when you were in the martial realm? Nice. Chu Mo nodded, the martial master realm that one steps into with 1,000,000 pounds of physical strength when in the martial master realm. When these words came out, several patriarchs couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The fact that Chu Mo was only at the martial master realm and already had a combat strength that exceeded that of a Zongshi caused them to privately speculate that Chu Mo's talent should be very terrifying. But no one expected it. Chu Mo's talent was actually heaven-defying to this extent. To know, the general martial realm, basically more than 100,000 pounds of power to break through to the martial master, can cultivate to 200,000 pounds limit before breaking through has been called a genius. And 1,000,000 pounds of physical strength, how amazing is that? Almost unbelievable. Xiying was also shocked in his heart. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said, I broke through to the sovereign realm when I was young, and at that time, my heart was high and proud, and I wasn't willing to stay in such a small place like the Luoyang base, so after I broke through, I wanted to go to a large base to make a breakthrough, and then I went to the large base in Jinling. Once by chance, I had heard a genius patriarch who had broken the limit of his physical body say that he had encountered obstacles when he first broke through, and if my expectation is not bad, you guys should have encountered the same problem. Hear that? Chu Mo was immediately delighted and couldn't help but ask, then do you know how that patriarch broke through later? I'm not sure about the specifics. Xiying frowned as he recalled, I only remember that the teenage sect master said that he used a method called foundation building when he broke through. It says that a martial artist who breaks the limit of the physical body, because the foundation is too strong, it is very difficult to break through with unusual methods, so it is necessary to use some kind of heavenly material as a foundation building object, and with the art of attracting the spirit, absorb it into the body, to help the martial artist to cast the foundation of the Tao. Chikyu? The art of attracting spirits? Chu Mo asked, are there any spirit-inducing techniques within the Luoyang base? Xiying shook his head, these spirit-drawing techniques are things that only the celestial pride can need, and are usually held in the hands of the great clans. Our Luoyang base is just a small base, where can we possess such treasured tomes? Chu Mo revealed a look of disappointment. He could be sure of that now. One's inability to break through to a sovereign was inevitably caused by a foundation that was too strong. This also meant that he had to learn the spirit-drawing technique in order to successfully forge the foundation of the Tao and step into the realm of the patriarch. It appears that when this is over, there is a need to make a trip to the great base of Jinling. Chu Mo thought darkly. Subsequently, Chu Mo chatted with a few more sect masters and agreed on a time to visit the rift together before saying goodbye and leaving. Chapter 86, Probing a Spatial Rift. Back home. Seeing that Chen Shiwei was cooking, a dish of food was brought to the table, making people's fingers tingle. You're back, sit down and get ready to eat. Seeing Chu Mo return, Chen Shiwei greeted. Soon. Chen Shiwei served the last plate of food, and the two sat opposite each other, eating and chatting. Since the beast tide had passed, the relationship between the two had rapidly warmed up, and by now they were well acquainted, like a couple that had lived for a long time. It's so close to being a married couple today. Ding Shen contacted me and asked me to join them in exploring the spatial rift that appeared near the base, so I agreed to leave 3 days later. Protect yourself while I'm gone. Chummer opened his mouth. You're going to the space rift? Chen Shi frowned slightly. Spatial cracks are very dangerous, and the environment behind each crack is different, and some are so dangerous that even the 4 directions of the town will go in and instantly lose their lives. And although Chu Mo was powerful, Chen Shiwei was still worried. It's too dangerous in there, I don't recommend it. She advised. Chu Mo smiled and said, don't worry, there's no need to worry about me, I'm just going in with Dean Shen and the others to have a look around. I'll come out immediately after scouting for news. If I encounter any danger, I'll definitely run away at the first opportunity. With my speed, even a 5th-level ferocious beast wouldn't be able to catch up with me. Chummer wasn't exaggerating with that. With his current strength coupled with his intermediate wind attribute talent, he had already reached 30 times the speed of sound, and it was estimated that even a 5th-level ferocious beast would not be able to catch up with him. What's more, he also had a spatial talent, and could instantly move if he really had to. As long as he wanted to escape, unless he gave Chu Mo no time to react, he simply couldn't trap him. It was precisely because he had these cards that Chu Mo agreed to go in with Shen Jin, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to his death. Qin Shiwei also knew Chu Mo's nature. Once a decision was made it would be difficult to change it, thus there was no persuasion, but only admonished. Then you must remember to protect yourself well, and once you encounter a danger you can't defend yourself against, immediately retreat back. Remember. I'm still here for you. As she said the last sentence, she lowered her head, her voice sounding like a mosquito, and her cheeks were a little red. I know. Chu Mo grabbed Qin Shiwei's slender palm and said seriously. 3 days later. Chu Mo arrived at the agreed-upon location and met up with several sect masters. Greetings, Patriarch Chu. Several patriarchs saluted. Chumhum returned the salute. Shen Jin walked over and said with a solemn expression on his face, Patriarch Chu, this whole adventure in the spatial rift depends on you. Don't worry. Trummer nodded in understanding. Gentlemen, everyone has arrived, let's set off now. Accompanied by Shen Jin's order, Chu Mo's few people headed towards the outside of the base. On the way, in order to deal with the crises that might appear in the secret realm, all 4 of Shen Jin told Chu Mo about their strength and realm. These 4 patriarchs, all of them were at the early stage of the patriarchal realm. Besides Shen Jin, the other 3 were called Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei. Noteworthy. Other than Shen Jin, who possessed a medium fire attribute talent, the other 3 actually did not have any talent in them. It was no wonder that they were all weak. It turned out that they were purely relying on their good cultivation physique to get their realms up. But when it comes to true combat ability amongst the sovereigns, it basically belongs to the bottom of the list. No words on the way. A few moments later, the 3 of them arrived near the spatial crack. It was an empty plain with no trees around, only some lush weeds growing. Originally, there were still some ferocious beasts present in this place, but with the arrival of the 5 of them, all of them exuding a powerful aura, many of the beasts fled in panic and left the place. This is it. Shen Jin dropped his figure and pointed ahead. Chu Mo also got down from the body of the sky rock. The golden-winged rock bird lifted its wings and landed on a large rock, combing its feathers alone. Several patriarchs turned their gazes over, a look of envy in their eyes. As patriarchs, they naturally had vision. One look at this golden-winged rock bird, one would know that it was very not bad, not to mention that it was now a peak level 3 ferocious beast, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be long before it would be able to be promoted to level 4. At that time, it would be the same as Chu Mo having an additional beast pet by his side that was comparable to the sect master realm. How can they not be envied in their hearts? Chu Mo did not know what was in their minds, at this moment raised his eyes to look, and saw that not far ahead in midair, there was a spatial crack of about 2 meters in size, somewhat like the entrance and exit of the secret realm. A regal aura came from the crack. We're about to enter the rift. Let me remind you that this time we're only responsible for exploring the situation of the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, so everyone must be careful and prudent, try to avoid attracting the attention of the ferocious beasts, and strive to push out safe and sound. As long as we finish our business, we'll leave all the rest to the people of the Jinling Big Base. Before entering the secret realm, Shen Jin reminded everyone. The crowd nodded in understanding. The Zhongsha realm might be considered a party of powerhouses when placed outside, but in a spatial rift, it was not worth mentioning at all. Even if it was a powerhouse at the level of the 4 directions Shen generals, it was very likely that they would fall in it. Therefore, they cannot afford to be careless. Noteworthy. Shen Jin was elected as the temporary captain to lead the group because of his experience. Chummer had no problem with that either. Subsequently, they made a simple plan, and once everything was ready, they prepared to enter the rift in turn. It wasn't that they didn't want to set up a tight plan, but it was mainly because of the complexity of the situation within the spatial rift. The situation was changing rapidly, and the plan could never catch up with the changes, so they didn't have too much to discuss. The first one in is dangerous. After discussion, it was Xing who volunteered to take the lead. A few moments later, Sil should come back with news of safety. A few people were relieved and entered them when Chu Mo walked into the spatial crack. He only felt as if he had passed through a layer of film, and when he raised his eyes again, he saw a sudden change in front of him. Looking around, he realized that several other people were also around, and at the moment, they were all surveying the surroundings vigilantly. "We're already in, be careful with everything, don't be exposed," Shinjin said with a serious face. Chu Mo and the others nodded their heads. Afterward, they were then led by Shinjin, carefully moving forward slowly in a chosen direction. All the way around. Shinjin also took out a drawing and began to map out the terrain of the place, and recorded all the ferocious beasts that he encountered along the way. Nothing was left to chance, and no detail was left behind. "Patriarch Shi, what's this about Dinshin?" Chu Mo looked a little curious and couldn't help but ask in a low voice to Xing by his side. "Elder brother Shin is mapping out the terrain for a human counterattack," Xing said. "The appearance of any spatial crack represents the outpouring of countless ferocious beasts, which belongs to a catastrophe for humans. But as long as one has enough strength to kill the ferocious beasts in the crack, all one has is the huge land behind this crack. Think about it, with so many ferocious beasts entrenched, how terrifying should the various cultivation resources in this place be? Speaking of which..." He glanced around and said in a low voice again, "I dare to make a guarantee that if the ferocious beasts in this fissure aren't too strong, when the reinforcements from the Jinling Great Base arrive, they will decimate all of the ferocious beasts here and take complete control of this fissure, and then develop it. By that time, perhaps the Luoyang base will still be able to capitalize on this situation and grow into a medium-sized base." Speaking of this, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. "So it is." Trummer nodded. Chapter 87, The Killing of a Rank 6 Ferocious Beast. A few days in a row. Under Shinjin's leadership, they explored the situation of the area of 100,000 miles in a radius in the ferocious beast space within this rift and drew a detailed intelligence and topographical map of the gathering of ferocious beasts. These cracks were truly worthy of being the lairs of ferocious beasts. There were ferocious beasts almost everywhere inside, with countless level 4 ferocious beasts among them. And among them, they could also sense a dozen or so extremely terrifying ferocious beasts' auras, each of which was on par with the flaming white ape from before, or even stronger. After noticing these auras, they all avoided them from afar. So there is no problem. This day, they were walking in a huge primitive dense forest. This was the last area they had explored. After exploring this place, they would have searched all of this spatial rift, and would be able to leave from here. Perhaps it was because they felt that the mission was about to be completed. Several people's minds were slightly relaxed. However, right about this time, Chu Mo's expression suddenly moved as his gaze looked into the distance. Subsequently, Shinjin and the others also sensed something right after him and raised their eyes to look. A great battle was seen taking place in an extremely distant place. Both sides of the fight were ferocious beasts. One of the parties was even a large fire-red bird of several hundred feet, soaring in mid-air. With several sky-facing plumes on top of his head, his wings were streaming with color and domineering clusters, and his body was surrounded by fiery red luminescence, all of which demonstrated his majesty as the king of birds. Along with the flap of her wings, countless terrifying flames were born, smashing down as if they were a heavy rain, seemingly capable of burning the sky and devouring the earth, possessing infinite power. And the one fighting with this fire phoenix was a giant augur that was hundreds of feet long. The whole body was bright and shiny, the body was big and scary, very majestic, the golden pupils were brilliant and wild, and the body carried a hostile aura, as if it had come from the sky. Each time he roared, his voice spread across the heavens and earth, and the terrifying shockwaves annihilated and shattered countless mountains. These two gigantic beasts were fighting. The scope of the fight rippled across hundreds of miles of area. The huge primitive dense forests and mountain peaks were destroyed by their terrifying strength. Countless ferocious beasts fled in panic for fear of being caught in the waves and dying. Watching such terrifying ferocious beasts fight, Shinjin and several other patriarchs were shocked beyond words. Even if it was Chu Mo, he was shocked at this moment. This was the first time he had witnessed ferocious beasts above level 5 fighting with each other, and the power was terrifying, simply like the might of the heavens. At this point, the fight between these two ferocious beasts had already gone white hot. The giant ogre's body was covered in charred blackness from the flames, and there was even a faintly mouth-watering aroma coming from it. The body of the fire phoenix, on the other hand, was covered with wounds of all sizes, and drops of golden blood kept sliding down, and whenever it landed on the ground, it would cause the ground to set off a burst of terrifying flames and corrode a huge crater. Roar. Suddenly, the giant Jiao seized one of the fire phoenix's brakes, raised a claw, and directly grabbed the colorful plumes on the fire phoenix's tail and broke it off raw, causing the fire phoenix to chirp in pain, and the breath on its body began to fall rapidly. For a fire phoenix, a broken plume on the tail was not a fatal injury, but it was a very serious injury. Because the fire phoenix's aptitude skills, most of which fall on the tail of the colorful plume above, once broken, a strength at least to go a 7 or 8. The moment. The fire phoenix then already had the intention of retreating. But see her lead high-pitched chirp, followed by endless flames out of thin air, spread over a distance of dozens of miles, and then have smashed down, as if the meteor fire rain general. Each fire fell like a meteorite, smashing out a huge crater. The giant Jiao was caught off guard and was hit by a dozen or so flames one after another, immediately hissing in pain and hurriedly running out of the range of the fire rain. Take advantage of this. The fire phoenix directly fluttered its wings and flew off in a crooked direction towards the distance. Obviously, after losing the colorful plume, using this move was also a small price for the fire phoenix to pay. The giant ogre understood this as well. Looking at the direction where the fire phoenix escaped, a touch of unwillingness appeared on his face. He looked at the rain of fire that was still falling from the sky, and thinking of the pain that stained his body, he didn't dare to go after it after all, and in the end, he could only hiss and leave helplessly. Terrible. It's horrible. At least a peak level 5, or even a level 6 ferocious beast. Raising his hands and throwing his feet has the ability to turn rivers. It's simply not an existence that can be countered by human power. As they watched the two ferocious beasts battle it out, Shinjin's few people were stunned. That tussle between the fire phoenix and the giant ogre had a range of hundreds of miles, and each move carried a power that could cause mountains to collapse, jungles to topple, and the earth to turn over. Even if they were tens of miles away, it made their hearts tremble with fear. It's too dangerous, let's hurry. Patriarch Lucier said in a timid voice. Right, since all the scouting missions have been completed, let's leave quickly. I don't want to stay in this kind of hellhole for even a moment. Xiying and Yuan Dongfei both said in a hurry. Shinjin thought the same thing and planned to lead the team away. But just at this time, he suddenly heard Chu Mo say, Dean Shen, I intend to go over and take a look, you guys go first, I'll be right there afterward. Having said that, without waiting for them to speak, Chu Mo left the place with a flash of his body. Patriarch Chu. Looking at the direction Chu Mo left, the four Shinjin people froze. Of course they knew what Chu Mo's thoughts were, it was nothing more than wanting to see if there were any bargains to be taken. But those were two peak level 5 and probably even level 6 ferocious beasts. Even if they were both injured, they were not something they could covet. Patriarch Chu. Doesn't he want to die? What do we do now? Xiying was a bit at a loss for words and couldn't help but ask. Since Patriarch Chu said for us to go first, let's leave here first and wait for Patriarch Chu to converge. His speed is fast, so he should be able to catch up soon. Shinjin said thoughtfully. The other three listened and could only agree. The four of them then carefully left the area. The fire phoenix is seriously injured. I may not have no chance. Chu Mo's figure was like a stream of light, and he quickly followed along the path that fire phoenix had left. Although that giant ogre was also injured, it didn't have too much of an impact on its strength, and Chu Mo had no thoughts about it. But the fire phoenix was different. The plume was broken, and he lost most of his strength. Coupled with the body are wounded, and finally escaped at no small cost to cast that move of the horror of the meteor fire rain. I'm afraid it is already a strong crossbow to the end, if you can catch up and kill it. How terrifying will a peak level 5, or even most likely level 6, ferocious beast bring? Thinking of this, even Chu Mo could not help but set off waves in his heart. Chapter 88, The First Transcendent Talent, Returning to Base. Chu Mo chased after the fire phoenix along the direction it had fled all the way. A number of huge craters corroded out of the ground could be seen. This was all caused by the blood dripping from the fire phoenix. It follows from this. It could be seen that this fire phoenix's injuries were indeed very serious, and even its wounds could no longer be contained, which was considered good news for Chu Mo. A few moments later, Chu Mo followed the fire phoenix to a volcano, and without the slightest hesitation, the fire phoenix directly flew in with difficulty. Chu Mo hesitated and followed him in. With the fire phoenix's current injuries, even if he found him, it would be difficult to pose a fatal danger to Chu Mo. If we really want to be discovered, the big thing is to activate the spatial talent to escape from here. This volcano here is huge. Just as soon as you enter, you can feel the scorching heat on your face. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Chu Mo finally arrived in front of a magma lake, and he saw that the severely injured fire phoenix had fallen to the ground at the moment. His breath was broken, and he was planning to crawl towards the lake. Shit. This fire phoenix is planning to hide in the magma lake, he must be stopped. The fire phoenix had the bloodline of a phoenix and was able to reborn from fire. Because this magma lake, which was a deadly threat to other ferocious beasts, was a good healing ground for the fire phoenix. Once the fire phoenix hid in the magma, Chu Mo would no longer be able to lay his hands on him. Even the fire phoenix that got healed by the magma would in turn pose a threat to Chu Mo. Therefore, seeing this scene, Chu Mo directly then unleashed his wind attribute talent and charged towards the fire phoenix. Hostile. The fire phoenix realized that someone was sneak attacking and immediately turned around alertly. When it saw that the attacker was a human with a weak breath, its cold eyes emitted a stern color, and when it opened its mouth and spat out, a terrifying flame flew over towards Chu Mo. Just as this flame appeared, the air around it suddenly became even hotter. It made Chu Mo only feel as if his skin and blood were about to burn. It's really worthy of being a suspected rank 6 ferocious beast. It's so powerful. Chu Mo's heart was shaken. Although the meteor fire shower earlier was even more terrifying, it was after all separated by hundreds of miles. At the moment, although it is only a flame, but it is a personal direct face, and immediately can feel the horror of it. Trummer had no doubt. If he were to be touched by this flame, he would definitely die. Without the slightest hesitation, the spatial talent immediately operated out. Teleportation. The body instantly disappeared, and the next moment it appeared behind the head of the fire phoenix. Die. In the midst of his roar, he drew his sword out of its sheath with a clang. The 365 blade orifices on his entire body trembled in unison, and the terrifyingly extreme blade chi crazily stirred and flowed within his body, ultimately flowing through his arm and passing into the battle blade. Metallic talent enhancement. Indestructible thunder body power increase. The gale-robbing thunder blade ran out. Blade intent was released without violence. A split second. An overbearing and incomparably powerful blade chi swept out, seemingly able to cut through the air, and suddenly chopped down towards the head of the fire phoenix. Pfft. The sharpness of the 30% blade intent, coupled with the overpowering enchantment from the metallic talent, caused Chu Mo's battle sword to chop down on the fire phoenix's head as if it were a thunderbolt. Only a dang sound could be heard, preceded by a violent sound of gold and iron clashing. The next moment, the sound of a knife entering flesh resounded steeply. Chu Mo only felt that the long knife first encountered stagnation, and then smoothly sliced into it, as if it were a piece of steel that had been hardened and sliced through, and blood splattered at the neck of the fire phoenix. Under the pain, the fire phoenix couldn't help but hiss and let out a mournful and extremely miserable cry. But right at this moment, Chu Mo dropped another blade without hesitation, the battle knife carrying a terrifying sharpness, and fiercely chopped down again against the originally cut wound. Pfft! At this moment, the head of the fire phoenix could no longer withstand it, and the head was chopped off and rolled down to the ground. The two huge eyes were wide open, as if until its death, this fire phoenix hadn't figured out why it had been decapitated by a mole cricket with a weak breath. Phew! Trummer took a deep breath, trying to calm his still violently beating heart. Sneak attacking and decapitating a suspected rank 6 ferocious beast, even if the other party was already seriously injured, was definitely an extremely risky thing to do. The slightest mishap could result in death. Therefore, Chu Mo did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and directly exerted his strongest means. The results are promising. He won. Gather the loot. Can't be bothered to get tired. Chu Mo immediately began to move his hands, preparing to collect the talent of this ferocious beast. This was the nest of the fire phoenix, and no ferocious beasts would dare to intrude in at all. Therefore, Chu Mo directly began to collect it. Placing his palms on the body of the fire phoenix, he gave a silent thought in his heart. In the next moment, a golden palm surfaced in front of him and fished at the corpse. Capture successful. Gaining a transcendent level fire attribute talent. Is it fused? Transcendent level fire attribute talent. Chu Mo's eyes froze for a moment, and his heart was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, when he saw this fire phoenix, he already had expectations in his heart, and the result was indeed not what he expected. Fusion. Without hesitation, Chu Mo directly then incorporated the fire attribute talent into his body. In a flash, a sharp pain came from the depths of his soul. This made Chu Mo feel as if he had returned to the first time he fused his talents. The transcendent level fire attribute talent brought him immense pain when it was fused, and it was as if the muscles, bones, and meridians within his body had endured countless tears. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already fainted, but Chu Mo had endured the fusion too many times and had long since become accustomed to it, so he was still able to grit his teeth and withstand it. I don't know how much time has passed. The pain finally dissipated like a tidal wave, and a wave of warmth floated up to his heart and flowed through his limbs and bones. Phew! Chu Mo returned to his senses and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. That's when he realized. It turned out that without realizing it, his entire body had been drenched in sweat, as if he had just come out of the water. Instead of cleaning himself, he checked the message first. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, Transcendental Undying Thunder Body. Talents, Transcendent Level Fire Attribute Talent, Advanced Sword Cultivation Talent, Advanced Wood Attribute Talent, Advanced Water Attribute Talent, Medium Metallic Talent, Medium Wind Attribute Talent, Medium Earth Attribute Talent, and Inferior Spatial Talent. Looking at his first transcendent level talent, Chu Mo was thrilled in his heart. Now, in addition to my transcendent grade Indestructible Thunder Body, I also possess a transcendent grade Fire Attribute Talent. With the two transcendent levels in my body, my strength and foundation will once again rise to another level. Thinking so, Chu Mo dropped his gaze on the fire phoenix. At the moment, this corpse looked like a mountain of treasure to him. Keep gathering. Capture successful. Gaining a trace of the true Sun Phoenix bloodline. Capture successful. Obtaining the essence blood of the grade 6 beast, the fire phoenix. After collecting 2 more times in succession and collecting all the treasures on the fire phoenix, Chu Mo stopped a trace of the Sun True Phoenix bloodline and the essence blood of a rank 6 ferocious beast. What a great harvest! Chummer was excited. However, he did not use it immediately, but stood up, intending to leave. It's been such a long delay, if we don't go back, we should worry them. When we get back, we'll be studying the uses of the bloodline. Think about it. Chu Mo put these 2 treasures into his carry-on space and pushed the body of the fire phoenix into the magma lake, watching the magma devour the fire phoenix with his own eyes before he took a long breath and left the place half an hour later. Chu Mo then caught up with the 4 Shinjin people who left first. Patriarch Chu, you finally returned. Seeing Chu Mo, Shinjin greeted him with great concern. Nothing happened, right? Thanks to Dinshin's concern, I'm fine. Chu Mo opened his mouth. When the 4 Shinjin people heard this, they completely let go of their hearts. The 5 of them then returned together along the same path. As for what exactly Chu Mo had done after he left, they wisely did not ask, and Chu Mo naturally would not say much. A careful and cautious return. 2 hours later. They finally made it back to the exit of the rift without any danger and came out in turn. Phew. It's finally out. Finally, we're out of this hellhole. Those 2 terrifying behemoths fighting each other scared the hell out of me. I'm afraid I won't dare to go in there again in this life. Back to the wild, several patriarchs couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although they didn't encounter any dangers in the crack, but the fearful concealment of their breath all the way, for fear of the ferocious beasts discovering their traces, coupled with the killing of those 2 level 6 ferocious beasts with their own eyes, still left a deep shadow in their hearts. At this moment, they finally walked out, and it instantly relaxed their hearts. Many thanks to Patriarch Chu for escorting us along this journey, we are grateful. At this point, Shinjin came before Chu Mo and said respectfully. Xiying, Lushi, and Yuan Dongfei also came over to express their gratitude to Chu Mo. A few of you don't have to be so polite. Chumhum said as he bowed his hand, after all, I didn't do you guys any favors either. That's not what the words say. Xiying laughed, the rift is full of crises, and with our low strength, we are bound to be scared after entering, whereas you, Patriarch Chu, are highly powerful, and being able to follow us is already giving us a great deal of backbone and help. What's more, isn't it for the best if we don't make a move? At the very least it means we're not in danger. When Chu Mo heard it, it was true. Several people exchanged pleasantries while heading towards the Luoyang base. Soon enough, it had arrived. Separation is imminent. Shinjin said, Patriarch Chu, I need to immediately report the information I have probed to the Jinling large base, so I will leave first. Do you have any plans? I may have to make a trip to the Jinling Grand Base in a while, to look for a way to break through to a sovereign. Trummer said truthfully. Then I wish Patriarch Chu to get what he wants, and on the day you leave, be sure to remember to give us a message and we'll see you off. Shinjin said definitely. Chumma laughed. Shinjin nodded and then left with the 3 patriarchs of Xiying. After watching them leave and waiting until they had completely disappeared from sight, Chu Mo then withdrew his gaze and headed in the direction of his own home. Chapter 89, Hatching the Great Sun Golden Crow, Third Beast Pet. When I got home, I found that Chen Shiwei was not there. However, he left a note on the table, saying that he had gone out to practice, so that he should not worry. However, Chu Mo was not really completely at ease. The wilderness is dangerous, Chen Shiwei is only a martial artist strength, maybe there will be accidents. Think about it. Chu Mo then gave a command to Tianpeng to find Chen Shiwei's location and secretly protect it. Don't worry, Master, there will never be any accidents to Master Mother. Tenpenny obediently replied it knew the scent of Chen Shiwei. Coupled with its good eyesight, it could easily locate Chen Shiwei in the sky. With the protection of the sky rock, Chen Shiwei would be able to be much safer, even if he encountered a class 4 ferocious beast, he would not be in danger. Thinking so. Only then did Chu Mo feel completely at ease. Sitting in the middle of a quiet room, Chu Mo intended to carry his space with him, preparing to study the Sun True Phoenix bloodline collected from the Fire Phoenix. This was the first time he had acquired such a treasure since obtaining the gathering technique, so he naturally wanted to figure it out. Just when Chu Mo intended to go from the carry-on space, he was shocked to find that he actually couldn't find it. No way. I obviously put it in the space. He remembered that he had placed this treasure inside his carry-on space along with the Fire Phoenix's level 6 Fierce Beast Essence blood. However, the level 6 Fierce Beast Essence blood was still in place, only this bloodline was gone. Trummer frowned, rummaging back and forth within the storage space, but there was still no trace of the Sun True Phoenix bloodline. Wait. This is... Right at this moment, Chu Mo suddenly landed his gaze on the corner, above a light red pet egg. This was the pet egg that Chu Mo had gotten from completing Su Xiaoxiao's quest back in the Martial Supplies Hall. He had also studied it carefully after it arrived, only that no matter what he did, the pet egg didn't respond. Later, Chu Mo also put it in the space to press the bottom and did not pay attention to it. But now he, however, suddenly realized that this pet egg actually had some abnormalities. Holding it in his hands, Chu Mo was able to clearly perceive that there was a strong vitality coming from the egg, and could even vaguely feel the vigorous and powerful heart beating. Not only that, he realized that the pet egg in his hand, too, had become progressively hotter. The vitality of this pet egg is much stronger, it's hard to... Chu Mo suddenly thought of a possibility. That trace of the Sun True Phoenix bloodline was most likely absorbed by this pet egg. This is just too unbelievable. An egg that has yet to hatch can actually actively absorb a bloodline? I'm afraid no one will believe it when I tell them. More crucially, this was the bloodline of the true Phoenix of the Sun, and even though there was only a trace of it, it still contained an extremely terrifying energy. It was because of this trace of bloodline that the Fire Phoenix had grown to be a grade 6 fierce beast, capable of pushing mountains and overturning seas, possessing infinite power, and this one egg absorbs it. What's it really about? Chu Mo had a searching look in his eyes. This egg, it seems, is about to hatch. Chu Mo could clearly feel that the pet egg in his hand became hotter and hotter, as if the beast pet inside was about to come out. He knew that some beast pets would treat the first creature they saw as their own when they first hatched. He hadn't signed a soul contract for this beast pet yet, so if he wasn't around when it hatched, it would be a big loss. So for the next few days, Chu Mo stayed in the house, didn't go anywhere, and waited patiently. With time, the vitality on this beast pet egg grew stronger and stronger, and the pressure it brought with it also grew stronger and stronger, so much so that even Chu Mo felt a bit oppressed. But the more it filled Chu Mo's heart with anticipation only. Along with the increasing pressure, Chu Mo began to worry that this beast pet would make too much noise when it came out, thus causing others to pry. Therefore, he specially spent a large amount of money to purchase a set of defense formations as well as a set of formations to collect breath from Jade House, and arranged them around the house. A few more days passed. On this day, Chu Mo, who was slowly regulating his breathing, suddenly felt a strange movement coming from the ferocious beast egg in front of him. Chu Mo opened his eyes and immediately gazed over. He knows. This beastie is coming out. Fruity. A moment later, the ferocious beast egg began to shake. First it shook slightly, then it became more and more violent. Suddenly, bark. Only the sound of a cracking shell was heard. On the ferocious beast's egg in front of him, a crack suddenly appeared, and as time passed, the cracks became more and more numerous, gradually spreading over the entire eggshell. Just what kind of ferocious beast could it be? Seeing this scene, Chu Mo thought with great anticipation. And just as the thought had surfaced in his mind. Goo! Open ground. A crow's cry rang in his ears without warning. The voice was long and distant, as if it had traveled through time and space, coming from the long-ago barbarians. Immediately afterward, the eggshell shattered and a head stuck out. Somewhat like a crow, but more similar to a fire phoenix, but the whole body is covered with black feathers, only the eyes are red, as if a flame is burning, and the mouth shows a hint of metal color, carrying a supreme majesty. Noteworthy. It actually had 3 claws underneath it. This is... Seeing this scene, Chu Mo instantly froze, and a flash of disbelief steeply appeared on his face. Above the valley of Tang there is Fusang, which is bathed in 10 days, and is north of the Black Teeth residing in the water. there is a great wood, which resides on the lower branch on the 9th day, and on the upper branch on the 1st. This is clearly a three-legged golden crow. Chu Mo muttered, his words filled with endless shock. Three-legged, black-feathered, head like a fire phoenix, shaped like a crow, this was clearly the appearance of the three-legged golden crow. The so-called three-legged golden crow is also known as the Great Sun Golden Crow. In myths and legends, as the Lord of the Great Sun and the Sect of the Stars, he is the famous demon emperor. Although from the time it swallowed the Sun True Phoenix bloodline while it was still a ferocious beast egg, Chu Mo knew that the origin of this ferocious beast might not be small. But he hadn't expected that it was actually a ferocious beast like the Great Sun Golden Crow, no matter what. Where is this coming from? It's clearly larger than life. Even Chu Mo could not help but feel his heart fluttering, and it was difficult for him to hold himself for a moment. It's hard to know how long it's been. Only then did Chu Mo suppress the shock in his heart and gradually return to his usual self. And at that moment, the three-legged golden crow that had just made a sound was seen shaking its head and running towards Chu Mo. It had just been born and saw Chu Mo for the first time, so naturally it was very dependent on Chu Mo, its two wings hugging Chu Mo's arm, its mouth babbling something. Let's try to see if we can recognize it first. With that thought, Chu Mo forced out his essence blood. When the three-footed golden crow saw this, its eyes immediately lit up and swallowed Chu Mo's essence blood. Subsequently, Chu Mo then realized that he had established a connection with the three groups of golden crows, and at the same time, he was able to understand the meaning in each other's cries. Hungry. To eat, eat, eat. The voice of the three-legged golden crow came from his mind. Chu Mo immediately took out a piece of Class 4 fierce beast meat from his storage bag and placed it in front of it. It was just that what Chu Mo didn't expect was that it walked up to the ferocious beast meat and after sniffing it, it actually threw the meat out with a claw. Is this disliked? Chu Mo cried and laughed a little. At this point, the three-legged golden crow looked around and realized that his eggshell was still on one side, so he walked over and slowly ate it. These eggshells contained a great amount of energy, and as the three-legged golden crow swallowed them, the aura on its body grew by leaps and bounds. Soon, the eggshells were then it was all eaten, followed by a satisfied burp. Next moment, a strong aura steeply erupted from its body. In the meantime, a black flame coalesced behind it. As soon as this kind of flame appeared, Chu Mo realized that the air around him had instantly become scorching hot, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. The defense formations and breath concealment formations that were arranged in the room even began to ripple, apparently unable to withstand such breath and about to crumble. Good on. Such a flame flickered and was quickly withdrawn from its body. Otherwise, it was estimated that this house of Chu Mo's should not be able to keep it today. But even so, Chu Mo was shocked. From the body of the three-legged golden crow, he sensed an extremely strong aura, an aura that uniquely belonged to a rank 4 ferocious beast. Just being born, it has already become a Class 4 ferocious beast. It's truly worthy of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Such talent is simply terrifying. Chu Mo already didn't know how many times he had been shocked, and his heart was close to being numb. And at this time, the well-fed three-legged golden crow directly jumped onto Chu Mo's shoulder, first intimately rubbing his own head against Chu Mo's head, and then combing his feathers very peacefully. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo also couldn't help but reveal a smile. Touching the head of the three-legged golden crow, Chu Mo said, "Since you've recognized me as your master, I'll give you a name. After that, you'll be called Little Crow." Coo, coo. The three-footed golden crow understood the meaning of Chu Mo's words, and at that moment, it shrieked happily. A period of time followed. Chu Mo then cultivated a relationship with Crow in the house. Although it had an extraordinary origin, it had just been born after all, and its spiritual wisdom was still not high, so Chu Mo often fed it spiritual rice, and supplemented it with various heavenly materials and treasures that Chu Mo had gotten from the secret realm. Noteworthy. Little Crow didn't drink the blood of ferocious beasts, and didn't eat even the meat of 5th-level ferocious beasts. The only way to get it to reluctantly take a bite was to have a spiritual spring, a spiritual liquid, or some heavenly material. But this way, the resources consumed on a daily basis become extremely horrific. Fortunately, Chu Mo had obtained a large amount of resources from the Wanhua mysterious realm in the first place, plus he had also obtained quite a lot of treasures from previously beheading that Jinling Big Base's male son, otherwise he really couldn't afford to raise Xiao Wu. But despite the resources consumed, Trummer thought it was well worth it. Under his cultivation of various heavenly materials and treasures, Little Crow grew very rapidly, and had so far reached the level of a Class 4 upper ferocious beast, and was not far from stepping into the Class 5 realm. What was even more pleasing was that Xiao Wu had also signed a soul contract with him. This also meant that they would henceforth also become masters and servants in honor and disgrace, and would never rebel again. Chapter 90 Jinling Great Base's Arrival, Little Crow's Innate Aptitude. Just as Chu Mo was still cultivating his feelings with Little Crow. In the meantime, in the inner city of the Luoyang base, Shenjin and the other 4 patriarchs were standing respectfully in the square, greeting the dozens of martial artists who had just descended from a huge flying boat. These dozens of people were all dressed in fancy clothes, and all of them exuded a strong aura. At the very least, they were all strong at the Zongshe realm. They had just gotten off the flying boat and frowned. It's really worthy of being a poor countryside. The concentration of yuan qi is terribly low. It's inconceivable that martial artists can actually be born here. The base is also badly developed, like an uncivilized place. Dozens of martial artists commented on the Luoyang base very casually, their words filled with a sense of superiority. On the other side, the 4 people, Shenjin and Xiying, who had come to greet him, all had a look of embarrassment on their faces. Lords, it's been a long and arduous journey. We've already prepared a banquet. Please also enter the banquet. Xiying took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and said respectfully, "There's no need to go to the banquet." A young patriarch, with a bashful face, glanced at Xiying and casually said, "A small base in the district. I guess there's nothing worthy of the eye. It's better to settle the matter as soon as possible. Then we'll go back." "Not bad, we have a lot of work to do in the day. Where do we have so much time to eat with you people? Quickly report back what you have scouted out. Finish off the ferocious beasts in the spatial rift, and we'll leave here as soon as possible. The concentration of yuan qi is so low, it's impossible to cultivate, and it feels like the surroundings are full of filthy qi. I really don't want to stay here for a little longer." Everyone else said in disgust, "It's too much of a bully." Listening to their undisguised accusations, the 4 Shenjin people were furious in their hearts. But at this moment, the situation was not up to anyone, and they were still expected to solve the spatial crack, so they could only forcefully swallow this breath. "Since all of you lords are unwilling to stay longer, then I will lead you forward to the spatial rift. Just why don't I see the figures of a few town general lords?" Xiying said suspiciously. Ever since they reported up the information about the ferocious beasts in the space rift, the Jinling Great Base sent back a letter saying that they would send 5 4-directions general-level martial artists to reinforce them. But in the crowd, he did not see it, so he was a bit puzzled in his mind. "What kind of status does Lord Town General have? Is it something you can easily see?" A patriarch from the Great Base of Jinling said with a face full of condescension. Subsequently, and again, very impatiently, he said, "All right, don't be talking too much, you just bring us there, and we'll take care of the rest." Yes, I have slipped up, so please don't be annoyed, my lords," Xiying said with a quick smile. After that, it led them towards the space rift. The other side. Under Chu Mo's unremitting cultivation, Little Crow finally smoothly stepped into the ranks of 5th-level ferocious beasts. 5th-grade ferocious beasts, also known as beast generals. For ferocious beasts, it belongs to a huge watershed. Other ferocious beasts wanting to step from level 4 into level 5 was definitely a very difficult thing to do, but for Little Crow, there was no obstacle. It's like going with the flow, the water is flowing, and the promotion comes naturally. Trummer understood. This was the result of Xiao Wu's strong roots. After entering the 5th level, Xiao Wu also awakened his own natural aptitude, and once awakened it was two. One is the art of transforming the rainbow. The golden crow, with its head held high and its body transformed into a rainbow, was so close to the sky that it could reach 1,000 miles away in an instant, comparable to the speed of light. The second is the golden crow fire feather. The golden crow lifted its wings, and the sky was filled with fire feathers that flew like sharp swords, even cutting through the air. With these two natural divine abilities, the current 3-footed golden crow was sufficient to fight against ordinary peak level 5 ferocious beasts, even though it had only just stepped into the level 5 level. This shows the strength of the three-legged golden crow's underpinnings. Looking at Xiao Wu being so powerful, Chu Mo's mood was great. Coinciding with the fact that he had now been in seclusion for such a long period of time, Chu Mo planned to come out of seclusion to see if the reinforcements had resolved the spatial rift. If it is resolved, the Luoyang base will rest easy from now on. When Qin Shiwei returned from her training, Chu Mo could take her out of here and head to the Jinling large base. Thinking so, Chu Mo took a step out of the gate. Inside the base, Chu Mo had wanted to find Shin Jin and the others to find out some news, but who knew that they were all absent, and only after inquiring did he realize that he had been dragged inside the rift by the people from the Jinling large base. The acquaintances were all gone, and Chu Mo actually didn't know who to find to inquire about the news for a while. But right about this time, instead, he suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away, hobbling soulfully along. Chase the wind. When Chumhum came out of this person, he immediately walked over. So it's Patriarch Chu, meet your excellency. Chasing the wind was in the origin, suddenly heard a voice coming from the ear, was startled, and when he saw the person in front of him, he hurriedly saluted. No need to be so polite. Chu Mo waved his hand and looked at Chasing Wind's limp and somewhat dull look. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? You remembered the first time they met, Wind Chaser was leading a squad of hunters under his command with great vigor. And the last time they ran into each other in the wild, the other party was a bit lousy but not injured. But now instead of being alone, he's even got a broken leg. What has he been through all this time? Hearing Chu Mo ask this question, Chasing Wind's face revealed a flash of pain, and then even directly bawled, they're all dead, all dead. All dead? Chu Mo was shocked in his heart and said, don't be in a hurry, let's find a place where you can slowly say what's going on. Inside a small tea house, Wind Chaser sat in front of Chu Mo and slowly narrated his encounter out. It turned out that since the last farewell, Wind Chaser had returned to the base with his team members, preparing for a closed-door breakthrough to the late Martial Master realm. Who knows? 5 days ago, the great base of Jinling sent 37 Zhongsher, plus 5 quartet town general level powerhouses, to prepare to clear the spatial rift. Pity. Because they were too cocky, they lost a lot of money. 13 Zhongsher martial artists had been lost, and 1 strong person at the level of the 4 directions Jin general had even fallen. Hear this. Chu Mo also couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. The 4 directions town general, that's a powerhouse above the sovereign. Each one of them had the strength to catalyze mountains and overturn the sea with their hands and feet. I didn't expect that one would actually fall in the spatial rift. But it's normal. Chu Mo knew what the situation of the ferocious beasts in that crack was, not to mention that the giant Jiao that was able to fight with the fire phoenix was a level 6 ferocious beast. Although it was seriously injured, it was by no means that easy to kill. On top of that, there were also quite a few rank 5 ferocious beasts. If one does not make adequate preparations and goes in rashly, there will definitely be significant casualties. And then? Chummer asked. The fall of a 4 directions town general has shaken these martial artists from the great base of Jinling, and in order to avoid unnecessary damage, they have gone so far as to treat themselves as shrunken turtles, instead organizing martial artists within the base of Luoyang to enter the rift to explore it, and letting ordinary martial artists and martial disciples act as decoys, and not treating us as human beings at all. Many martial artists have died in the cracks in the past few days. And my squad was also forcibly conscripted because of that, but it ended up being attacked by a powerful 5th-level ferocious beast. All of my team members lost their lives, and I was the only one who managed to save my life, but I also became an invalid. Toward the end, Chasing Wind couldn't help but bawl again. A 7-foot man, a strong martial artist within the base, was crying tears and snot at the moment. Chu Mo also couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Condolences. He patted Chasing Wind's shoulder in a comforting manner. After thinking about it, he took out another spirit fruit from within his carry-on space and placed it in front of Wind Chaser before walking out. An unknown amount of time passed, and Wind Chaser gradually recovered. That's when it was realized. Patriarch Chu had already left without realizing it. And in front of him, there was an additional, small jade box. This is. Open it gently. The pupils in his eyes suddenly contracted dramatically. Purple spirit fruit. Chasing Wind's breathing steepened the purple spirit fruit, which was an exotic treasure that contained a huge amount of vitality and could regenerate severed limbs, could be of great value. More importantly, this purple spirit fruit could repair all his legs and feet and regain his strength. Many thanks, Patriarch Chu. Such a great favor. Chasing Wind remembers it in his heart and will never forget it. He understood that this was specially given to him by Patriarch Chu, and for a moment, his heart was grateful. The reason why Chu Mo was willing to take out a portion of the purple spirit fruit was simply on the basis that Chasing the Wind was quite fitting to his character, which was why he had stepped in to help. Anyway, the purple spirit fruit wasn't really a precious treasure for him. There's a whole bunch of them at your fingertips in your carry-on space. Therefore, Chu Mo did not take it to heart. He had already returned home, intending to comprehend the blade intent while waiting for Chen Shiwei to return 3 days later. A message reached the base. Several strong 4 directions town generals led the patriarchs to successfully eliminate a large number of ferocious beasts in the spatial rift, and at the final hurdle, they encountered an injured Class 6 giant Jiao. A big battle breaks out between the two sides. The 4 Lord Jin generals combined their efforts to trap this giant ogre in a formation, and then spent a day and a night killing it alive. To this point, the danger of this spatial rift was thus alleviated. And then the Jinling Big Base will send specialists into the rift to develop it, and the nearby Luoyang Base will most likely receive support from the Jinling Big Base, so that it can get resources to build. When the news came back, there was no rejoicing in the base. Instead, the majority of the faces were bleak. It was because the reinforcements from the Jinling Big Base used the Luoyang Base's martial artists as cannon fodder. So, underneath the news of the great victory were the deaths of countless native Luoyang martial artists. And their dedication and credit are forgotten. The people at the Luoyang Base naturally wouldn't be happy about it. But those people are ultimately from the big base. The power is strong, it is not at all something they can resist, and they can only dare to be angry and dare not say anything. 1 day later, the reinforcements from the large base in Jinling returned to the base in victory. Also on this day, Chu Mo suddenly woke up from his seclusion with a stern killing intent in his eyes. Just now, he received a message from Tianpeng. Something happened to Chen Shiwei. Chapter 91, The Four-Square Town General. Inside the base, a group of martial artists from the large base in Jinling were loitering on the streets. They had just come back from fighting through the rift and scoring a big win. It was all in a good mood at the moment, so they planned to find a place to have a good drink here. Only, right about this time, a young patriarch saw in front of him and instantly lit up. A young girl was seen walking slowly down the street from outside the base. She seemed to have just returned from a fight in the wilderness, and she still carried some fatigue from the wind, but she couldn't hide her delicate features and high and cold temperament. The posture is clear and phoenix-like. Slowly stepping out, it was like a fairy in a painting. Although this patriarch came from a large base in Jinling and prided himself on having opened his eyes, he had never seen such a woman before, and he immediately looked dumbfounded. I didn't realize that such a woman could be born and raised in this tiny base, he murmured. Immediately afterward, a flash of salivation appeared in his eyes, then he quickly walked over and stopped in front of the woman. "This girl, I don't know what's your name." This woman was clearly none other than Chen Shiwei, who had just returned from her training after fighting so much in the wilderness. She was mentally and physically exhausted, and had planned to return home for some rest, but she was stopped by a stranger on the road. Looking at the salivating color shown in the other party's eyes, Chen Shiwei couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a deep voice, "Please get out of the way." The words came out. Before the young patriarch could finish speaking, the several people following him next to him immediately chided out, daring. "Do you know who is standing in front of you? This is Patriarch Xiaoyu Xia of the Jinling Grand Base. At such a young age, he is already a late-stage patriarch powerhouse. His future is unlimited. Be sensible and apologize to Patriarch Xia immediately. Or else." Speaking of this, several patriarchs snorted out coldly. The threat was unmistakable. While they were talking, Xiaoyu did not stop them, but stood to the side and raised his head with a condescending expression. Only after they had finished, did Xiaoyu then waved his hand in a fake manner and said, "Don't be so rude to the beauty." Then he turned his head again and smiled at Chen Shi. "Nowadays, I am lacking a maid under my command. If you are willing to follow me and even please me, it is not unlikely that you will be allowed to become a sect master powerhouse in the future." He was confident that with these conditions he had offered, it was enough to make this young girl in front of him move her heart just. What he didn't expect was that after hearing these words, Chen Shiwei was as if he hadn't heard them and walked straight past him. Snap! Such an obvious disregard immediately made Xiaoyu's heart embarrassed, and he only felt a slap on his face, which was hot and painful. Toast to the world! His eyes suddenly flashed, and his face clouded over. "I wanted to discuss this properly, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Since that's the case, I won't be blamed for disregarding my feelings. Today I will dominate you, and when you become mine, let's see you never obey me." The words fell. He then struck out straight away, his breath surging up, as if he was crushing up like a rushing river. The intention was to take Chen Shiwei captive. In the face of such might, Chen Shiwei did not take a step back. Merely pursing his lips lightly, he held his longsword in response. This experience had caused her cultivation to have successfully broken through the limit of martial artists and stepped into the realm of the martial master. However, compared to a sovereign, there was still a large realm difference after all. Under the other party's might, it was like a flat boat in the midst of shocking waves, with the possibility of capsizing at any time, seeing that Chen Shiwei was about to be captured by him. At that very moment, a clear sound that resounded through the clouds rang out from the heavens. Fresh! The moment the voice rang out, a golden-winged rock bird, like a golden sword, whistled down. Subsequently, endless gusts of wind swept in, wrapped in monstrous might. "This is..." Patriarch Xiaoyu subconsciously turned back. But what greeted him was a pair of sharp claws that flashed with a cold, chilling aura. Pfft! Accompanied by a dull sound, as if a watermelon had shattered, Patriarch Xiaoyu's head exploded with a loud bang, and his body flopped to the ground. It was completely silent. After killing this patriarch, the golden-winged rock flapped its wings and protected Chen Shiwei behind it. Looking at the patriarchs in front of him, his eyes revealed intimidation. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, as if they were stunned. I don't know how much time has passed. It took a while for someone to come back to their senses. Patriarch Xia is dead? Along with this voice, the next few other patriarchs finally came back to their senses. A look of shock and trepidation appeared on all their faces. Bad. Something big has happened. Patriarch Xia is dead. Quickly. Report to General Xiazhen. They lost their voices and shouted. Xiaoyu had a high status among them, not only because Xiaoyu had the strength of a late-stage Zhongsher and a bright future, but also because his father was a Zhen general within the Jinling Great Base. The quadrangle will. The world knows that Zhongsher martial artists are so powerful that they can start clans and establish sects as pillars of small bases to hold down a side. However, he did not know that above the Zhongsher was a martial artist at the level of the four directions Zhengong. What is a four-way town general? It is an existence that can fly to the sky and seal the land. It was the absolute backbone of human martial artists. When they do good, the territory of one side is peaceful and the people prosper. When they are evil, the four directions are shaken, and 100 miles in every direction are overturned. If a patriarch could still be surrounded and killed by dozens or hundreds of martial artists, then in front of a four directions Shin general, even if countless patriarchs joined forces, they could no longer be surrounded and killed. This was because each of the four directions Shin generals was able to turn rivers in their hands and feet, transcending the realm of human beings and stepping into the level of the offbeat. Such a presence it was already beyond the imagination of the patriarch. And now, such a terrifying powerhouse, whose only son had died in front of them, what kind of fury would erupt once it was known? Quickly! Kill this ferocious beast. Avenge Patriarch Xie. Some people finally came back to their senses and shouted loudly, wanting to behead the golden-winged roc so that General Xiazhen would not blame them. Get a reminder. Several patriarchs rushed out, trying to capture the golden-winged roc however. Nowadays, the heavenly roc had already stepped into the ranks of fourth-level ferocious beasts, and his realm alone was comparable to that of a human patriarch, not to mention that he also carried the bloodline of the golden-winged roc and awakened his innate divine ability, so his strength was even more powerful than that of an ordinary fourth-level ferocious beast. How could these ordinary patriarchs be his opponents? Fresh. The sky roc's wings spread out, its golden feathers shining with streams of light as it rocked up into mid-air, swooping down at times, its large sharp claws seeming to be able to break through even the void, grabbing a Zhongsher at an extremely swift speed. Accompanied by a click sound, this patriarch's neck was then crushed, completely dead. It then circled continuously in the sky, and every time it swooped down, it managed to wrap itself in terrifying might and swept up the gale. In the blink of an eye 3 of the original 5 or 6 sovereigns had already died. This ferocious beast is too powerful. We are no match. Around the Luoyang base, why would such a terrifying ferocious beast exist? The 3 remaining patriarchs were all frightened. They knew that if they continued, they too would die. When he thought of this, he already had a retreat in his heart. Even if he was scolded and beaten by General Xiazhen afterwards, it was still better than losing his life now. However, just then, bold sinful beast! How dare you act recklessly here? A furious roar, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, came steeply from the base. Spin. A figure flew towards this side. People are still in mid-air, the horrible pressure will have swept, pressure around the sect masters, and even the surrounding countless pedestrians have color change. Backward again and again. Great. It's General Xiazhen. General Xie is coming. This ferocious beast is absolutely bound to die. The 3 surviving patriarchs had expressions of aftermath. As they spoke, a figure quickly arrived in midair. His entire body was majestic, emitting a terrifying aura, as if he were a world-defying deity. Cold, stern eyes looked around the room. Then, one sees his son dead on the ground. First, he was stunned, then he became furious. Who is it? Who killed my son? Xie. Town General, it was that ferocious beast. That golden-winged roc bird that killed Patriarch Xie. We want to avenge Patriarch Xie, but we can't beat him, so please ask Town General Xie to preside over the fight. A patriarch fell to his knees with a plop and said with a pale face. Having said that, he kowtowed directly, his head hitting the ground with a deadly thud. The remaining 2 patriarchs also fell to their knees one after another, all of them showing fear. Get a reminder. This Xiazhen moved his gaze away. That's when he saw it. There was actually a very handsome golden-winged roc bird standing on the ground. Golden feathers all over the body, dazzling under the sunlight, without any mixed colors, very large and powerful, golden pupils brilliant and wild, carrying a powerful aura. It's actually a raptor that possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. The anger in General Xiazhen's heart immediately dissipated, for the most part. In its place, there was salivation. Such a divine and handsome golden-winged rock, its future growth ceiling was bound to be very high. Right now it had all reached the 4th level, at most 20 years, it would be able to grow to the 5th level realm. If he was able to take him in, wouldn't that be the same as having a beast pet that was comparable to the level of the 4 directions in general? When he thought of this, greed grew steeply in his heart. Bold and sinful beast, how dare you wreak havoc within a human base? I am the 4 directions town general of the Jinling Great Base, remembering that you have been practicing hard. If you are willing to submit to me, I can still be the Lord to spare you from a path of death. If not. He grunted coldly and chided loudly. What the hell are you, trying to take me in? Tianpeng snorted coldly and disdainfully. Stubborn. Hearing these words, General Xiaozhen's eyes suddenly flashed. Indeed, they are wild beasts. Just as well, let's wait for me to suppress you, and then weaken your wildness properly in order to become the beast pet under my seat. The words fell without further ado, his entire body surged forward. Halfway there, the breath on his body surged, as if a landslide and tsunami had crushed up. The strength of the 4 directions in general level was unleashed by him without reservation at this moment. Though the sky rock's roots were extraordinary. But after all, it had only just returned to the 4th level. It was simply difficult to resist against a terrifying Jin general powerhouse. The mere fact that his breath was crushing down on him caused a wave of fear to grow in his heart. Master, come and save me. The moment. Tianpeng called out to Chu Mo in his mind. In the meantime, General Xiaozhen also slapped his palm down, and his giant hand swept down wrapped in infinite might, grabbing at the sky rock as if it was covering the sky under this palm. In the past, the divine and very handsome Tianpeng seemed to have difficulty even moving his body. Look at Tenpenny about to be tackled. Just in the nick of time. How dare you? Chapter 92, Beheading the Xiaozhen General, a word of fear to retreat the 3 Jin generals. When the voice sounded, its person was still far away. And as the voice fell, the person had arrived in front of them in an instant. It was only at this point that all of them felt an overwhelming might that swept over them as if they were horrified and slapping the shore. It smashed straight towards Xiaozhen General. The person who came was clearly Chu Mo. He had just arrived and saw that Xiaozhen was about to make a move against the golden-winged rock, so where could he hold back? At that moment, he operated the transcendent level fire attribute talent within his body. An endless flame swept out, spreading over 100 feet in a radius. In the meantime, in the meridians, the qi and blood were boiling, and the yuan power was bulging, as if it were a volcano erupting. Blazing fire mountain shaking fist. A fist blasted out, its momentum aggression was like fire, and the terrifying power immediately shook out, even the space began to distort up, emitting a whistling sound. It was like a thunderclap on the ground, or a huge wave lapping at the ground. Large air waves were raised in a 100-foot radius around them. No good. Sensing this aura, General Xiaozhen changed color abruptly. Hastily, he drew back and retreated, while subconsciously raising his arm, trying to ward off the incoming force. Boom! In a flash, fists and arms connected almost at the same time. General Xiaozhen felt a huge force coming from his palm, causing the blood in his body to surge, and he directly flew backwards. It flew out hundreds of meters away, and only then did he barely stabilize his body. Who are you, and why are you trying to stop me? General Xiaozhen pressed down the somewhat churning qi and blood in his body, looked at Chu Mo in front of him, and said with a gloomy face. The previous exchange was a touch and go, but the other party was able to knock him back, so it was evident that this person was at least a strong person with the strength of a Jin general. And why would such a person take a shot at him? He didn't remember having messed with such a strong person, huh? Thinking so, he was a bit alarmed in his heart and could not help but frown and say, Your Excellency, isn't there some misunderstanding between us? You're going to take a shot at my beast pet, and it's not a misunderstanding? Chu Mo said in a deep voice, Is this your beast pet? General Xiaozhen froze, then steeply reacted and coldly grunted, I wondered who it was, so it's the culprit who's here. Your beast pet killed my son, and this town general was about to cut him down. Since you're here now, it's just the right time to kill you to avenge the death of my son's body. General Xiaozhen said sternly. As the words fell, the qi and blood and yuan power within his body immediately bulged, and a terrifying might immediately swept out. Although he had suffered a loss earlier, he had only struck casually and had not exerted his full strength. This moment really strikes. Only to see him point down with a single finger, the majestic power seemed to press down like a huge mountain. The air even crackled, emitting one sonic boom after another. This is General Xiaozhen's famous technique, the earth-shattering finger, capable of crushing mountains and rivers with a single finger, which is difficult to resist even for a rank 5 ferocious beast. That young man will definitely be killed by a single finger. I'm afraid the winner will be decided in an instant. On the ground, the 3 surviving patriarchs said excitedly as they retreated back and forth, away from the core of the engagement. Die for me. In full view of everyone, this finger directly landed on Chu Mo's body and then exploded, setting off a large plume of smoke. Everyone's breath stilled. Subconsciously holding his breath, he waited for the smoke to clear. Those who were familiar with General Xiaozhen knew that this style of earth-shattering finger had been practiced since he entered the clan master, and had been honed for decades so far, being honed by him to perfection, with its power and its terrifying power. It could be said that the moment he pointed his finger down, it was the moment the enemy died. There was not the slightest surprise. Because of this, it also accomplished General Xiaozhen's title of Shattered Earth Shin General. However, compared to the outside world, who all thought that Chu Mo would be killed under this finger of General Xiaozhen, General Xiaozhen himself frowned. He could feel it. This finger of his own did not hit the target. He frowned and searched around. But just then, buzz. A ripple suddenly appeared in the void next to him. Spin. Before he could even react, a figure steeply burrowed out from within the space. Then a knife came slashing towards him. The speed was so fast that before he could react, he heard a plopping sound, and his palm was chopped off by the battle sword and fell to the ground. Golden blood dripped down, corroding the earth with crater after crater. Ah! Under the pain, General Xiaozhen could not help but scream miserably, his heart shocked and angry. The anger was that the other party actually dared to chop off his palm. And the shock was that he could actually be injured. Doesn't this mean that the other party is capable of decapitating him? Read this. General Xiaozhen did not dare to underestimate the situation in the slightest, and hurriedly performed his stance and quickly retreated. At the same time, he drummed up his yuan power to form a sturdy shield. He's fast. A Zhen general-level martial artist could move their body at least 50 times the speed of sound. He even had an inferior wind attribute talent that allowed him to increase his speed. Xiaozhen will be thinking of relying on his speed advantage to distance himself from Chu Mo. Just what he didn't expect was that Chu Mo's speed was faster than his. Seeing the other party draw away, Chu Mo immediately operated his spatial talent. Teleportation. In the next moment, Chu Mo's figure once again arrived at General Xiaozhen's side. Then he raised his long sword and chopped. Only a pop sound could be heard as the yuan power shield on General Xiaozhen shattered with a loud bang, while the remaining momentum of the long blade continued, slashing directly at General Xiaozhen's body. Pfft. Accompanied by the sound of a knife entering the flesh, an extremely terrifying knife mark appeared on General Xiaozhen's chest, and even the bones could be seen. In the meantime, countless thin and weak knife chi also instantly surged into the wound along with the long knife, like a maggot on a hawk, wreaking havoc madly within General Xiaozhen's body. His internal organs were instantly churned to pieces. Although martial artists at the level of the Four Directions town generals would not die as long as they were not fatally wounded by the decapitation of their heads, Xiaozhen General was still seriously injured at this moment. A breath didn't come up, and he fell directly from midair to the ground. Everyone froze as they watched the ending. No one had expected that Chu Mo would actually defeat a town general. Doesn't this mean that Chu Mo also possessed the strength of a foursquare town general? To be so young and have strength comparable to that of a four directions town general, what kind of talent is that? In the future, what ceiling will he grow to? Terror. What a horror. This instant all the onlookers had this thought floating in their minds. In the meantime, because the commotion caused by Chu Mo and Xiaozhen's fight was too great, it also attracted the attention of quite a few strong people within the base. At this moment, they were all rushing towards this side as well. Among them, there were three extremely strong auras that were even more eye-catching. "This little friend, can you give us face and let General Xiaozhen live?" The words fell. Three old men floated in midair. Chu Mo looked up and said nonchalantly, "Why should I give you face?" "Just because we're the foursquare town generals." The three old men snorted coldly. Although Chu Mo was able to defeat General Xiaozhen, revealing his strength that he could talk to the four directions Shin generals as equals, however, seeing Chu Mo being so nonchalant still made the three of them greatly unhappy in their hearts. The town general? Chu Mo glanced at General Xiaozhen, who had collapsed in the distance, and snorted, "I'm afraid that this alone is not enough to qualify." Wow. As soon as these words came out, an uproar started around them. Chu Mo's words were clearly not putting the three town generals in his eyes. As expected. Arrogant. How dare you speak so boldly, not even placing the four directions town generals in your eyes? We persuade you, is to consider in your young age can have such strength is not easy to come, the future has a great future, I did not expect that actually this does not know what is good and bad. Quickly release General Xiaozhen, or do not blame the words. The three of them burst into a rage and chortled out earlier, when General Xiaozhen made a move against me, you guys didn't show up, and it was only after General Xiaozhen was defeated that you guys showed up in droves. And now I'm being asked to let him live for your sake. The words are here. Chu Mo directly placed the battle sword held in his hand on the ground with a clang sound and pestled his hands. The sound of the sheath trembling from smashing to the ground made everyone in the room's heart skip a beat. Today, Chu would like to see, I just don't give the three of you this face, etc. And what can I do about it? He didn't speak very loudly. But in the ears of everyone in the room, it was like a thunderclap. In an instant, it shook their eardrums wildly, and the whole group froze in place, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Clueless. Everyone was confused. Their eyes were locked on Chu Mo, they were completely unable to imagine where exactly Chu Mo had gotten his backbone from to dare to face the three Jin generals, all of whom were so unafraid. However, more than they can imagine. The three town generals, after hearing Chu Mo's words, actually had their eyes flicker for a moment and eventually lowered their heads. Then, slowly recede. The scene. It caused everyone to show disbelief and was almost impossible to accept. What does that mean? The three town generals are afraid. General Zhuo Zhen, General Fu Zhen, General Lei Zhen, Yu. Seeing the situation, Xiaozhen, who had fallen to the ground, would be furious and his face would turn red. These three were his close friends, if they had joined forces, they would definitely be able to save themselves, who knew that they would actually leave in such awe. Xiaozhen will be completely desperate. I'll fight you. He hissed and summoned up his entire body's qi and blood as he charged towards Chu Mo. But it was useless. Chu Mo's long sword was raised, cutting a snowy pike in the sky, as if it was thunderously chopping down. The light of the knife is like blood. A great big good head shot up into the sky. Bared. Golden blood flew like a pillar. Trummer returned his sword to its sheath and turned around. The surrounding crowd, in fact, took a step back in unison, their faces full of horror. You're not hurt, are you? Ignoring the others, Chu Mo walked straight to Qin Shiwei and asked with concern. I'm fine. Thanks to you. Qin Shi shook his head slightly. The eyes that looked at Chu Mo were filled with tenderness. You and I don't need to say these polite words between us. Let's go home. Chu Mo took Qin Shiwei's hand and said with a smile. after the two left. In place, there was still silence. Everyone was immersed in the death of General Xia Zhen and the fact that Chu Mo drank away 3 Jin generals with a single word. No doubt about it. By the time tomorrow rolled around, this incident would have completely sensationalized the entire base. And Chu Mo's name would be remembered by all like thunder. Chapter 93, Fame blasts the base, preparing to leave. The next day. The news that Chu Mo had decapitated a Jin general and also drank back 3 Jin generals with a single word had indeed spread throughout the entire base. Countless people were shocked beyond words upon learning this news. That's a 4-sided town general. The strength had to be even stronger than a Zhongsher, almost an inhuman existence, but he was actually still chopped down by Chu Mo with a thunderbolt. What was even more frightening was that the other 3 town generals actually didn't dare to make a move and could only leave in a sorry state. Wouldn't this mean that those 3 Jin generals were also afraid of Chu Mo, afraid that if they really fought, they would be injured or even die? Terror. Countless people's minds were left with only this thought. Inside the base, inside a villa. Chasing Wind walked out of the quiet room with a face full of excitement. The purple spirit fruit gifted by Chu Mo had already been swallowed by him, and after a few days of refining it, his hands and feet were as good as new, and his strength had been fully restored. This put Chasing Wind in a very excited mood. "My lord, you have come out of the gate. Your strength has been restored?" At the doorway, a martial artist saw Wind Chaser come out and rushed to welcome him, and when he saw that Wind Chaser's hands and feet were no longer in an injured state, he became excited. "Nice." Chaser was in a good mood and nodded. Then he said, "During the few days I was in seclusion, did anything major happen in the base?" "Of course I have, my lord. You don't know, just yesterday a great event took place." This martial artist excitedly recounted the rumors of the day. And after hearing this news, Wind Chaser completely froze. Patriarch Chu, actually able to decapitate a Jin general? He had seen the Jin general strike within the rift, almost able to push mountains and overturn the sea between his hands and feet, and his strength was so powerful that it was hard for him to imagine, and Patriarch Chu was actually able to decimate such an existence. The distance between me and Patriarch Chu is getting farther and farther away. He couldn't help but lament. Think back to when you met in the wild. At that time, Chu Zhongsher saved him. The strength he exerted can still let him look at him from afar, but now he's not even qualified to look away. But Wind Chaser did not feel any jealousy because of this. On the contrary, he felt very honored in his heart that he was able to recognize a strong person like Chu Mo. Such a strong person, how can I, Wind Chaser, be able to make acquaintance with him? He believes. If he were to tell the truth about his acquaintance with Chu Mo, it would definitely be able to cause many people to be envious the other side. When Xin Jin and the 4 of them, Xiying, learned of this news, they also froze for a long time, exuding the same look as Wind Chaser. All 4 of them, too, were stunned. Although back in the beginning, Chu Mo had killed a rank 5 ferocious beast. However, that one flame-white ape had only just broken through, and it was also injured, resulting in an unstable foundation, and belonged to the weakest 5th-level ferocious beast. Even if Chu Mo had decapitated him, in their impression, they didn't feel that it was very exaggerated. But this one is different. Chu Mo had, however, beheaded a Jin general in public, by frontal means. This is too much to be appalled by. However, after the initial shock, they all felt some dark joy in their hearts. These Zhongsher and Jin generals of the Jinling Great Base boasted of their superior origins, and thus they treated the martial artists of their Luoyang base with disdain, not treating them as human beings at all. It's okay now. Chu Mo had decapitated a Jin general in one go, and the other 3 were all scared away, which was a great loss of face. It gave them all a feeling of schadenfreude in their hearts. These people are only part of the picture. Next thing you know, the whole base is talking about it. Every Luoyang base martial artist wore a proud look when they spoke of this matter. One family is happy and one family is sad. In comparison, the patriarchs and town generals of the Jinling Great Base were very embarrassed. Perhaps they didn't want to hear the gossip again, so they left in disgrace by that afternoon. The outside world was in a flurry, but Chu Mo didn't care. This day, Chu Mo came to the inner city and came to visit Xiying. Xiying, as a patriarch, had a high status within the base, and it was difficult for ordinary martial artists to meet him, but when Chu Mo arrived, he personally greeted him with a very respectful attitude. The two of them took their seats in the living room, and after serving tea, Xiying respectfully asked, "Is there something that Patriarch Chu came to me today?" "There is indeed something that needs to trouble Patriarch Xi," Chummer said. "I don't dare to be troublesome, but if Patriarch Chu says so, there's no harm in it, Mr. Xi will do it," Xiying hurriedly said. Chu Mo didn't bother to be polite and said directly, "It's like this, I remembered that previously, Patriarch Xi had said that you had made a breakthrough in the Jinling Great Base when you were young, so I wanted to inquire about the situation there." Words. Xiying nodded his head, not showing any surprise on his face. In fact, he didn't have any surprises about Chu Mo leaving Luoyang Base. Luoyang Base was too small, it was simply not enough to accommodate such a heavenly pride like Chu Mo. And only the big base in Jinling had a stage for him to develop. After organizing his language, Xiying opened his mouth and said, "The Jinling Grand Base is one of the 36 large bases of mankind, and although human civilization was destroyed after the great change of heaven and earth, after hundreds of years of unremitting efforts, mankind rebuilt the survival base on the ruins, making the population of the Jinling Grand Base today exceed tens of millions alone. Such a huge population base makes the number of martial artists owned by the Jinling Big Base very large, giving birth to countless powerful people. Don't look at me as a Zhongsher, which belongs to the top here at the Luoyang Base, but in the Jinling Big Base, at best, I can only be called a middle-tier martial artist, and the only way to be called a mighty one is at the level of the Four Directions town generals called a great power. On top of that, the Yuan power equipment researched using Yuan power as an energy source has replaced the electronic equipment of the past, causing the Jinling Great Base to build up a fairly good infrastructure, with all sorts of skyscrapers and Yuan power products all over the place, and if it weren't for the fact that there are still ferocious beasts roaming around out there, being in the middle of it would be almost indistinguishable from the human metropolis of 200 years ago. Listening to this description from Xiying, Chu Mo also couldn't help but feel some yearning in his heart. Enough time had passed. Only then did he come back to his senses and asked, "Then do you know how far away the large base in Jinling is from here?" "As far as I know, the two places are hundreds of thousands of miles apart," Xiying said, "although it's not very far in terms of a patriarch's speed, but because this journey is too dangerous, and in between, one needs to cross countless ferocious beasts gatherings, among which there is no lack of Class 5 or even above Class 5 ferocious beasts. If one is unlucky, one would not be able to arrive alive at all. Speaking of which, it was only by good luck that I was able to arrive successfully in the first place. As for now, don't look at me as being stronger, but if I were to make a trip again, I definitely wouldn't dare to do so." When he said that, he let out a bitter laugh. Then suddenly thinking of something, he took out a drawing from his own storage pouch. "This is the route I recorded down when I first traveled to the Jinling large base. If you want to go over there, it might be able to bring you some help. But because many years have passed, some of these accounts may be inaccurate, so you have to be careful to distinguish them," he concluded with an admonition. Chu Mo nodded and took this map over. After taking a closer look, he put it away and said, "Thanks. You're welcome, this map is useless to me anyway." Xiying waved his hand, looking solidly spontaneous. But actually, in his heart, however, he was very envious of Chu Mo. Chu Mo was still young, his talent was unrivaled, and he had a great future if he went out to make his mark. But he was different. "If there was no chance in this life, I'm afraid that I would be stuck at the early stage of the Sovereign Master for the rest of my life, and there would never be a possibility to go further." The two of them then chatted a few more times before Chu Mo took his leave. Xiying personally escorted him, and only after Chu Mo disappeared at the end of his gaze did he then turn back. Just Just after returning to the house, he was shocked to find that on the chair where Chu Mo originally sat, there was actually an additional jade box. Open it. Surprisingly, it was a serving of 5th-grade ferocious beast blood. This is really... Xiang didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only shake his head and lose his smile as he put this fierce beast blood away. In his heart, he is silently wishing, I look forward to the day when you will be powerful in the world. Evening. Trummer came home. He was seeing Chen Shiwei reading a book, so Chu Mo told him about his intention to leave Luoyang base, hoping that Chen Shiwei would follow him after hearing that. Chen Shiwei was only silent for a moment before agreeing in one breath. Being so forthcoming was a bit of a surprise to Chu Mo. Originally, he thought that Chen Shiwei had lived in Luoyang base for her whole life, and there were her teachers and friends here, so he was afraid that it would be a little difficult to part with them. For a moment, it left Chu Mo somewhat unprepared. Seemingly seeing Chu Mo's consternation, Chen Shiwei said, ever since my parents passed away, in this world, you are the only family member in my heart. Wherever you go, I will naturally follow. Speaking here, she smiled Yan like a flower and said, in fact, I have long known that you want to leave Luoyang base. After all, this place is too small to accommodate your ambitions, so I have already greeted Dean Shen long ago and want to go with you. Hearing these words, Chu Mo's heart was filled with emotion life on earth. How lucky would it be to meet a woman whose heart and eyes are all about you? Although the decision has been made to leave, it's important to get everything in order before you go. First of all, some of the materials that he couldn't use, all of them were sold to Jade House, exchanged for lower-grade yuan stones, and placed in the carry-on space. This was followed by the purchase of one of the best 4th-ranked battle knives within the Luoyang base. What he had previously used was merely a 3rd-ranked battle sword, and as his strength grew, it had become somewhat unable to keep up. This time, we are going to travel a long way, and there may be a crisis, so we will make as many preparations as possible. When this was done, Chu Mo took Chen Shiwei, who had already packed her bags, and left the place karmic in coming back. Chen Shiwei locked the door. A look of dismay crossed his face as he looked at the cottage they had lived in together for so long. Chu Mo didn't rush, but waited just to the side. A few moments later, Chen Shiwei organized his mood, came to Chu Mo and said with a smile, let's go. Chapter 94, Turning a New Page, arriving at the Jinling Big Base. Outside the base, Chu Mo just came out and saw that many people had already gathered here. There were at least hundreds of people, the vast majority of whom were martial artists, and at the forefront were the several grandmasters, Shen Jin and Xiang. In the crowd, there was also the figure of Wind Chaser. They had all learned that Chu Mo was going to leave, so they had specially rushed here to see Chu Mo off. After chatting with them for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Chu Mo said, all of you stay back, I'm leaving. Patriarch Chu, remember to come back and visit when you have the time. Shen Jin and the others said with some reluctance. Definitely. Trummer nodded. Afterwards, he once again looked back at the Luoyang base under the sunlight, and then he climbed onto the back of the sky rock together with Chen Shiwei. Accompanied by a clear chirping sound, the rock spread its wings and rocketed up into the green clouds. The sky rock transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the clouds, and soon disappeared from people's sight. Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei sat on the back of the sky rock, while Xiaowu and Ado stood on either side of Chu Mo's shoulders. As the skyrocket gradually climbed, they looked back, only to see the people on the ground getting smaller and smaller. To the back has become ants. Soon after, the whole Luoyang base also becomes smaller. Wait until the sky rock into the clouds. The huge base in the eyes also become only soybean size. The wind whistled and swept through the surroundings, making it a little difficult to breathe. However, Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei were both martial masters, with yuan power circulating endlessly in their bodies, so closing their breaths for a few hours was no big deal. The journey broke through the clouds and soon crossed 10,000 mountains and 1,000 streams. From a high place to look down, the scenery is very different, especially on the ground when looking at the huge mountains and rivers, but at the moment in the eyes is just as small as the size of a fist. interspersed with large rivers, also become as small as a stream. It can be something else. This kind of novel scenery was still the first time that Chen Shiwei had seen it, and she couldn't help but curiously look downwards, appearing to be very focused. As for Chu Mo, he had seen more than enough of this kind of scenery, so he only looked at it for a few moments before withdrawing his gaze. Coo, coo. At that moment, Crow, who was standing on his shoulder, began to squawk. Hearing the voice, Chu Mo directly then took out a spiritual fruit from within his carry-on space, and when the latter saw this, he immediately brightened up and ate it on the side. And on Chu Mo's other shoulder, Dale watched this scene with envy in his eyes. But no matter how much she craved it, she still remained where she was, not daring to move a muscle. This was certainly not in line with Dale's character. In fact, if this spirit fruit had been fed to Tianping by his master, Dale would have definitely gone up and grabbed it. But she didn't have the guts to face Xiao Wu. None other. Pure bloodline suppression. Xiao Wu is the great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, the natural king of the demons. For their kind of ferocious beasts, there is a natural suppression. It's a fear that stems from the depths of the bloodline. Actually, when Tianping and Ah Duan had just seen Xiao Wu, they were instantly stunned, and they had flopped down on the ground, not daring to move. Still later, Chu Mo persuaded and comforted them, coupled with the fact that Xiao Wu did not deliberately suppress them, which gradually let go of some of them. But even so, they were also all much more restrained and didn't dare to be reckless in front of Xiao Wu. Take out the map. Chu Mo looked at the route on the map and discerned the terrain on the ground, mentally estimating the distance they had traveled so far, and realized that in just a few moments, they had traveled thousands of miles. At this rate, at most, it would take 3 hours to arrive. Sure. This is the ideal state. In fact, because this journey was in the middle of nowhere, there were many ferocious beasts on the road, among which level 6 existed, so there was a need to constantly detour and meander. Therefore it takes more time. Under boredom, Chu Mo also sat down on his knees and began to comprehend the blade intent. As for Chen Shiwei, she also began to cultivate after getting over her initial curiosity. In this way, 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was getting darker. Evening. Chu Mo, who was immersed in his blade intent, suddenly felt Tianping's body lurch and come to a sharp stop, and then heard him speak, "Master, a thundercloud storm has appeared in front of us." Thundercloud storm? Words. Chu Mo immediately stood up, his gaze peering over. And at this glance, his pupils contracted sharply. What a scene! But see the dark clouds in front of them, occupying hundreds of miles in a circle, purple lightning in which interlaced and crisscrossed, between the howling winds, heavy rain poured down, as if the waves of shock, ravaging the surrounding heaven and earth. Although they were outside the thunderclouds at the moment, and were still some distance away from the storm, they were still able to feel the terrifying might of the thunder, pounding on their faces. Under this dazzling thunder light, in front of this heaven-destroying might, even Chu Mo's heart involuntarily trembled. This is the power of heaven and earth. Being in this place, that kind of direct face after the thunder, unspeakable smallness, as in the boundless wilderness, as far as the eye can see, up and down the world, the only one alone. This is the true might of heaven and earth. Trauma lamented. At this moment, the sky rock was still more than 10 miles away from the thundercloud, and the two were far away from each other. Standing on the back of the sky rock to see, can clearly see the dark clouds in the tumbling vertical and horizontal, which has a torrential rain brewing, purple thunder electric fan rampant interlaced. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon, if not flying in the sky to escape from the earth, in and out of the Qingdian people, for fear of a lifetime cannot be seen. The might of heaven and earth is added to the eyes. What a spectacle! Chen Shiwei, who had noticed the commotion, had also awakened at this moment, and looking at the large thundercloud, she couldn't help but marvel out. Subsequently, she looked to Chummer and asked, curiously, "Do we need to duck out of the way?" "I'm afraid I can't hide," Chummer said, shaking his head. He looked at the map and realized that on the left side, not far from this place, there was actually a Class 6 ferocious beast entrenched, while on the right side, although it was possible to pass through, the path was much farther around, and as they continued on their way, they also needed to cross several places where rank 6 ferocious beasts were entrenched on the way. This also means the place in front of him where this thundercloud storm was entrenched was the best route. So, what do we do now? Chen Shiwei asked. It seems that we can only break up this thundercloud, Chu Mo said in a deep voice. Breaking up the thunderclouds for 100 miles? Listening to Chu Mo say such overbearing to the extreme words and careless words, Chen Shiwei couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention that compared to the thunderclouds, they were as small as ants and dust. Just to say that such a terrifying thundercloud, what kind of terrifying power should be needed to break it apart? Although Chu Mo had killed a Jin general and was powerful, could he really do it? Just as Chen Shiwei was wondering in his mind by this time, Chu Mo had also walked to the head of the sky rock and eyed the front. The piece of thunder cloud that covers hundreds of miles in a circle, thunder and lightning, as if the snake and python like vertical and horizontal, the center of the cloud area, there is a heavy rain pouring down, the wind whistling and blowing. The might of heaven and earth is added to the eyes. Chu Mo, however, did not have any fear. Instead, he pondered internally. Now that I have close to 10 elephants of fleshly strength, I surpass an ordinary sect master powerhouse purely in terms of power. And after the Yuan power increase and the thunder attribute power enhancement, it will even allow my power to reach 400 elephant power. Not to mention that I also have a transcendent grade indestructible thunder body that can manipulate thunder. 30% blade intent, and even more so, it allows me to open 365 blade orifices up and down my body. This, coupled with the many martial arts skills and talents, makes it possible for me to not lose even when facing a quartet in general level powerhouse. With so many cards, it may not be impossible to break up this thundercloud in front of us. Between thoughts flipped. On Chu Mo's body, some purple thunder steeply began to appear, containing an infinite power of destruction. Along with the appearance of this thunder, endless gusts of wind were also abruptly born. This is thunder wind. Hurricane because of Ray's presence. The roar of the thunderous wind blew Chu Mo's robes to the point of hunting, and the hair on his head fluttered with it today. Let's use this 100-mile square thunderstorm to verify exactly where my limit is nowadays. The moment the words fell, Chu Mo put one hand behind his back and pressed down violently with the other. Rumble. Thunder from the flat earth. Infinite thunder steeply declared out from his body, spreading to the area around him for hundreds of feet, turning it into a sea of thunder. In the meantime, a thick pillar of thunder abruptly impacted out from him and blasted head-on above the thundercloud. The thundercloud that seemed to be destroying the heavens and the earth with endless power, enveloping hundreds of miles in a radius, actually trembled with a roar under this strike. The next moment. Boom. The thunderous light in the sky exploded, as if it was a loud noise that opened up the sky and the earth. The dark clouds closed and released, and abruptly dispersed. Under this strike, it was as if the clouds had parted, as if the rain had cleared, and in the distance, a 7-colored rainbow hung from the sky, like a golden bridge. The other end of the bridge. The misty clouds circled back 3,000 miles, with mountains looming, 100 rivers and lakes, and a huge city. Lofty mountains, there is a mist shroud, the sunrise shines on it, the strange light flying indulge, as if the evening sun's splendor, the auroras colorful, all into this sunrise. And underneath the mountains, 100 rivers and lakes, in the sunlight, sparkling luster, as if the skylight and clouds and shadows hover together. As for that piece of city, it was even more extensive and could not be seen at a glance. Within it, there were countless high-rise buildings, and there was even a place where streams of light crisscrossed it. Although he was still separated by a long distance at the moment, a majestic aura still came over him. It was the big base in Jinling. Is this where I'm going? Looking at the huge city in the distance, Chu Mo suddenly felt a sense of the sea and the sky. This is the big base of the Golden Age. It's where he's going to live in the future. It was also a fresh start after he turned over a new leaf. Yes, a fresh start. Chu Mo murmured in a low voice. Next moment, he took Chen Shiwei's hand and said with a smile, "Come on, let's go into the city." Chapter 95 Jade Merchant Alliance Headquarters, Mo Shanshan's True Identity. A few moments later, the golden-winged rock bird finally arrived at the Jinling Grand Base. Closer to the base, the more they could feel the enormity of the base, all kinds of high-rise buildings, even compared to the international metropolis before the great change of heaven and earth, is not much better, more noteworthy. Outside of the base, there was also a very complete formation that wrapped the large Jinling base within it. Formation Chu Mo had seen it before. But at the Luoyang base, those bases could only cover a few hundred meters in a circle at most. Such as this large array in front of him that could not be seen at a glance, it was simply unheard of, causing Chu Mo to sigh in awe for a moment. That martial artist riding the flying bird, quickly land your form and be inspected. Just as Chu Mo was sighing, a voice came from the ground. Chu Mo took a look and realized that it was shouted at him, so he hurriedly let the sky rock land down. "Do you guys know the rules? How can you just fly when you enter the city?" At the city gates, a uniformed martial artist complained to Chu Mo, "I'm sorry my friend, it's my first time coming to the Jinling big base, I have no experience." Chu Mo explained. Hear that? This martial artist glanced at Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei, and then looked at Tianping next to him, and couldn't help but ask, "You guys came from outside?" "Yeah." Chummer nodded. "If you are an outsider and want to enter the Jinling Great Base, you need to pay a residency fee of 1 million lower grade yuan stones per person before you can register your information and apply for a residency permit. In addition, your beast pet also needs to be registered to pay the fee, otherwise, once discovered by the law enforcement team, it will be treated as an illegal ferocious beast, thus arrested or killed." After hearing that Chu Mo was an outsider, this martial artist unconsciously puffed out his chest and raised his head, speaking with a faint sense of superiority. "So expensive." Chen Shiwei couldn't help but smack his lips. 1 million lower grade yuan stones, if it was in the Luoyang base, even a martial master would need several years to save up. Here, however, it only qualifies one for a place to live on the base. You get what you pay for. See the formation outside the base? That big formation, in order to protect the base from ferocious beasts, it's running every moment. The yuan stones to be consumed in a year are hard to count. Outsiders who want to enjoy such benefits naturally have to pay some price. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Jinling big base would have been overcrowded by now. After he finished speaking, he paused and looked at Chu Mo. "How about it? Do you need to apply for a residence permit? If you want to apply for it, I can take you there." Chummer is naturally going to handle it, therefore, he didn't say anything more and directly allowed this martial artist to lead him forward to pay the residence fee. 2 people plus 3 beast pets paid a total of 5 million lower grade yuan stones, and then after registering their information, a few moments later, Chu Mo's hands were filled with 2 identity cards and 3 beast pet tags. The ID card is similar to the previous ID card. The beast pet tag, on the other hand, was a small plate that recorded the scent and type of the beast pet as a record. With this tag, the beast pet could only walk around within the Great Base of Jinling, otherwise it would be treated as an illegal ferocious beast and directly beheaded. After doing this, it was only then that Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei were considered to have truly entered within the Jinling large base. Walking through the streets of the city, one could see that the roads were very spacious, at least hundreds of meters wide, and everywhere one could see yuan power vehicles passing through as they came and went, as well as residents wandering around with their own beast pets on both sides of the street. A forest of skyscrapers are lit up. There are also a variety of stores open along the street that seem to be very busy. "What do we do next?" Chen Shiwei asked. Chu Mo thought about it. "Find a place to live first. Today is already late, wait until tomorrow, we will go to buy a house." "Good," Chen Shiwei said obediently. So the two of them found a temporary hotel to stay in. Great Base of the Golden Age, Inner City. A female salesperson in professional attire opened the door of a villa area and introduced, "Lord Martial Artist, this is the one property that best meets your requirements, located in the inner city, next to the Ring River. The scenery is very nice, and it is also quite secluded, and the law and order is also very good. Previously, it was inhabited by a senior patriarch. Later on, this sect master became an enshriner of Tsuiyu House, and thus moved away. Behind her, she was followed by a youth with an outstanding temperament and a young girl with a pretty face and an unassuming temperament. It was clearly Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei who had just arrived at the Jinling large base. After a night's rest at the hotel, early the next morning, Chu Mo and then Chen Shiwei came to the agent's office together, ready to buy a real estate. The sales agent asked him roughly about the type of house he wanted to buy and the price range, and then sent someone to show Chu Mo the house. Listening to the saleswoman's explanation, Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei were also looking around. One could see that this was a villa covering a large area, not particularly luxurious, but the environment was very good. There is also a small pond in the center of the yard that draws live water from a stream not far away. The villa as a whole has very good soundproofing and good privacy, and it is hundreds of meters away from the nearest residential area here, but it doesn't appear to be deserted, so I can say that it is a very rare villa that can be quiet in the midst of the noise, which is very much in line with your requirements. The saleswoman took Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei through the entire house. What do you think? Do you like it? Chu Mo said to Chen Shiwei. Love it. Chen Shi nodded slightly. So why don't we just stop looking and just settle? Chummer said directly. This was the first house they had seen, although there were a few alternatives behind it. Chu Mo had no intention of strolling any further, and said directly to the sales, I'm very satisfied with the house, what's the price? The price is rather expensive, requiring 89 million lower-grade yuan stones. Sales finished, seems to be afraid of Chu Mo feel too expensive, so hastily added, do not look at the price as not low, in fact, absolutely value for money, under the same price, I dare to guarantee that, in the whole of the Jinling large base, absolutely cannot find the second out. And if you're willing to settle down now, we'll also give you a set of defense formations for free, which can block other spiritual power from prying eyes. Hearing this price, Chu Mo slowly nodded his head. This villa he was very happy with overall, and the price was acceptable. Okay, that's it. He tapped on the spot and bought it. Earlier, when he left the Luoyang base, Chu Mo sold all the materials he didn't use on his body and exchanged them for tens of millions of yuan stones, plus beheading that male, he also obtained tens of millions of yuan stones, which added up to hundreds of millions of yuan stones at this moment. Purchasing the property had cost $89 million, plus the $5 million spent on the residence permit. Chu Mo only had less than 10 million lower-grade yuan stones left in his carry-on space. Today. Sure. There was still a large batch of grade 4 or above ferocious beast blood and ferocious beast materials within his space, plus many heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs and fruits that had not been sold. If it was sold out, it could also be exchanged for at least hundreds of millions of yuan stones. After paying the money and filling out the paperwork, until noon, this villa already belonged to Chu Mo. The next step is to add furniture. The villa was empty, nothing. Chu Mo then gave all the remaining yuanshi to Chen Shiwei, allowing her to furnish herself as she wished. As for himself, he went straight out, intending to go to Chuiyu Lu and see if he could contact Mo Shanshan. Earlier, she had agreed with Mo Shanshan that if she arrived at the Jinling large base, she would go forward to find her. Beyond that, Chu Mo, on the other hand, was planning to ask Mo Shanshan if he could buy a copy of the spirit drawing technique. This time, when he came to the Jinling Grand Base, Chu Mo's main goal at the moment was to buy a copy of the spirit drawing technique so that he could break through to the Sovereign Master realm. After inquiring about the address of the Jade House's store within the base, Chu Mo rushed straight over. Jinling Big Base, the busiest street. In front of a building. Chu Mo stopped down and looked at the 4 words Jade Merchant Alliance hanging by the side of the building and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he had learned from Mo Shanshan when he was at the Luoyang base that the Jade Merchant Alliance was a large power with a very strong foundation, He had never thought that it would actually be so strong to this extent. On the busiest main road of the entire base, there was actually an entire building that was the headquarters of the Jade Merchant Alliance. And in the various urban areas within the base, there were still more than dozens of branches of the Jade Merchant Alliance, both large and small, combined. It's a real powerhouse. Had a look around. Trummer stepped in. May I ask what your guest needs? A clean-looking female sales clerk immediately greeted her with a sweet smile on her face. I'm here to see Moxan, is she here please? Chu Mo opened his mouth and said, at the same time taking out the waist plate representing the identity of the Chui Yu Merchant Alliance's guest secretary from within the space. Originally, when the shopgirl heard Chu Mo's words, she was still planning to refuse. What kind of status is Miss Mo? How could an outsider just meet her? Just before she could say this, she saw the waist plate in Chu Mo's hand and her face immediately changed. You are a guest of the Merchant League? The female shopkeeper revealed a shocked look, then said very respectfully, I didn't expect it to be Lord Guest Secretary visiting. I've missed out on welcoming you. Please forgive me, Lord. Having said that, she immediately said again, I'll contact Miss Mo for you. It's just that Miss Mo won't necessarily come out to see you, so please don't be offended, Lord Guest Minister. It doesn't matter, just say that my name is Chu Mo and help me with the notification. Trummer said with a wave of his hand. The shopgirl nodded and then left in a hurry. Just before she left, she however pulled in 2 sales clerks to serve Chu Mo exclusively. Upon learning that it was the guest minister who had arrived, the shopkeepers in the store were all a bit terrified, and even one of the headmasters, upon learning of this, immediately rushed over and greeted Chu Mo to the resting area, where he was respectfully entertained. I didn't realize that the identity of a guest secretary was actually so good. Even here at the headquarters, one could have such great power. Chumhum was a bit unexpected. But at the same time, he also became more curious about Mo Shanshan's identity. With such a high status as a guest minister, it would necessarily require a great deal of power if he wanted to issue it, but Mo Shanshan was able to issue it to him at the drop of a hat. Then, what kind of status should Mo Shanshan have within the Merchant Alliance? Chu Mo thought darkly. Just in time. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 96, Licking Dogs Are Real Bullies. Mr. Su, can you stop following me? A clear female voice came. As he spoke, a woman came in through the outer door. She looked at the age of about double 10 years old, shapely body, skin like snow, beautiful posture, watery big eyes are very seductive, hidden charm. Only at this moment, there was a helpless look on his face. Behind her, there was a young man in a brocade coat, who was now saying with a pleasing face, Ishang, don't you understand my feelings? I follow you purely because I like you. I am true to you, as long as you promise to be with me, I can give you everything you want. This Tsuyu building is the largest merchant league in our Jinling Great Base, just say whatever you want and I'll buy it all for you. At the end of his speech, he patted his chest with bravado. Mr. Su, I appreciate your kindness, but we really aren't right for each other. I just hope you won't pester me anymore. Jiang Yishang said in a cold voice as a flash of impatience appeared on her face. Although their Jiang family was only a small family in the large base of Jinling, Jiang Yishang was called by some good people as the flower of the high ridge within the base of Jinling because of her beautiful looks and was sought after by countless people over time. Jiang Yishang gradually thought highly of herself. The man in front of her named Su Mo, although he came from the Su family, one of the 4 great families of the Jinling Great Base, this person was only a commoner's son, and his cultivation talent wasn't exactly top-notch, so in her heart, she simply couldn't see it. If it had been his brother, who was called the unicorn son of the Su family, she would have been able to accept it. Actually, the reason why Jiang Yishang kept rejecting Su Mao was also with the idea of being able to get close to the Su family's unicorn son in the future. What Jiang Yishang didn't expect was that despite her constant refusal, this Su Mo had been stalking him to the point that Jiang Yishang was annoyed. But after all, Su Mo came from an extraordinary background, so she didn't dare to offend too much and could only try to keep her distance, so as not to cause any scandal that would result in never having a chance to get close to the Su family's unicorn son again in the future. Just as Jiang Yisheng was thinking like this, at this moment, Sumu had some anger in his heart and couldn't help but say, "Yisheng, why is it that you've never been willing to accept me? What the hell is this for?" "Because I already have a fiancé." Jiang Yisheng, who was not tired of it, said in a cold voice. "Yisheng, just don't lie to me." Chu Mo shook his head and said, "I've already inquired, and the Jiang family hasn't betrothed you to anyone, so how could you possibly have a fiancé? I simply don't believe it. Unless you call him over right now, if this matter is true, I'll leave immediately and never pester you again." That was a decisive statement because he expected that this was definitely Jiang Yisheng's pretext. "I do have a fiancé," Jiang Yisheng repeated impatiently. After saying that, she looked around the inside of Jade House, and steeply discovered Chu Mo sitting in the rest area. Then she immediately brightened up, and casually pointed her finger, "Here, that's him, he's my fiancé." "What?" Chu Mo followed the direction of Jiang Yisheng's finger to look over, only to see that person, casually sitting on a chair, with a slender figure, a handsome appearance, and a clear, talented look. Although Chu Mo did not believe it 10,000 times in his heart. But at this moment, seeing Chu Mo with such a temperament and appearance, his heart actually unconsciously believed 3 points. Is it hard to believe that this is true? His face suddenly turned ugly. Jiang Yisheng walked quickly towards Chu Mo, and while pulling towards Chu Mo's arm, she lowered her voice and said in a faint voice, "This person has been pestering me for 100 times, if you help me with a favor, there will be a big thank you afterward. Though it's temporary to pull a stranger for help." But she was confident that with her looks, no man would refuse to do such a small favor. Just seeing that Jiang Yisheng's arm was about to be pulled up, but Chu Mo frowned and directly stepped back, allowing her to grab an empty hand. "This girl, you've got the wrong person," Chu Mo said calmly. "Shasta." Jiang Yisheng immediately froze in place. At this point, there were a few other female sales clerks around, all of whom showed their astonishment. Feeling the strange gazes of the people around her, Jiang Yisheng hated that she couldn't find a crack in the ground, and her face was even more hot and painful. She didn't even think that the man in front of her actually rejected her. The man actually refused? Just as Jiang Yisheng froze, Chu Mo had also walked over, glanced at the frozen Jiang Yisheng, and then looked at Chu Mo with a skeptical face, saying, "Kid, are you really Yisheng's fiancé?" "I don't know her." Chu Mo said faintly. "No?" Chu Mo froze for a moment and just wanted to say continue talking, but Jiang Yisheng had already woken up and hurriedly said, "My dear, how could you not recognize me? You forgot that 2 months ago we snuggled together and made a sea vow, and you personally said to me." As she said that, she kept on squeezing her eyebrows and making colors for Chu Mo. But she didn't see it. Chu Mo, who was standing on the side, was frowning more and more tightly at this moment. And just as the chattering Jiang Yisheng spoke while trying to raise her hand to hold Chu Mo once again, Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh. What a no-brainer. Merely making a trip to the Merchant Alliance, and actually encountering such a troublesome matter. He sighed. Spin. Chu Mo raised his hand and directly slapped Jiang Yisheng's face. Snap. A crisp, unmistakable sound rang out, and half of Jiang Yisheng's face instantly puffed up. In this moment, the entire Jade building was completely quiet. Whether it was Chu Mo, or the surrounding shopkeepers, or even some of the other guests in the building, but anyone who witnessed this scene, no one had expected that Chu Mo would actually slap Jiang Yisheng in the face. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Yisheng was even more dumbfounded by this slap from Chu Mo, and her entire body directly froze in place. How she hadn't thought about it. In the face of her small request, the man in front of her was not only indifferent, but even slapped her with his hand. How can this man be so hateful? "You let me be your shield, don't you know what kind of trouble I'll get into afterward? Aren't you afraid that I'll be retaliated against?" "Sure. You don't care at all, I'm afraid." After all, a snake-hearted woman like you thinks that all men in the world should revolve around you and obey your demands unconditionally, so naturally, you don't care what others think. So for people like you, there's only one way. Speaking of which, Chu Mo glanced at Jiang Yisheng and actually smacked him again. Smack you. Snap. The other half of Jiang Yisheng's face was swollen with it. The pain on her face, coupled with Chu Mo's temperatureless language, caused Jiang Yisheng to shiver, finally snapping out of her stupor. And the next moment, a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. You hit me? How dare you hit me? Jiang Yisheng was about to go crazy. She never expected that this somewhat handsome-looking man would be so ruthless and careful. It's not even if you don't help, you actually hit me? Did he not see his own beauty? Why did he dare to lay his hands on it? How did he get down to it? You. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Jiang Yisheng was trembling with anger. He hated to directly cut Chu Mo into 1,000 pieces. Thinking so, Jiang Yisheng directly drew her own longsword from her storage bag and slashed towards Chu Mo's head. This sword contained infinite might without the slightest reservation. It was clear that he intended to kill Chu Mo with a single sword strike. However, just as her sword had just been drawn out, a cold light appeared steeply, so fast that Sui Yao only felt a huge force on her arm, and immediately afterward, she realized that the longsword had actually come out of her hand the next moment. The morose blade was at her throat. If you don't obey your wishes, you have to shout and fight, and you don't care about human life. So arrogant, how did your lord teach you? Chu Mo's voice was icy cold. You. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Jiang Yisheng's face turned pale and her body trembled even more violently. Being the high-ridge flower of the great base of Jinling, being courted by countless people, coupled with her own superior birth, made it so that no one had ever dared to do such a thing to her in all these years since she was born. And no one had ever dared to say such a thing to her. As far as not putting human life on the line. Those pariahs she killed were just like grass and ants, so how could she ever care about them? Even if she killed them, what could she do? And who would dare to come after her? But now how dare he make such an accusation against himself? Kill him. Kill him. I'm going to kill him. Chu Mo, as long as you kill him, I'll promise you that whatever you want to do, I'll promise you. Jiang Yisheng had completely lost her mind and only wanted Chu Mo to die. And hear this. Standing to the side, Chu Mo instantly brightened up, and the two of them busily said, "Don't worry. He definitely won't live through today." Having said that, he looked at Chu Mo, his face full of coldness. "Kid, you dare to injure Eve Frost, you've simply eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. If you're sensible, you should immediately cut yourself off to die for your sins. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for life and death." Trummer shook his head. What else could he say? One can only wonder if the licking dog is a real bully. When Chu Mo saw that Chu Mo was actually indifferent, his heart was on fire. Toast to the death. In that case, let me personally break your arms and legs and offer them to Yisheng. The words fell. He directly and brazenly struck out, slamming his fist towards the top of Chu Mo's head. There was a great tendency to beat Chu Mo to death. It's true that people are all the same. Fruit all the way. A cold aura flashed in Chu Mo's eyes, only to see him wave his arm, and immediately, a majestic and huge force roared out. Blazing fire, regrettable mountain fist. Boom. A punch was thrown. Chu Mo only felt a force of abundance suddenly attacked, and then without the slightest ability to fight back, the whole person directly flew out upside down, spilling a large amount of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, only his chest was dented. It's already more out of breath and less in. Chapter 97, Reuniting with Mo Shanshan, Spirit Drawing Technique. Silence. Deadly silence. Inside the room, after everyone saw that Chu Mo had actually seriously injured Chu Mo with a single strike, seeing that he was not going to survive, everyone was completely shocked, revealing a look of disbelief. Who's Seo Mook? Coming from one of the four great families, the Su family, their power was extremely large within the large base of Jinling, and ordinary people did not dare to even mess with them. And Trummer. He actually killed Chu Mo directly. You're done. Right at this moment, Jiang Yishang suddenly laughed maniacally and pointed at Chu Mo. You killed the Su family's children, they will never let you go. I will personally watch you being tortured to death by the Su family. The words carried a sense of smoothness. Obviously. She already had a complete hatred for Chu Mo, and couldn't wait to eat the meat raw. Woe is me. Beating these two people is certainly a relief, but Jiang Yishang is the young princess of the Jiang family, and Chu Mo is even from the Su family. Both of these families are not to be messed with, they are bound to not let up easily. I'm afraid this little brother has gotten into big trouble. The two families will never let him go. The surrounding onlookers also came back to their senses at this moment and couldn't help but murmur. A touch of pity also appeared in the gaze that looked at Chu Mo. And just as they were talking, because of the previous fight, it had also startled the guards within the Jade Merchant Alliance at this moment. A strong aura rose up from the sky from all parts of the Merchant Alliance, and was rapidly approaching this way. In the meantime, a low voice, too, rang in the ears of the crowd. Who actually dares to cause trouble in my Jade Merchant Alliance's territory? With the words falling, a figure steeply landed within the hall. Look at the appearance, it is an old man, wearing a black robe. The body of the introverted cannot see the cultivation, but can feel a majesty. People at first sight will be a heart. It's Lay Provider from the Jade Merchant Alliance. I didn't expect that it would actually startle the Thunder Provider. Confessor Lay is known for his fiery temper. Once he encounters someone causing trouble, whoever it is will have to pay an extremely painful price. Today, I'm afraid that it's going to be hard for these few people to escape. Seeing this person, the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Offering. Is a Jade Business Alliance of a worship, is a strength reached the level of the four sides of the town generals of the strong, usually guarded in the headquarters of the Business Alliance, easily will not appear in front of people. But today, it was actually a rare occurrence. When Confessor Lay arrived, he looked around the field and finally landed his gaze on Chu Mo's body. He had been about to speak up and ask a question. But at that exact moment, there was a sudden light eep. And almost at the same time, Chu Hakchan? A clear female voice, with amazement and surprise, rang out abruptly. Spin. A young girl in a dress was seen coming down the stairs. Miss Mo, it's Miss Mo. Miss Mo is actually here? No wonder Provider Lay was startled, so it's because Miss Mo came over. I guess earlier it should have been Provider Lay who was entertaining Miss Mo, and ended up right in the middle of this. The onlookers, seeing this young girl, once again resounded with a gasp of surprise. They then greeted this Miss Mo. The words were full of reverence. Chu Mo also looked his gaze over, only to see that this Miss Mo that the crowd was talking about was indeed none other than Mo Shanshan. The moment Mo Shanshan, who had descended the stairs, simply ignored the greetings of the people around her, and instead walked straight toward Chu Mo. Guest Minister Chu, you actually came, I'm so happy. Mo Shanshan said in surprise. What? Hearing Mo Shanshan's words, the surrounding crowd revealed a look of disbelief. Miss Mo actually knew this young man? And, listening to the meaning in the mouth of Miss Mo, this person is actually the guest secretary of Jade House? And Jiang Yishang was even more filled with disbelief. Can hardly believe my ears. Originally Chu Mo dressed flat, but also he is just an ordinary martial artist, who knows actually is the guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance. It's been a long time, Chummer said with a smile. To be able to be here and see an old friend again is naturally something to be happy about. By the way, Chu Mo, let me introduce you, this is Lay Provider, an old man in our Merchant Alliance, usually takes special care of me. Lay Provider, this is the Chu Mo, Chu Hakii, that I've been mentioning to you all along. Mo Shanshan introduced Chu Mo to the black-robed old man. Confessor Lei's expression eased a lot and said, "So you're Chu Mo, Shanshan. The girl has often mentioned you to me, saying that your talent is extremely extraordinary, and when I see you today, you're really not bad at all." Donor Lei is polite. Chu Mo made a bow and said humbly, "Chummer, what's going on here?" It was at this point that Mo Shanshan opened her mouth to inquire about the conflict that had arisen earlier. Chu Mo then roughly recounted what had happened to him briefly. Words. Mo Shanshan instantly understood and looked at Jiang Yisheng with disgust in her gaze. As a woman, she was naturally extremely unhappy with such green tea women. Therefore, at this moment, he also immediately said, "Officiant Lei, please step in and blast this woman out, as well as listing the Jiang family as among the unwelcome guests of my merchant alliance. Also, send someone to send Chu Mo's corpse back to the Chu clan to question Chu Mo about coming to my Jade Merchant Alliance's headquarters to provoke the guest ministers and demand an explanation." When Confessor Lei heard this, he nodded at once. "Don't worry, miss, I'll send someone to do it." Subsequently, he then personally took action and blasted Jiang Yisheng out of the Merchant Alliance and had the body of Chu Mo sent back to the Chu family. Guest Minister Chu, let's go upstairs and talk. At that moment, Mo Shanshan spoke. Yes. Trummer nodded. Isn't this the young princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Yisheng? Why was she thrown out by the Jade Merchant Alliance? It shouldn't have angered the Jade Merchant Alliance, right? I have long said that with her nature something is bound to happen. This is good. Come on, you don't be poor. These are disputes between big shots, not something that ordinary little people like us can even get involved in. Go, go, go. Jiang Yisheng stood on the street with a gray head. Listening to the passing pedestrians pointing at her was filled with fear and anxiety. She had provoked the guest ministers of the Jade Merchant Alliance to the point that she was blown away by the lay provider. It also caused the Jiang family to be listed as unwelcome guests by the Jade Merchant Alliance. Once this gets out, it will be a heavy blow to her Kong family. And her father, who had been so proud of her, was bound to be furious. Sessions. She will face an extremely tragic end. It's all because of that Chu Hacky eye. If she hadn't been too careful, how would I have ended up like this? When she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel some resentment in her heart. But more. Or regret. It's just that it's done. No matter how much she regretted it at the moment, it was already too late. On the top floor of the Business Alliance building, inside a warmly dressed room. This was Mo Shanshan's residence at the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. The two of them, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan, were chatting inside. When the maid finished serving the tea, she heard Mo Shanshan happily say, "Chu Mo, I didn't expect you to be able to come over so soon. I'm so happy to be able to see you here. By the way, I've already known about the things that you did at the Luoyang base, cutting down a 5th-level ferocious beast at the critical moment and saving the entire Luoyang base. That's really awesome." She looked at Chu Mo with extremely bright eyes. It was just a fluke, too. Chu Mo shook his head, then said, "By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. After not seeing you for a while, you've actually entered the sect master realm." He could feel it. Mo Shanshan's strength had gained full growth again, and she had already stepped into the sect master realm. This caused some shock in Chu Mo's heart. Since the last time when she came out of the secret realm, Mo Shanshan was just about to step into the martial master. How long has it been? She had then entered the sovereign realm. Such progress in cultivation was simply appalling. Hearing Chu Mo's praise, Mo Shanshan blushed a bit and couldn't help but say, "You're not bad either. You're able to kill a 5th-level ferocious beast." Having said that, Mo Shanshan asked again, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. This time when you came over, is there something going on?" "There is indeed something I would like to ask you for." Chu Mo said, "Previously, when I was at the Luoyang base, my cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial master, but for some reason, I have not been able to break through to the sovereign master realm. Only after inquiring did I learn that martial artists who have broken the limits of the physical body, when breaking through to the Zongshi, they need to invoke the spirit technique, supplemented with heavenly materials and treasures, in order to cast the Tao foundation. What you have been told is correct, indeed. Mo Shanshan nodded and said, so you came over this time because you wanted to get a copy of the spirit drawing art? Nice. Chummer nodded. Words. Mo Shanshan did not speak immediately, but instead revealed a look of contemplation. Only after a few moments did she open her mouth and say, Guest Minister Chu, I do have the spirit drawing technique here, only. But what? Chu Mo immediately pursued. Truth be told, the spirit drawing technique is very precious, even within the Jinling Great Base, only a few top families can possess it, and it's not open to outsiders, it has to be a core son or daughter of the family who can teach it. The requirements of the Jade Merchant Alliance aren't as harsh, but in order to obtain the spirit drawing technique, you also need to have excellent talent and become a member of my Merchant Alliance. Hearing this, Chu Mo spoke, Miss Mo, you know, I am not willing to be bound by people. His words were not finished. I know you don't want to be tied down, so there's a second one. That would be a great feat for our Merchant Alliance. Mo Shanshan said, in another 3 months, the Little Leaf Qing Tian mysterious realm will open, and several of the top forces within my Jade Merchant Alliance and the Jinling Grand Base will be there, sending out martial artists from their respective commands to enter and explore it. This secret realm is a large-scale secret realm that contains very terrifying resources that even the major powers would have to look at, and it also contains all sorts of divine places that can make a martial artist's strength grow by leaps and bounds. And our Merchant Alliance needs one of the treasures in the secret realm. If you are willing to enter it on behalf of our Merchant Alliance, I can be the first to take the lead and give you the spirit drawing technique. Having said that, she took out a booklet from her storage pouch and placed it on the table. Chapter 98 Spiritual Treasure Drawing Art, Innate Jade Bead. I promise. Chu Mo only pondered a little before agreeing to this condition. The first thing was that he simply couldn't refuse the spirit drawing art, which was the key he relied on to break through to Zhongshu. Secondly, any secret realm worth exploring contained very rich resources, and he only needed to help the Merchant Alliance obtain one of the treasures, while all the others could be left behind on their own. When he first explored the Wanhua mysterious realm with Mo Shanshan, he had raised his strength and obtained many treasures, causing him to cultivate until now without ever lacking resources. And that's just a small secret area. He believes. A secret realm that could be jointly grasped by all the great powers in the Golden Mausoleum Great Base was definitely rich in resources, and perhaps his harvest would be even more amazing. Of course, the danger is definitely there. However, with his many talents, there should be no problem in staying alive. Great! With your help, this secret realm will definitely be very rewarding. Seeing that Chu Mo agreed to do so, Mo Shanshan was very happy. The specific information about the secret realm, I will send the information to you within a week. In addition, during this period of time, you can do some good cultivation, and strive to be able to step into the sect master realm before the secret realm opens. I understand. Trummer said with a nod. This was followed by him picking up the tome on the table. The Art of Spiritual Treasure Drawing. In fact, although the spirit drawing techniques in the hands of all the great clans are different, they all roughly follow the same path, incorporating heavenly materials and treasures that contain the divine into the body, causing the martial artist to forge a majestic Tao foundation, and stepping into the Zhongshu in one fell swoop. Spirit-inducing foundation building is divided into 3 grades, namely ordinary foundation building, extreme foundation building, and flawless foundation building, and the higher the grade of the foundation building, the stronger the gain that comes from breaking through to the sovereign. Therefore, for martial artists who break the limits of their physical bodies, the foundation building before stepping into the Zhongshu, which seems to be an obstacle, actually belongs to a metamorphosis. Make it pull away from ordinary martial artists once again. Moxan explained. How are the foundation building levels divided? Chummer asked. The more divine the spirit-inducing object is, and the stronger the energy it contains, the better the Tao foundation forged by the martial artist will be. Mo Shanshan said, ordinary foundation building only requires ordinary rare things, while extreme foundation building requires heavenly materials and treasures or even 10,000 ancient wonders, and as for flawless foundation building, it even requires innate things to reach it. That is to say, the more divine the spirit drawing object, the more helpful it will be to a martial artist? Chu Mo asked. Nice. Mo Shanshan nodded her head, but then added, but this does not mean that the martial artist has to look for the best spirit-inducing objects, because the first point of being able to become a spirit-inducing object is that it needs to be compatible with the martial artist, and the only way to do so is to make the martial artist's strength and heritage even stronger after fusion, and to play a half-hearted and godly effect. Trummer nodded. This he understood. It was equivalent to a martial artist who was clearly gifted with the water attribute, but used a fire attribute treasure when building the foundation. Perhaps instead of being able to increase his strength, he would also suffer a great loss of his foundation due to the conflict of breaths. In addition, when a martial artist invokes the spirit to build the foundation, he can only suppress the spirit-inducing object by virtue of his own underlying roots and bones, and subdue it before he can take it into his possession. The higher the grade of the spirit-inducing object, the greater the spiritual power. If the martial artist is not gifted enough to forcibly fuse it hastily, once they can't suppress it, it will easily lead to going off the deep end. Thus, the foundation of the Tao will be broken, and there will never be another chance to climb up the realm. It is because of these various limitations that it is very difficult for a martial artist to find a spirit-inducing object that matches his or her own qi and can be subdued. Finally, Mo Shanshan said with emotion. Listening to Mo Shanshan's emotion, Chu Mo couldn't help but ask curiously, then what level did you build your foundation? I'm an extreme Tsukiji. Mo Shanshan said, in fact, originally wanted to try flawless foundation building, but it is a pity that it is simply impossible to find innate things. Searched the entire Jinling large base, and even the business alliance has sent people to several other large bases to ask questions, but also did not find any useful Nuso can only give up the flawless foundation building. Miss Mo, what exactly is this innate thing? Listening to Mo Shanshan's mouthful of innate objects, Chu Mo was curious in his heart. The so-called innate objects are actually of two kinds. One is an innately born treasure that can only be birthed before the birth of the secret realm, and subsequently lurks within the secret realm or a certain cavernous blessed land, waiting for a person with a destiny. And the other is some kind of acquired generated treasure accidentally tainted with the innate breath. This is also called the innate things, but in terms of the underlying and might naturally not compared to the real innate born treasure. Of course, the innate objects we are talking about are generally acquired treasures that are tainted with the innate aura. For one thing, they are easier to search for in comparison, and for another, the requirements for a martial artist to suppress them are not as stringent. After all, if it's a real innate treasure, I'm afraid no one will be able to suppress it at all. Mo Shanshan told the news she knew. And hearing this explanation, Chu Mo also came to a realization. At this point, he saw that it was getting a little late, so he offered to take his leave. Mo Shanshan personally escorted him to the main gate of the headquarters. Chumhum returned to the villa. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he found that Chen Shiwei was practicing in the practice room, so he put his heart down and walked into a quiet room himself, preparing to practice a quiet room of hundreds of square feet. Inside, there were all the items needed for cultivation. Chu Mo sat cross-legged, his mind reeling with thoughts. According to what Mo Shanshan said, it seems that flawless foundation building is simply impossible to achieve. It is important for people to know themselves. Mo Shanshan had exhausted the entire merchant alliance and couldn't find the innate item. He never thought that his power alone could match that of an entire jade merchant alliance. Therefore, Chu Mo had also dispelled the idea of flawless foundation building in his heart. However, extreme Tsukiji can do it. Inside his carry-on space, there were still some exotic treasures that he had acquired from the secret realm and other channels. It was thought that it would still be more than enough to find a spirit-drawing object in it that could be used for his extreme foundation building, but according to what is stated on the spirit-drawing technique, once you perform the spirit-drawing technique, you will be able to draw the spiritual power around you, and the stronger the spiritual power, the greater the feedback given. Thinking so, Chu Mo then intended to take out all of the many treasures stored in his carry-on space and place them in front of him. Then, he would cast the spirit drawing technique to find out the one of the many treasures that had the greatest feedback and also the best fit, and use it as a foundation building object. Think it and do it. At that moment, Chu Mo took out all the treasures in his carry-on space in his head, piling them up in front of him like small mountains. All kinds of treasures exuded a majestic aura on them, intertwining with each other, causing the entire house to instantly become colorful and filled with yuan qi begin. When everything was ready, he directly began to operate the spirit drawing art. In a split second. Buzz. 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 Front. One by one, the treasures began to tremble. Immediately after. One by one, the treasure still rooms steeply flew up on their own, surrounded by a layer of light. Some of the radiance was only a few inches, while others could reach several feet, with the longest of them reaching the point where it was more than a zhang. Chu Mo knew that these glows then represented the spiritual power contained in the treasures. The stronger the spiritual power, the greater the range of light. The first thing Chu Mo did was to drop his gaze in the direction where the light reached more than a zhang, realizing that this was actually the treasure that he had obtained from the Su family's Qilanzi's storage pouch after he had beheaded him earlier. This object was a bamboo that appeared to emanate a purple color on the outside, named Amethyst Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. This is a treasure of the thunder attribute, and I have the indestructible thunder body, so its fusion is complementary. It will be decided that it's you. Thinking so, Chu Mo then directly reached out, intending to fish this amethyst heavenly thunder bamboo into his hands for spirit-inducing. However, just as he had just had this thought, and had not yet had time to make his move. Suddenly. Buzz. First, there was a clear buzzing sound, and then, amongst the many treasures, a jade bead suddenly rushed out. The moment this jade pearl appeared, the void around it began to faintly distort. It seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure that this jade bead was putting on it. At the same time, countless streams of spiritual power flowed and attached to the jade bead, taking on a golden glow. The golden aura shot up into the sky, thousands of feet, reaching the clouds. In the meantime, on this jade bead, channels of innate aura surfaced and layers of divine light gulped out. Terrifying aura flowed over it. An ordinary person would have to be scared to even look at it. This is. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo first froze, then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This jade bead he recognized. It was another treasure that he had obtained when he had obtained the 10,000 years spirit marrow after killing Zhou Qi. At that time, this jade bead was plain and ordinary, he was not able to distinguish what it was in the end, and in the future, he also took it out many times in his spare time to observe, but the result was no reaction. In time, he forgot about it. Who knows, today when he performed the spirit drawing technique, the object actually moved, and the spiritual power attached to it was able to spread thousands of feet and reach the clouds. More importantly, he could also feel a strand of innate aura flowing out. To this moment, where Chu Mo was still not clear. This object was clearly an innately born treasure. At first I thought that this jade bead was the companion of the 10,000-year-old chalcedony, but now it seems that the 10,000-year-old chalcedony is clearly just a treasure unintentionally birthed by this jade bead as it gulps the innate breath. Thinking so, Chu Mo landed his gaze on top of the jade bead. Originally, I just wanted to build my foundation extremely well, but I never thought that you would show your true face at the critical moment. Could it be that this is the will of heaven, so that I have no time to build my foundation? As the saying goes, if God gives it to you, you'll get it back. In that case then I will smile. The words fell. As soon as Chu Mo reached out, he held the object in his palm and prepared to draw the spirit into his body. As for whether or not he would be able to suppress the innate object with his roots, Chu Mo, however, didn't have that worry at all. He broke the limit of his physical body at the martial artist realm and stepped into martial master with 1,000,000 pounds of physical strength. There was also the 5 elemental talents all together, plus the transcendent level indestructible thunder body. If even such an underpinning was unable to subdue its suppression and subjugation, then I'm afraid that in this world, no one would be able to suppress the innate object. Today, I will use your spiritual underpinnings to turn them into my entry into the Tao. Chapter 99, Flawless Tao Foundation, Entering the Sovereign Realm. In the middle of a big drink. Sharpness flashed in Chu Mo's eyes, while a palm probed out and directly pressed this innate jade pearl towards his chest. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out at this moment. Chu Mo held his breath, his eyes sharp and bright. When this innate jade bead entered his body, he only felt that endless energy suddenly surged out from his body, all of which was attributed to his chest. The arcane breath flowed and stirred wildly within him. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi within 100-mile radius around them swarmed in. Endless power surged into Chu Mo, helping him fuse and eliminate the innate jade beads. This jade pearl was naturally unwilling to dissolve like this. Therefore, he released a Tao of pure breath, forming a shield and trying to resist. However, all of these breaths were crushed under the suppression of Chu Mo's monstrous qi and blood and majestic yuan power, and could not turn over the slightest wind or wave. Both sides then started pulling in such a situation. Just as Chu Mo was suppressing the innate jade bead. At this moment, at the large base in Jinling. Inside the Su family mansion. As soon as the Jade Merchant Alliance's martial artists left, Su Lang, the Su family's family head, suddenly turned pale and slapped his palm on the table in front of him, deceiving people too much. The Jade Merchant Alliance has bullied people too much. Just now. The Jade Merchant Alliance dispatched martial artists to send Su Mo's corpse back, and at the same time, questioned him, the Su family's family head, in front of everyone, as to why he had allowed the Su family's disciples to provoke the guest ministers at the Merchant Alliance's headquarters. God see the pity. He didn't even know about it. More importantly, his sons are dead. Although Su Mo is only a commoner's son, and the cultivation talent is not good, in the past, he was not allowed to pay attention to him, and even a year to the end will not see him a few times. But he was still a son of the Su family after all. It's him, Su Lang, the son of the head of the family. Especially since his eldest son, Su Feng, had died, he had paid some more attention to his commoner son. But now, Su Mo is dead too. And still died in the Jade Merchant League. But instead of apprehending the murderer, the Merchant Alliance had the audacity to question his Su family in a dignified manner. Isn't that deceptive? As the head of the Su family, and with the strength of the 4 directions in general, I, Su Lang, am considered a strong party within the entire Jinling Great Base, and am revered by countless people. However, and I can't even keep my own son alive. In a short period of time, first my eldest son Su Feng died tragically, and so far, we haven't even found out who the murderer is, and Su Feng even died within the base. If I don't get this revenge, how can I have the face to be the head of the Su family? My Su family, what face do I have to stand on the ranks of the 4 great families of the Great Base of Jinling? Su Lang said with a face full of grief. Family master, what do you mean? Inside the hall, a family elder tentatively inquired. Find that guest minister named Chu Mo from the Jade Merchant Alliance, I want him dead. Su Lang said sternly with a face full of killing intent. This elder's face changed. Family master, that Chu Mo is a guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, his status is extraordinary. If the Jade Merchant Alliance knows about it, I'm afraid that our Su clan will also be in big trouble. So what if there is trouble? Su Lang said in a cold voice, as long as we kill Chu Mo and wait for him to die, could the Merchant Alliance still go to war with our Su family over a dead man? I see. This elder nodded and said, later on, I will arrange for people to go search for Chu Mo and kill him. Wait. Just as this elder was planning to leave, he was stopped by Su Lang. Let Uncle Su you personally go. As soon as these words came out, The other few elders in the room also instantly changed color. Family master, this is a bit too much of a fuss. Uncle Yu is proficient in the talent of concealment, was secretly cultivated by us so far. The strength has reached the level of the four sides of the town generals, so far have not been displayed in front of people. The future may be expected to go further, become a bottom card of my Su family. There's no need to send out Uncle Yu to behead a mere guest minister. It's enough to send a few Zhongshan martial artists over. Why is it such a big deal? Several elders spoke up. However, while listening to their words, Su Lang's face sank, confused. Don't you hear that when an eagle fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength? That Chu Mo can become a guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, there must be superiority. I heard that even that Mo Shanshan has a very good relationship with him, so he must be not bad in terms of talent and qualification. To kill such a person, there must not be the slightest bit of carelessness. If you don't make a move, then you must cut off the roots and never leave any scourge behind. Speaking here, Su Lang's face eased a bit, but still remained solemn in tone. Only to see him say in a deep voice, "What's more, in 3 months' time, it will be the day when the little leaf green sky opens. The secret realm here is special, and only allows martial artists with a bone age of less than 60 to enter. According to the pre-planning, Uncle Yu will also mingle amongst my Su clan's disciples, and when he enters, he will assassinate the outstanding children of each power, clearing up the obstacles for my Su clan's disciples. Nowadays, it's also considered to be a way for him to practice in advance, so that he won't make a mistake when he arrives in the secret territory due to his lack of experience." Hearing this, the crowd came to a realization. Family master is well thought out, we are far behind. I'm going to contact Uncle Rain. This elder said. Go on. Su Lang nodded, which was satisfactory. This elder then made a bow and turned to leave. The other elders, too, all retired one after another. Su Lang watched them leave. Uncle Yu was a good fighter secretly trained by the Su family, specializing in the way of assassination. In the past, because of Su Feng's appearance, he had hidden in the dark in order to cooperate with Su Feng. In the future, his Su family will have one bright and one dark, two handsome men who can protect the Su family for 1,000 years. But now that Su Feng is dead, the Su family's younger generation can't find any outstanding heavenly pride. Then for the sake of the future of the Su family, had to get Rainbird out there. 3 months after the opening of the little leaf green sky, Uncle Yu would mingle amongst the ordinary children of the Su family, and once he entered the secret realm, he would assassinate the outstanding celestial pride of the other major powers. As long as there are no outstanding disciples from other families, then all forces will once again be evenly matched and will not affect the pattern of the next generation. As for decapitating Chu Mo, but it was just to vent his anger, and also as an appetizer before Su Yubo's big show. Thinking so, he let out a light breath and began to cultivate. In the middle of the quiet room, Chu Mo sat cross-legged. At this point, he had already been in a stalemate with this innate jade pearl for a long time. This jade bead, under the suppression of his 10 elephants of brute force and transcendent level indestructible thunder body, was already shriveling in breath at this point. I'm sure it won't take long to be completely subdued. Fruity. A few moments later. Boom. Within Chu Mo's body, a violent rumbling sound was violently emitted. At the same time, the piece of innate jade pearl, too, was thoroughly integrated into his body. And the moment the innate jade bead was incorporated, a terrifying aura filled his body. A roaring sound exploded. Blood boils, bones metamorphose. In an instant, Chu Mo sensed a powerful force appearing within him. This power came from the inside out and reached its peak in just a moment. And at the same time inside his chest, the growth of a brand new bone was completed, accompanied by a strange power flowing through his body. The precious light blazed with the color of glaze. It was actually a jade bone. If you look inside at the moment, you will be able to see it. On this jade bone growing within Chu Mo's chest, there were channels of mysterious, to the extreme inscriptions flowing. Profound and complicated, terrifying and unusual. In the meantime, countless amounts of heaven and earth energy also swarmed in from all directions. Weiqi Wanchan, haze, filled the sky. And along with Chu Mo's exhale and inhale, endless yuan qi surged into his body, flowing continuously through his meridians. And his circumference, moreover, presented countless visions as a result. The thunder dragon hissed, wanting to shatter the sky. The flames were entwined, as if they were destroying the heavenly power. Wisps of innate aura wrapped around his body, making him look, at the moment, filled with divinity. It looked as if it were a preternatural deity. The moment Chu Mo had already succeeded in inducing the spirit to build the foundation, then will begin the promotion. Chu Mo directly took out a portion of the level 6 ferocious beast blood obtained from the Su family's Qilin Zi from within his carry-on space, and then performed the body forging method, absorbing the enormous energy and beginning to impact the realm's shackles. Boom! Mighty power agitated the whole body. After the foundation of the Tao was forged, it was only an instant before the shackles were smoothly penetrated. Subsequently, it was as if he had entered a whole new realm, as countless yuan power swarmed into his body, rapidly refining his flesh. Speed, defense, spirit and even yuan power were all growing by leaps and bounds. This process, which had been going on for half a day, this slowly calmed down. This also means he had completely entered the sovereign realm. Martial arts masters can fly and increase their strength. Its lifespan, moreover, has increased to 300. At the realm of the patriarch, one can already initially manipulate the heaven and earth's yuan qi, resulting in a great increase in strength, and possessing a majestic power when raising one's hands and throwing one's feet. Thinking about this, Chu Mo opened his eyes. There was a divine charm flowing in his eyes, and it was very mysterious. But it quickly tightened up. A few moments later, the breath on his body was completely calm, and only then did Chu Mo begin to check his own changes. The arrival of the martial Tao at the realm of the patriarch caused a huge metamorphosis in his strength. At this moment, in his internal vision, he could see that the meridians around his body were wide, and there was majestic yuan qi residing in his dantian, rushing like a great river, flowing endlessly. Also, the piece of bone in his chest had also completely transformed into a jade bone by now. It was clearly the innate jade bead that was transformed. Inside Chu Mo's body blossomed an infinite amount of luxurious light, slowly transforming his fleshly body. The innate jade bead, which was born from the innate, contained an innate aura. It is the most superior and top-notch thing for inducing the spirit to build the foundation. Using this to draw in the spirit, not only did it allow Chu Mo to forge a flawless Tao foundation, but it also allowed him to transform his physical body's qualifications with the innate breath of this jade pearl. It caused his body to possess some sort of divine traits, which possessed infinite benefits for future growth. Finally, then it is the growth of the power of the flesh. Before his breakthrough, he only had 10 elephants of fleshly strength, and after this promotion, he suddenly grew by 10 elephants of strength, making him reach 20 elephants of strength based on his fleshly strength alone. And he could feel it. If he continued to cultivate next, he would still have a period of high-speed growth and strength. Chapter 100, Fusing Dark Attribute Talents, No Illusions. But just as Chu Mo was preparing to continue cultivating, however, he suddenly sensed something and his expression changed. The eyes looked out the window without a trace. The practice room he was in was on the second floor, and through the window he was able to see a tall tree in the courtyard with a drooping canopy that covered half of the courtyard. There was nothing in the big tree when his eyes looked over. Even the spiritual power could not detect any abnormality. But in Chu Mo's spatial perception, he clearly saw that a figure had just approached the tree and was looking over toward him since acquiring the ability of space. Chu Mo's spatial perception was like a passive ability that was turned on every moment, always on guard against the wind and grass within a 100-meter radius around him. Once someone or an object enters this range, he can immediately detect it. And nowadays, this figure in the big tree was then detected by him in the first moment of his arrival. "This place is my residence," and there are no dwellings within a 100-meter radius around it. And this person sneaked into the yard of my villa and spied on me. Could it be that he wanted to assassinate me? Thoughts flowed through Chu Mo's mind. He could sense that the strength of this figure hidden in the shadows of the tree canopy was terrifying, and had at least reached the level of a Four Directions town general. Such a strong person was also one of the few within the large base of Jinling, and could only be possessed by a large power, the Su family. In a flash, a name surfaced in Chu Mo's mind. When he first arrived, he hadn't incurred any enemies at all within the large base of Jinling, and the only thing he did was to encounter the Su clan's Su Mo at the headquarters of the Jade Merchant Alliance. If his guess was good, he thought that this should be the expert sent by the Su family. Just as he was thinking this, Chu Mo vaguely sensed that the figure was slowly leaning towards him. Soon it was from the tree, to a dark corner of the house. This shocked Chu Mo. His eyes didn't see any figure at all, and his spiritual power didn't detect any abnormalities, but in his spatial perception, this person had unknowingly followed the traces of the tree's shadow to enter the house and reach the corner. Could this be a talent that can hide in the dark? Chu Mo thought darkly. Just when he had just had this thought, Chu Mo suddenly felt a steep chill inside the room. He knows. This was the man who had a murderous intent on him and was going to be ready to strike. Fruity. Swish. A sword chi was born steeply, but strangely, there was not the slightest fluctuation of breath. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Mo could rely on spatial perception, he would definitely feel that this sword didn't exist at all. And then it died in an inexplicable way. What a terrifying ability, if only it could be captured. With this thought in his mind, Chu Mo also steeply operated his wind attribute talent, and Luo Yan's steps were also performed, instantly leaving this place spin. Clank. A sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The entire house was then chilled with cold light, and as far as the eye could see, it seemed as if the house was filled with sword chi. After his strength reached the Zongshi, he could initially master heaven and earth yuan chi attacks. And because he had been developed with 365 saber orifices in his body, he could transform his yuan power into saber chi, so when he controlled the yuan chi of the heavens and earth, he was also able to instantly transform all of this yuan chi into saber chi. Snort. 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 Under the ravages of such a blade aura, this incoming figure was instantly cut by countless sword chi and had to reveal itself from its hidden state. At that moment, when he looked at his entire body, he only saw that his entire body was surprisingly covered with wounds cut out by the blade chi. I didn't realize that there was actually such a terrifying genius hidden within the Jinling Grand Base. A mere Zongshi cultivation level, and you've comprehended blade intent. All the more reason to keep you. Su Yuba snorted coldly. The body then disappeared again, stabbing towards Chu Mo in the gloom. He's fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Chu Mo, trying to cut Chu Mo down. But what he didn't expect was that although Chu Mo was only at the Zongshi realm, his Tao of the blade cultivation was exceptionally not weak, and with the intent of the blade, he collided with him thousands of times in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he gradually suppressed him. This caused Su Yubo's heart to be extremely shocked. But what he didn't expect even more. The reason why he was still able to fight Chu Mo was purely because Chu Mo was letting off steam. He wanted to try to see what point he could reach after advancing to Zongshi, without relying on his talent. Based on his sword cultivation and physical strength alone, this person's cultivation should be at the early Jin general stage. With my current cultivation level, without relying on talent, I can compete with ordinary early-stage 4-square Jin general martial artists with my blade realm alone. If you add talent, you might be able to compete with a late-stage town general. After a few moments, Chu Mo came to a conclusion. And the man in front of him, naturally, was useless. It's time to end it. Thinking so, Chu Mo suddenly disappeared in a flash. Teleportation. In the next moment, he arrived behind Su Yuba and then slashed his sword. This blade was enchanted with saber intent and contained an increase in metallic talent, and it was incomparably powerful. It cut through mid-air as if even space seemed to be able to be sliced through. Wherever it passes. A thin black line appeared in the void. Pfft. Chu Mo's long knife accurately sliced Suyubo's arm. Directly chopped off this arm of his. What kind of power is that? It can actually move instantly? Suddenly receiving such a charge, Suyubo was greatly shocked. Originally, when he was fighting with Chu Mo, he was already extremely shocked when he kept falling into the wind, but now that he saw Chu Mo come behind him in a mysterious manner and chopped off one of his arms, it immediately gave birth to fear in his heart. To be able to comprehend blade intent and have such a bizarre ability, it's just too wrong. No. I've got to get out of here and think long and hard. As he thought this, a retreat grew in his mind. And so it was a direct flash of the body, and the entire person disappeared. However, Chu Mo did not stop at all and directly slashed at a certain empty place. Pfft. Along with the dull sound of a knife entering flesh, a figure suddenly flew backwards. You can actually see through my position? Suyubo spoke out in shock, his words filled with disbelief. He possessed the dark attribute talent, able to hide in the darkness and shadows, so that even Pekshin generals would not be able to detect his traces. And Trummer. I can actually see through it. He didn't believe it at all. It must have been an accident. Unbelieving, he hid once more, intending to flee. But with all this, Chu Mo still accurately hit him with a slash. Compared to the last time. This time he wasn't so lucky. A knife was chopped into Chu Mo's head and he died completely. Target, Suyuba. Capturable. Is collection taking place? Looking at the tip in front of him, without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly extended his palm and landed on this person's corpse. Gather. With the voice falling. In an instant, a palm generated by golden light grabbed towards Suyubo's corpse. By the time he came back again, a black orb was in his golden hand. Capture successful. Gaining the higher dark attribute talent. May I ask if it's fused? Sure enough, it was a dark attribute talent. A flash of joy appeared on Chu Mo's face. Dark attribute talent. This was one of the two rare attribute talents alongside light attribute talent among all the regular attributes. Fusion. Chu Mo began to fuse on the spot. Just a higher talent could no longer bring a very strong sense of pain to today's Chu Mo. At the time of fusion, Chu Mo didn't even frown. A few moments later, the fusion was complete. The method of utilizing this talent also appeared in Chu Mo's mind. The first is that it allows him to hide in the darkness, wherever there are shaded areas, which can be hidden even in the shadow of a person. The second is to devour the light. Once the talent was cast, any light that arrived would be swallowed up and unable to shine through. Try how well it works. Chu Mo revolved his dark attribute talent, and his entire body was instantly hidden in the shadows of the room. He followed the passageway of the villa and came directly to the practice room where Chen Shiwei was, hiding directly under her shadow, and the latter actually didn't notice any abnormality and was still in the midst of practicing. Chu Mo went to the street again and wandered around for a whole hour, but surprisingly, not a single person found him. It's really something. Back inside the villa, Chu Mo was filled with excitement. With this talent, whatever you do in the future, it's much easier. It's just that next there's a big problem that needs to be solved. A few moments later, Chu Mo gradually calmed down. It was already nighttime, and he stood on the villa's terrace, the night breeze blowing, a little cool, but very comfortable. Immersed in this night wind, Chu Mo's heart tumbled. Today, the Su clan sent a town general over to sneak in, causing Chu Mo to be somewhat unprepared. He had thought that as a guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, the other party should not dare to find trouble with him for the time being under the fear of rats, but who knew that he had still envisioned the situation too optimistically. At the same time, he was more than a little careless. Whether it was in the end of his previous life or in this world, it was the strong who were honored. The underdog is playing out everywhere. Those big forces can rise from the end of the micro, all the way to kill and destroy, caused countless enemies, but still can stand hundreds of thousands of years. What are the underlying causes? It is because he knows the importance of removing the roots of the grass. As in right now. His apparent cultivation at the time was merely a martial master, but the other party had still sent a four-square town general who was skilled in stealth to assassinate him. If he didn't possess a spatial talent, I'm afraid that at this moment, he might have fallen in the gutter. This incident gave Chu Mo a wake-up call. There must be no illusions. There must also be no negligence. Although he had the gathering technique, which allowed him to obtain countless talents and continuously improve his natural ability, if he didn't want to stop there, he needed to be vigilant at all times. Hold the mind as if walking on thin ice, and perform deeds of courage and diligence. Be careful in normal times, but when it comes to things, you have to make a decision when it comes to it and never hesitate. Take the Su family for example. He had previously killed Su Feng, then killed Su Mo, and now he had killed one of the Su family's four directions Shin generals, and the two sides had already formed a deadly feud that could not be resolved. That being the case, it needs to be decimated. Uproot the Su family to eliminate future problems. Read this. A killing intent flashed in Chu Mo's eyes.